Greetings. Tonight we're stepping away from the radiant halls of Olympus and the thunderous surf of Poseidon's dominion, venturing instead into a more tranquil setting. We'll journey past winding rivers, through echoing caverns, and into a domain where shadows hold sway, and the passage of time itself seems to pause. This is the narrative of Hades, the sovereign of the netherworld, the guardian of those departed, the custodian of Earth's concealed treasures, and the brother to Zeus and Poseidon. While frequently regarded with apprehension, he was not a malevolent entity but a regal figure, whose dominion ultimately encompassed every living soul. If this style of narration aids your relaxation, please consider liking this video and subscribing, but only if it genuinely brings you a sense of calm. Furthermore, I invite you to share in the comments where you are listening from and what the current time is. It's always a curious comfort to see who else is drifting off into the same quiet chronicle. So, let us dim the lights, allow the stillness to settle, make yourselves comfortable, and commence with the chronicle of Hades, the lord of the underworld. Conceive, if you will, the expansive scope of ancient Greek philosophical thought. To their understanding, the world was not the minuscule sphere depicted in contemporary educational texts, orbiting sedately in the void. It was a layered cosmos, comprising the luminous expanse of Olympus, the fluctuating seas encircling the lands of humankind, and far beneath, the dark and enigmatic underworld. Presiding over this latter realm was a personage both feared and frequently misunderstood, Hades. Despite the grim portrayal afforded him by centuries of misinterpretations and creative embellishments, Hades was not inherently a villain. To the ancient Greeks, he was less a spectral entity and more a divine administrator, tasked not with the torment of the deceased, but with the preservation of the natural cycle of life and its inevitable conclusion. If Zeus embodied the tempestuous sky and Poseidon commanded the turbulent waters, then Hades was the silent administrator of eternity. His role might have lacked glamour, yet it was undoubtedly dependable, and, one could argue, essential. To fully grasp Hades, we must first revisit the earliest legends, a time when the Titans still held dominion. Hades was the fifth of 6 offspring born to Cronus and Rhea, following Hestia, Demeter, Hera, and preceding Poseidon, with Zeus being the youngest. The family dynamic, to put it mildly, was complex. Cronus, having usurped his own father Uranus, was reportedly bound by prophecy to face a similar fate at the hands of his progeny. In a move born of extreme paranoia, he adopted a drastic preventative measure. He swallowed his children whole. This unconventional approach to parenting meant that instead of lullabies, Cronus's offspring found themselves confined within his stomach, a nursery that can only be imagined as profoundly uncomfortable. They remained thus, imprisoned in darkness, until the astuteness of Rhea and the resolve of Zeus orchestrated their liberation. Consequently, Hades' initial experience of existence was one of confinement and shadow, a prelude, one might say, to his eventual station beneath the earth. Upon reaching maturity, Zeus devised a stratagem to compel Cronus to disgorge his siblings, Hades included. United, they then waged war against the Titans in a colossal conflict known as the Titanomachi, a cosmic struggle that endured for a decade, marked by the hurling of mountains and the trembling of the heavens. In this war, Hades proved a formidable confederate. Equipped with a helmet of invisibility, skillfully crafted by the Cyclopes, he could move undetected, even against the most formidable adversaries, employing stealth as his primary advantage. During the decisive confrontation, this allowed him to sow dread and bewilderment among the Titan ranks. Ultimately, the Titans were vanquished, bound, and cast into Tartarus. The 3 triumphant brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, then cast lots to apportion the cosmos, Zeus claimed dominion over the sky, Poseidon over the seas, and Hades received what might have seemed the less desirable share, the Underworld. While certain accounts frame this as unfortunate luck, as if Hades had lost a divine game of chance, the Underworld was not a punishment but simply a segment of existence, as vital as the sky or the sea. After all, death represents life's sole certainty, and ruling over it is a responsibility of immense significance. It is here that Hades' reputation begins to diverge from that of his brothers. Zeus, ever dramatic, populated myths with thunderbolts, romantic entanglements, and frequent disputes. Poseidon, characteristically tempestuous, caused earthquakes and floods. Hades, however, remained largely in the background. Few narratives cast him as an active participant, and when they do, he is typically depicted as resolute, unavoidable, and somewhat detached. This detachment has often been subject to misinterpretation. The Greeks themselves did not equate Hades with malevolence. He was not their equivalent of a devil, as such a figure did not exist in their pantheon. He was not a punisher. Indeed, the retribution for the wicked was entrusted to other deities such as the Erinyes, or to the inherent mechanisms of Tartarus itself. Hades's function was governance, not cruelty. Nevertheless, his realm carried an inherent chill. The Greeks seldom uttered his name directly, preferring circumlocutions such as Pluto, signifying the bringer of riches, a nod to the fact that the earth's precious metals and fertile soil lay concealed beneath the surface. Uttering his true name was believed to attract unwelcome attention, akin to whistling in the dark and hoping for silence in return. Transitioning from myth to historical context, the apprehension surrounding Hades mirrors ancient Greek funerary practices. The Greeks held a profound reverence for proper burial. To be interred improperly was considered a dire fate, dooming the soul to eternal wandering. This explains the solemnity of funeral rites depicted in the Iliad and the powerful defiance of Antigone, who insisted on her brother's burial against royal decree. Burial rites were not merely societal customs but religious obligations, intended to appease Hades and ensure a safe passage into his domain. Coins were customarily placed in the mouths or over the eyes of the deceased. A fee for Charon, the ferryman who guided souls across the river, a concept akin to an ancient toll road. Without this payment, it was believed, the spirit would linger restlessly on the near bank. It is not difficult to envision how these beliefs permeated daily existence. Death in the ancient world was not an abstract concept. Plagues, warfare, and accidental fatalities were ever-present realities. Having a deity who presided over this certainty provided a framework, a tangible form, and perhaps even a measure of solace. Greek poets often exhibited a reluctance to elaborate on Hades's character, preferring instead to describe his domain. Homer, in the Odyssey, portrays the underworld as a realm of spectral shades, where even the most renowned heroes appear as faint apparitions. When Odysseus undertakes a journey there, it is fraught with apprehension, a dread mirrored by his audience, for the land of Hades represented the ultimate unknown. Yet, certain texts hint at an element of fairness in Hades's rule. He is not depicted as arbitrary or capricious. Indeed, he is less prone to conflict than Zeus, less impulsive than Poseidon, and considerably less harsh than many other deities. However, he is unyielding. And perhaps it is this very relentlessness that mortals feared the most. One cannot negotiate with Hades, nor can one evade him. One might ponder if the Greeks ever found cause for levity regarding death. Surprisingly, they did. Ancient comedic plays frequently satirized the underworld, presenting Hades as a rather staid figure, often the target of jests concerning his somber disposition. In Aristophanes' Frogs, for instance, the realm of Hades serves as a setting for satire and slapstick. Envision, if you will, the god of the dead attempting to maintain an air of solemn dignity while actors cavort, exchanging quips about cadavers. This contrast reflects a universal human trait, our inclination to temper fear with humor. Just as we today might employ nervous laughter to lighten somber subjects, so too did the Greeks. And perhaps Hades himself, though never portrayed as jovial, might have tolerated it. After all, every jest directed at him served as a reminder of his inevitability. To the Greeks, Hades was not merely a somber figure lurking below. He was the shadow that defined the light, the certainty that gave substance to mortal existence. Without death, there would be no impetus to live. Without the underworld, no inherent meaning to the world above. In essence, he was a god not of malice, but of equilibrium. A sovereign who sought no worship, who did not storm across Olympus demanding deference, but who held a domain that no other could claim. Thus, his name was spoken in hushed tones, his presence acknowledged indirectly, and his realm both feared and respected. He was the unseen constant in Greek life, the shadowed deity whose authority remained undisputed even by Zeus. As we conclude this segment, picture Hades not as a monster, but as a silent sentinel. Imagine him seated upon a throne of ebony, clad not in fiery raiments but in dignified solemnity, with a crown of obsidian adorning his head. Surrounding him lies his vast dominion, not echoing with torment, but humming with the ceaseless passage of souls, akin to the ebb and flow of a sea invisible to mortal eyes. This is the Hades we begin with, a deity of shadow, of inevitability, and of the riches concealed deep within the earth. Stern, silent, and, in his own unique way, just. In the chapters that follow, we shall venture further into his realm, beyond the gates, across the rivers, and into the fields, palaces, mysteries, and myths that shaped the Greek perception of both life and death. For now, let us leave the shadowed god upon his silent throne, awaiting as he always does with immeasurable patience. When the Greeks closed their eyes and contemplated death, they did not envision an empty void, nor did they imagine the fiery torments that later traditions would ascribe. Instead, they conceptualized a subterranean realm, a structured and ordered place where every soul occupied its designated position. This was the underworld, vast, shadowed, and absolute. It bore the same appellation as its sovereign, Hades. While it evoked dread, it was not characterized by chaos, but by a structured kingdom delineated by rivers, plains, and opulent structures. A landscape reflecting the Greek conviction that even death necessitated a defined order. To enter this world was to embark upon a journey, one that nearly every inhabitant of Greece believed lay ahead. This passage commenced the instant life departed. The soul, or psyche, was thought to depart the body as a breath or a subtle flutter, often depicted as a butterfly or a bird-like shadow. Relatives would hasten to attend to the deceased, carefully cleansing the body, adorning it with fresh garments, and preparing it for the final rites. A coin was placed upon the lips or over the eyes, a small yet crucial detail, as it served as the fare for the ferrymen awaiting below. Without this payment, the Greeks believed, the soul could not traverse into the underworld, condemned instead to linger at its threshold, restless and disquieted. The soul's trajectory led to the banks of the Acheron, the river of woe. There, a multitude of shades would await, pressing forward silently until the arrival of the ferryman, Charon. He was not a benevolent guide, but a gruff, aged boatman, weary from his perpetual duty. He accepted only those who had undergone proper burial, and only those who possessed the requisite coin. His vessel was a narrow, creaking craft, navigating the dark current with measured strokes. The living both feared him and the possibility that their loved ones might wander eternally should the rites be neglected. To this day, archaeological excavations unearth coins placed within ancient graves, silent testament to this conviction. Once conveyed across, the soul would encounter the gates of the underworld. These were imposing and forbidding, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed hound. His jaws would gnash, his eyes gleamed, and his tail, often described as serpentine, coiled restlessly. Yet his function was not punitive. He did not consume the innocent. Rather, he served as the custodian of boundaries, ensuring that no living intruder gained entry and that no spirit escaped back to the realm of sunlight. This role was mirrored across numerous cultures. Egypt had its gatekeepers of the Duat, and Mesopotamia its own monstrous sentinels. Cerberus represented Greece's response to the universal apprehension that death might be reversible, and that order demanded vigilant guardians. Beyond those gates lay the true heart of the underworld, divided into distinct regions. The most extensive and densely populated was the Asphodel Meadows. It was here that ordinary souls would drift, wandering aimlessly across pallid fields. The poets described them as indistinct, their personalities having faded, their memories blurred. It was neither a place of punishment nor of paradise, but a neutral continuation, an existence devoid of suffering but also lacking in joy. To the Greeks, this seemed fitting. Not every life was heroic, nor every soul wicked. Most lived and died quietly, and thus their afterlife was a tranquil meadow, neither dark torment nor radiant bliss. However, for a select few, brighter realms awaited. The Elysian fields were envisioned as sunlit meadows, verdant and fragrant, where heroes resided in perpetual tranquility. Later, literary works embellished this vision into something akin to paradise, but in its earliest conception, it was a place of distinction rather than moral judgment. Those favored by the gods or descended from noble lineage might find themselves walking here after death. Poets would sing, warriors would feast, and the breeze would carry eternal melodies. For some, the prospect of Elysium offered solace. For the majority, however, it remained an unattainable dream, a reminder that death mirrored life in its inherent hierarchies and privileges. The most somber of all regions lay even deeper: Tartarus. Unlike the halls of Hades or the Asphodel Meadows, Tartarus was an abyss, a chasm reserved for the adversaries of the gods. Here, the vanquished titans were chained, their groans reverberating through the stone. Here, monstrous figures endured punishments precisely tailored to their transgressions. Mortals, too, if they had committed grave sacrilege or defied the gods, could be cast down. But Tartarus was not for common criminals. It was for cosmic offenders, those whose hubris threatened divine order. It was, in essence, the prison that even the gods themselves feared. Encompassing all these locations were the rivers, 5 currents that symbolized the experiences of death. The Styx was the most potent, its waters binding the oaths of deities. To swear upon the Styx and break one's word was to invite destruction or years of divine silence and weakness. The Lethe was the river of forgetfulness, where souls drank to erase their memories before rebirth. The Acheron, the river of sorrow, carried Charon's ferry. The Cocytus, the river of lamentation, was said to echo with the cries of the unburied dead, and the Phlegethon, the river of fire, burned without consuming, a paradox of flames flowing endlessly through shadow. These rivers were more than mere symbols. They were the very currents of belief, etched into poetry, painted on vases, and whispered at gravesides. Archaeological discoveries have provided remarkable insights into the seriousness with which these beliefs were held. Within tombs across Greece and Italy, small gold tablets have been unearthed, inscribed with instructions for the soul. Known as Orphic tablets, they guided the departed, indicating the paths to follow, which rivers to avoid, and what words to utter to the guardians. Some advised the soul not to drink from the lethe but instead from the spring of memory, promising a loftier, blessed existence. They were, in effect, pocket-sized guidebooks to the underworld, placed within graves like divine passports. Such findings serve as a reminder that the geography of Hades was not solely mythical, but was intrinsically woven into the fabric of daily life and practical religion. Literature reinforced this conceptual map. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus descends to the underworld to consult the prophet Tiresias. He encounters not only heroes but also shades who possess only a faint recollection of themselves. Achilles famously declares that he would rather be a humble servant on earth than a king among the dead, a sentiment that encapsulates the Greek ambivalence toward this realm. Death was inevitable, but it was not desirable. Later, the Roman poet Virgil, in the Aeneid, would elaborate on this, constructing a detailed depiction of the underworld's gates, its rivers, and its divisions, though its origins lay in Greek lore and their efforts to give form to what lay beyond. The underworld was not solely the province of poets. It also shaped rituals within every household. Families would pour libations of wine and honey at tombs, believing their ancestors could partake. Festivals such as the Anthesteria in Athens honored the deceased, a time when spirits were thought to roam among the living. Food was set aside, prayers were recited, and doorways were marked to ward off restless shades. For the Greeks, the boundary between life and death was delicate, permeable, and always demanded respect. The underworld was not remote. It pressed in closely during festivals, dreams, and daily anxieties. And presiding over all this was Hades, the king whose presence was more implied than directly observed. He seldom appeared in narratives, and when he did, it was with an air of stern inevitability. His authority was absolute, his patience boundless. He did not interfere in mortal affairs like Zeus, nor did he roar with anger like Poseidon. He simply waited, as he always would, for every soul to arrive in its turn. To conceptualize this realm, close your eyes and mentally traverse its pathways. Picture the asphodel meadows, gray and tranquil, with countless shades drifting aimlessly. Hear the subdued murmur of distant rivers, some gurgling, some crackling with fire, some sighing like mourners. See Cerberus at his post, 3 heads watchful, tails coiled. Observe Charon pulling his skiff across the water, a faint lantern flickering on the prow. Beyond, subtle lights shimmer where Elysium resides. Deeper still, the abyss of Tartarus glows red with eternal chains. It is not a realm of terror, nor one of bliss, but a realm of order, a reflection of the Greeks' desire to comprehend the incomprehensible. Death was not to be denied, but could be assigned a place, a geography, a structure. It was the counterpoint to life, balanced, inevitable, and eternal. Thus, when the Greeks committed their dead to the earth, they believed the journey had merely commenced. The coin ensured passage, the rites ensured acceptance, and the stories provided form to the unknown. They may have feared the underworld, but they also held it in high regard, for within that shadowed kingdom lay existence's ultimate truth, that all paths, whether of a king or a slave, a hero or a farmer, terminated at the same gate. As this segment concludes, imagine yourself pausing at its threshold. Mist rises from unseen waters, cool against your skin. The gates loom ahead, immense and silent. Beyond them the meadows stretch, the rivers flow, and the faint whisper of eternity drifts on the air. You do not cross, not yet, but you stand for a moment in the hushed stillness of the place, understanding why the Greeks gave it form, why they mapped it with rivers and plains, why they named it not with dread, but with solemn inevitability. This was the realm beneath the earth, and it waited, patient and endless, for all who would arrive. When the three brothers divided the world, it might have appeared that Hades had received the least desirable portion. Zeus commanded the sky, stretching limitlessly above, filled with storms and light, the dwelling place of clouds and thunderbolts. Poseidon ruled the sea, vast and glittering, a restless domain that touched every coastline and carried every vessel. And Hades inherited the Underworld, a kingdom concealed, far removed from the sun, where the souls of the departed gathered in an unending procession. To later imaginations, this seemed an unfortunate circumstance, but to the Greeks, it was not a mark of shame, it was a necessity. Death required governance, and someone had to preside. The fact that Hades performed this duty quietly, almost with reluctance, became integral to his character. The myths offer little insight into his personal desires. Unlike Zeus, who pursued power with ambition, or Poseidon, who raged against rivals and sought influence, Hades seemed content with his domain. He was not a schemer, not a wanderer, nor a deity who frequently intervened in mortal affairs. He did not issue pronouncements of thunder, nor stir tempests, nor cast down bolts of lightning. Instead, he remained seated upon his stony throne, overseeing the inevitable. And within that steadfastness lay his power. For while mortals might withstand storms and ascend mountains to defy the sky, they could never elude him. It is crucial to understand that the Greeks did not perceive Hades as malevolent. He was, undoubtedly, feared and avoided in conversation, but he was not a tormentor. His assigned duty was one of order, not of unkindness. He received spirits and he maintained possession of them. He did not originate demise. He merely presided over its absolute certainty. In a certain regard, he exhibited greater impartiality than any other deity. Zeus showed preference and imposed retribution. Poseidon capsized vessels or blessed maritime passages. Athena guided valiant warriors. Hera plotted against her rivals. Hades treated everyone uniformly, the powerful and the meek, the affluent and the impoverished, the benevolent and the self-serving, all eventually presented themselves before him. Yet, owing to this very impartiality, he remained detached. Few supplications were directed towards him. Few sacred edifices were erected in his honor. Mortals preferred to refrain from invoking him, lest he perceive their call and hasten the arrival of their souls. When they spoke of him, they often employed gentler appellations. Pluton was one, the bringer of riches, for the earth's bounty, the subterranean minerals, the fertile soil, the dormant seeds nestled within the ground, all fell under his dominion. It was simpler to acknowledge him indirectly, recognizing the gifts emanating from the depths rather than uttering his true name. His genuine designation, spoken with rarity, carried considerable gravitas. To articulate Hades aloud was to graze against the very essence of inevitability. This hesitancy extended to the realm of written narratives. Hades makes infrequent appearances in the myths when contrasted with the other Olympians. When he does feature, it is often not as an intervener, but as a manifestation of necessity. His most widely recounted legend is that of Persephone, whom he emerged from the earth in his chariot and conveyed to his kingdom. Some narrators depict this as an act of forceful abduction, while others interpret it as a union arranged by Zeus. Regardless of the portrayal, it was an action that mirrored his solitude, his longing for a consort in a realm of perpetual twilight. He was not a deity given to amorous dalliances like Zeus, nor one of unbridled impulses like Poseidon. He sought companionship in the only manner he understood, an act simultaneously desperate and preordained. Beyond Persephone, Hades features in narratives of descent. The Catabasis tales recount journeys undertaken by mortals or heroes into his domain. Orpheus ventured downward, his lyre in hand, his music so profoundly moving that it softened the stern ruler's disposition. For a singular occasion, Hades permitted an egress, allowing Eurydice to follow her husband, albeit bound by a solitary stipulation. When Orpheus faltered, Hades offered no further leniency. His compassion had its boundaries, not from inherent cruelty, but because he would not disrupt established order. Heracles, too, entered his territory, tasked with apprehending Cerberus as one of his assigned labors. Hades permitted this, provided the hero abstained from using any weaponry, a testament that even in confrontation, regulations held significance. And when Theseus and Pirithous dared to attempt the impossible, seeking to abscond with Persephone herself, Hades merely seated them upon the chair of forgetfulness, where they remained ensnared until Heracles intervened. He met insolence with an appropriate consequence, not with fiery wrath, but with tranquil inevitability. To mortals, this rendered him both terrifying and curiously commendable. He was not unpredictable. He was not reckless. He governed with firm resolve and with principles that yielded little. Within a pantheon rife with caprice and whim, his consistency offered a peculiar form of reassurance. After all, death is a constant. It displays no favoritism. It does not manifest in outbursts of temper. It arrives when it is due, and it claims everyone. Hades personified that incontrovertible truth. The ancient Greeks reflected this in their customs. Funeral rites were not discretionary. The unburied deceased, it was believed, wandered at the periphery of his dominion, unable to traverse the river and attain repose. This is why, in Homer's Iliad, such meticulous attention is given to funerary rites. It is why, in Sophocles' Antigone, the protagonist insists on interring her brother despite the king's decree. These narratives are not solely about defiance. They are about upholding the edicts of death, edicts that predated any earthly throne. Hades himself might never grace the stage, but his latent authority enforced the regulations. To deny burial was to obstruct passage into his kingdom, and that was considered inconceivable. Hades' reluctance to interfere in mortal affairs set him apart among the deities. Zeus engaged in perpetual machinations. Poseidon lashed out at mortals who displeased him. Hera tirelessly devised schemes. Athena guided her chosen champions. Hades rarely ventured into the upper world. He had no necessity to do so. The world would eventually gravitate towards him. His silence was unsettling, yet it also conveyed dignity. He was a sovereign who did not demand adoration, who did not unleash thunderbolts to demonstrate his might, who did not wander in disguise among mortals. He awaited, and in that waiting revealed the most profound truth of all, that no one could evade him. It is for this reason that certain later philosophers regarded him as the most just of the gods. Within his realm, all were equal. No earthly fortune, no political authority, no divine favor could alter the destiny of a soul. While the judges of the deceased might assign punishments or rewards, Hades himself presided over the entirety with serene impartiality. If Zeus represented authority and Poseidon embodied force, then Hades signified inevitability. And in numerous respects, inevitability is the most potent force. Envision him, then, as the Greeks might have, a figure enthroned upon dark stone, his garments substantial, his diadem fashioned from obsidian. His countenance is solemn, not malevolent, his gaze unwavering and steadfast. Around him, the halls resonate with the subdued murmur of innumerable souls, drifting through meadows or confined to deeper abysses. He does not smile, yet neither does he rage. He is not a tyrant nor a tormentor, but a ruler whose dominion extends unbroken, untouched by rebellion or tempest. The reluctant sovereign who governs because it is necessitated, not because he craved dominion. And within this reluctance lies something of profound significance. To the Greeks, he was not adored like Apollo, nor cherished like Dionysus, nor feared in the same manner as Ares. He was respected and acknowledged. His silence held more weight than their clamor. His constancy surpassed their passions. He was not a divinity to whom one prayed for triumph or affection. He was the deity one hoped not to encounter too soon, yet one knew would be present in the end. The reluctant monarch still occupies his throne in narratives and in collective memory. His kingdom may be shrouded in darkness, his name avoided, but his presence remains inescapable. For the heavens may fracture with thunder, the oceans may surge with fury, the earth may convulse with tremors, but in due course all falls silent. And in that silence Hades waits, patient, eternal, and immutable. Among the myriad accounts that surround Hades, none was recounted with greater frequency, nor carried such weight in Greek life as the narrative of Persephone. It is a legend that commences with blossoms and concludes with the changing seasons, transitioning from sunlight into shadow and then back again. At its core, it pertains to loss and return, to sorrow and revitalization. For the Greeks, it provided an explanation for why fields ripen and wither, why winter grips the land, and why spring eventually breaks forth anew. It was not merely a tale of abduction and marriage, but a means of comprehending the very passage of time. A myth that permeated both ritualistic practices and everyday existence. The narrative commences amidst radiance. Persephone, the daughter of Demeter, ambled through the meadows of the upper realm. She was youthful, radiant, and frequently referred to simply as Kor, the maiden, for she personified the very essence of youthful freshness. Accompanied by her companions, she gathered floral blooms, her hands laden with crocus, iris, and roses. The atmosphere was tranquil, the sky unclouded. Then, without any forewarning, the ground beneath her feet gave way. From the earth surged a chariot drawn by obsidian horses, and upon it stood Hades, imposing and solemn, crowned in shadow. He reached for her, and before her cries could even resonate, he conveyed her downwards into his dominion. The earth sealed itself above, leaving behind a profound silence. Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, searched with profound distress. With torches held aloft, she traversed the earth, calling her daughter's name across valleys and mountains, but no response was forthcoming. In her anguish, she permitted nothing to flourish. Seeds remained dormant. Trees bore no fruit. The fields became barren. Weeks extended into months, and widespread famine ensued. Humanity confronted starvation, and the gods themselves, deprived of offerings, began to express concern. The absence of Persephone translated into the absence of abundance, and the shadow of the underworld descended upon the world above. Ultimately, Zeus, who had tacitly sanctioned the union, recognized the looming disaster. He dispatched Hermes, the swift-footed messenger, to the halls of Hades. Hermes spoke of Demeter's desolation, of the blighted fields, of the precarious survival of mankind. Hades listened, grave and resolute. He consented to Persephone's return, but prior to her departure, he offered her the fruit of the pomegranate. She partook of its seeds, crimson like blood, both sweet and sharp. In that act, she irrevocably bound herself to him. For those who consumed the sustenance of the deceased could not remain entirely unbound from the underworld. A compromise was consequently established. Persephone would spend a portion of the year with her mother and a portion with her husband below. When she rejoined Demeter, the world burst into bloom. fields ripened and harvests filled the granaries. When she descended once more, the earth turned barren, the trees shed their foliage, and the air grew frigid. Thus, the seasons commenced their rotation, spring and summer marking her reappearance, autumn and winter signifying her departure. For the Greeks, this illuminated the cyclical rhythm of the year, not as a matter of chance, but as a narrative inscribed upon divine existences. The legend touched every facet of Greek contemplation. It spoke of grief, for Demeter's sorrow mirrored the lament of any parent who had lost a child. It spoke of reunion, for Persephone's return brought a joy as vivid as the reemergence of verdant fields after the winter months. It spoke of unavoidable necessity, for even deities could not escape the constraints of destiny. And it spoke of equilibrium, for life and death, loss and renewal, were portrayed not as adversaries, but as collaborators in an unending cycle. From this myth emerged one of the most significant observances in Hellenic religion, the Eleusinian Mysteries. These clandestine rites conducted near Athens were dedicated to Demeter and Persephone. Those who underwent initiation were promised benedictions in both their earthly lives and their existence beyond death. The proceedings of these mysteries were never committed to writing, as secrecy was paramount. However, ancient authors suggest the reenactment of Persephone's descent and ascent, dramatized to convey the promise of rebirth. Even Roman emperors sought initiation, such was the profound allure. To participate was to immerse oneself within a living myth, to perceive the turning of the seasons as a truth that transcended mortal lifespans. The agricultural significance was readily apparent. Persephone represented the seed that vanished into the earth and subsequently re-emerged. Farmers sowing their fields in autumn observed her descent mirrored in their land. The grain buried within the soil was akin to the maiden carried away, concealed in darkness until the appointed time of her return. In springtime, when shoots pierced the soil's surface, they witnessed her resurgence, welcomed by Demeter, greeted by the illuminating sun. The myth provided a framework for the very act of farming, transforming the cycle of planting and harvesting into a divine narrative. Yet there was also a societal implication. For numerous Greek women, Persephone's abduction resonated with their personal experiences of matrimony. Daughters were frequently given away without their consent, transitioning from their natal homes to new domestic arrangements. The sorrow of Demeter and the silence of Persephone encapsulated this sense of rupture. However, within the underworld, Persephone underwent a transformation. She assumed the role of queen, presiding beside Hades with inherent authority. Artistic depictions portrayed her adorned with a diadem, wielding a scepter, sharing the throne. She was no longer solely the maiden, but a sovereign in her own right. The myth, therefore, encompassed both anguish and metamorphosis, an acknowledgement that within change lay not only loss, but also burgeoning power. Hades' role in this context was multifaceted. He did not express outrage upon Hermes' arrival, nor did he prevent Persephone's departure. He accepted the compromise but ensured her eventual return to him. The pomegranate served as his claim, both gentle and binding. He desired not a transient visitor but a queen to share his dominion. In offering the fruit, he acted not as a despot but as one seeking enduring companionship. This act has been interpreted as possessive, yet also as pragmatic. Without Persephone, the underworld existed merely as shadow. With her presence, it possessed a queen, establishing a balance between the masculine and feminine, between sternness and rejuvenation. The pomegranate itself became a potent symbol. Its seeds, clustered like crimson jewels, embodied both fertility and mortality. To consume them was to embrace life's fullness and its inherent limitations. Even in contemporary times, in certain regions of Greece, the fruit continues to be utilized in rituals of remembrance, scattered upon graves and offered during funerals. The connection between Persephone and the fruit endures, illustrating how myth seeped into familial customs. For the Greeks, Persephone's cyclical journey provided reassurance. It conveyed that the chilling silence of winter did not signify an ultimate end. Spring would undoubtedly arrive, just as she would inevitably rise again. Each year, her return was discernible in the initial blossoms, the nascent shoots of wheat, and the gradual return of warmth to the atmosphere. Each year, her descent was observable in the falling leaves, the diminishing daylight hours, and the hushed stillness of barren fields. The story was not remote. It was experienced in every farm, every household, every festival. Variations of the legend existed. Some accounts proposed Persephone spent half the year in the underworld, while others suggested a third. Some emphasized her reluctance, while others highlighted her acceptance of the crown. Nevertheless, all agreed that she traversed between two realms and that her movement dictated the progression of the seasons. This constituted the essence of the narrative, that the very world drew breath in rhythm with her cycle, life merging with death and then re-emerging. Conceive, then, the solace it provided. A farmer standing in fallow fields in January could hold the conviction that the grain had not vanished permanently. Persephone, too, was in the underworld, and she would inevitably return. A mother mourning a loss might hear the lament of Demeter and comprehend that even deities experienced sorrow. A bride departing her home might observe Persephone's crown and realize that amidst unfamiliar circumstances, she too could discover dignity. The myth was not solely about divine beings, but also about humanity, about the cycles that shaped their existence. Visualize her ascent, the earth rupturing, blossoms held in her hands, Demeter rushing to embrace her. Visualize her descent, the earth sealing itself, the air growing cooler, the days shortening. This was the cadence that sustained Greece year after year. And within the subterranean halls, Persephone resided beside Hades, no longer merely a maiden, but a sovereign, possessing authority and presence. Through her, life and death were intertwined, not in animosity, but in a state of equilibrium. Consequently, the account of Persephone is not solely about abduction, nor solely about matrimony, nor solely about the seasons. It is about the truth that the Greeks perceived universally, that loss and renewal are intrinsically linked, that descent is an integral part of return, that death and life are not antithetical but complementary companions. They lived this truth in their agricultural endeavors, in their ceremonial practices, in their celebrations, and in their aspirations. And by recounting her story, they narrated their own story, the story of their world, and the eternal cycle that perpetually turns. Although Hades presided over the realm of shadows, he was not solely remembered as a deity of somberness. The Greeks also bestowed upon him another appellation, Pluton, the bestower of wealth. This title served to soften his image and to remind mortals that the earth itself, the dark soil beneath their feet, was not merely the final resting place for the deceased, but also the very fount of prosperity. From the subterranean depths emerged grain, precious metals, and gemstones. From the earth sprang life, revitalized with each passing spring. And while mortals may have shivered at his shadow, they also acknowledged that beneath lay hidden treasures, both literal and symbolic. The Greeks never hesitated to draw a parallel between death and fecundity. The seed interred in the soil mirrored the corporeal form placed within the grave. Both descended into obscurity. Both vanished for a period. Both were eventually transformed and returned. The myth of Persephone vividly encapsulated this truth, but the name Pluton extended it further. It recognized that Hades was not merely the arbiter of endings, but also a deity of resources, a ruler intrinsically connected to the earth's concealed wealth. To refer to him as the wealth bringer was a method of honoring him without invoking the dread associated with his true designation. It also served as a reminder that from his dominion emanated the very things mortals held most dear. Consider the staple of the Greek diet, grain. Bread represented sustenance itself, and every loaf originated from a seed sown into the ground. Farmers tilled the earth, placing their trust in the unseen transformations occurring beneath the soil. The seed decayed, then germinated, and then grew. In this process, the earth's dark womb bore a resemblance to the underworld. Life emerged from death, growth from interment. For the Greeks, such cycles were not abstract concepts. They were observable realities witnessed annually in their fields, and within them they perceived the work of Hades, not as a destroyer, but as the guarantor of return. Metals, too, originated from the depths. Mines located in Attica and beyond yielded silver, copper, and gold. These resources were instrumental in shaping trade, coinage, and warfare. Every bar of silver was a boon extracted from Hades' territory. The miners who ventured into the subterranean shafts must have felt, in a sense, that they were trespassing into the god's domain. Lamps flickered, shadows loomed, and the air was heavy and oppressive. The environment was not dissimilar to a descent into the underworld itself. The inherent dangers of mining, cave-ins, asphyxiation, exhaustion, served as a stark reminder that wealth was not acquired without a price. Hades might bestow riches, but he also exacted his due. Precious stones likewise possessed symbolic potency. Gems excavated from the earth radiated a brilliance that seemed otherworldly. To adorn oneself with them was to carry a fragment of the hidden realm. They were scarce, costly, and served as a memento that beneath their feet lay mysteries that mortals could never fully command. The Greeks possessed limited knowledge of geology, but understood enough to intuit that such treasures did not belong to the surface world. They emanated from the depths governed by Hades, and in that capacity he was their benefactor. The designation Pluta influenced artistic expression and religious veneration. While temples dedicated to Hades himself were infrequent, shrines to Pluton emerged in locations where fertility and abundance were celebrated. In Eleusis, where the mysteries honored Demeter and Persephone, Pluton was also invoked. He was an integral part of the agricultural cycle. His shadow was intertwined with the harvest. To venerate him as Pluton was a safer, more benign approach. It allowed mortals to acknowledge mortality while speaking instead of life. This duality reflects a fundamental human truth. We tend to mitigate that which we fear by assigning it a different name. In literary contexts, Pluton is depicted as a less formidable figure than Hades. The Romans, adopting the name, applied it to their deity of the dead, Pluto, thereby emphasizing his association with wealth. Over successive centuries, the harsher connotations of Hades gradually merged with this more benevolent persona. However, the Greeks themselves had already initiated this process. For them, wealth and death were inextricably linked. Every harvest germinated from the burial of a seed. Every gemstone was extracted from beneath the earth. Every coin minted from ore concealed in darkness. Hades was the sovereign of all these elements. The economic landscape of Greece lent considerable weight to this symbolism. Athens flourished thanks to the silver extracted from the mines at Laurion. Its naval power was financed by the wealth found beneath the ground. Without that silver, the city could not have ascended to prominence, could not have erected its magnificent temples, could not have defended itself at sea. The very democracy lauded in Athens was indirectly a gift from the underworld. The affluence that sustained civic life originated from Hades' domain, although few would have articulated it so directly. To refer to him as Pluton was perhaps a way of acknowledging this debt, of offering credit without provoking apprehension. Furthermore, there was a philosophical dimension to the Greek perspective. Wealth was perceived as a double-edged sword. It provided comfort but also harbored the potential for danger, avarice, and conflict. In the dramatic works of Euripides and the historical accounts of Herodotus, wealth frequently precipitates downfall. Linking Hades with wealth served as a reminder to mortals that riches and mortality were intrinsically connected. No treasure could ward off the inevitability of death, and every treasure eventually passed into the possession of others. Hades, as Pluton, embodied this paradox. He bestows gifts, yet he also reclaims all that is given. He confers abundance, yet he also claims all who partake in it. The Orphic tradition further elaborated upon this concept. In their hymns, Hades is invoked as the giver of riches, the lord of seeds, the unseen force that ensures the continuity of the life cycle. The Orphic poets encouraged initiates to look beyond their fears, to understand that death itself was an intrinsic part of the natural order. The earth, dark and silent, was not solely a tomb, but also a fertile womb. In this manner, the designation wealth-bringer was not merely a euphemism, but a profound truth. From his dominion flowed grain, precious stones, and, ultimately, the potential for new life. Imagine, then, the sentiment a Greek might have experienced standing at the edge of a plowed field. The earth's dark, cool embrace cradled hidden seeds, a duality of tomb and nursery. By scattering seed, the farmer joined Persephone's descent, Hades' dominion, and the mystique of Pluton. The breaking of chutes and overflowing granaries revealed the earth's bounty as the unseen god's offering. Likewise, miners descending into shafts felt the underworld's breath, each hammer strike echoing in Hades' halls, each ore fragment a memory of darkness. Wealth was wrested from his domain, never freely given. The mine's peril, the shadows that claimed men, served as reminders that the wealth-bringer demanded a price. The Greeks navigated this paradox not by resolution, but acceptance. Wealth and death were interwoven threads. They honored Pluton in fertility rites and feared Hades in funeral customs, speaking of treasure and tomb in the same breath. This revealed a profound truth. To exist is to continually draw from the depths, to borrow from the unseen and return what was lent. Envision Hades now not merely as the somber ruler of shadows, but as Pluton enthroned, holding a sheaf of grain and a cornucopia. Earth's treasures, silver veins, golden nuggets, life-swollen seeds, gleam around him. His gaze is steady, his presence absolute, embodying wealth and death as one, the giver and the taker. Thus, the Greeks recognized his dual nature. As Hades, he was shadow and inevitability, the ruler no one desired to meet soon. As Pluto, he was the provider, the hidden fount of abundance. Together, these aspects mirrored existence's equilibrium. Life emerging from death, wealth from the deep, gifts shadowed by cost. The earth, like its subterranean ruler, was both sepulchre and treasure chest, sorrow and joy. Thus, year after year, the Greeks tilled, sowed, mined, built, and reaped, acknowledging that every gain was, in essence, a gift from Hades. They softened his name, revered his riches, and feared his darkness, living with his constant presence above and below in every loaf, coin, seed, and harvest. He was the earth's wealth, stern yet immeasurably generous. When mortals contemplated the journey into Hades' kingdom, they envisioned not only its landscapes but also its order keepers. No realm lacks guardians or judges. The Greek underworld was not a realm of aimless souls, but a structured, supervised domain with established boundaries, assigned roles, and enduring justice. Entering Hades' territory meant encountering beings who, though not gods themselves, wielded significant authority. These were the gatekeepers, the ferrymen, the beasts, and the arbiters, shaping each soul's passage. The first encounter was often with Charon, the ferryman. Depicted as a grim, weathered man with a gray beard and hands calloused from toil, he steered his narrow, creaking skiff, a vessel eternally in motion. Across the black waters of Acheron he ferried souls, a ceaseless journey. His service, however, was not without cost. A coin placed in the deceased's mouth or on their eyes was his due. Without this payment, souls were denied passage, condemned to wander the shores for 100 years. The discovery of coins in countless Greek graves confirms this ritual significance beyond mere myth. Paying Charon was a sacred necessity, a reminder that even in death, accounts must be settled. Beyond Charon stood Kerberos, Hades' hound. Though descriptions varied, most agreed he possessed 3 heads, each snapping with sharp teeth, and eyes that gleamed menacingly. Some accounts attributed a mane of serpents or a serpentine tail. Kerberos was not merely monstrous but purposeful, guarding the gates. He did not prevent entry, for all the dead were welcomed, but rather he deterred any attempt at egress. Once a soul crossed, it belonged to Hades, and Kerberos ensured the boundary remained inviolate. His role underscored the Greek preoccupation with demarcations, with the order that separated life from death. Voss paintings often depict him subdued by Heracles, brought to the surface as one of his trials, yet he always returned to his post as the eternal sentinel of shadow. Within the soul-faced judgment hall, the Greeks placed 3 figures, once mortals, now immortalized as judges of the dead. Minos, former king of Crete, sat with an air of authority, wise and commanding. Rhadamanthus, his brother, judged with strict fairness, rewarding truth and punishing falsehood, and Iacchos, who had ruled in Aegina, was known for his integrity and sense of justice. Together, they reviewed the lives of souls, determining their eternal abodes. The majority entered the Asphodel Meadows, a realm of neutrality. The virtuous might be directed to the Elysian fields, while the truly wicked descended into Tartarus. This system reflected the Greek conviction that justice extended beyond the grave. No deed, however concealed in life, could escape the judge's scrutiny. This framework was not exclusive to Greece. Other cultures envisioned similar tribunals. The Egyptians weighed the heart against the feather of Mahat, the symbol of truth, while the Mesopotamians recorded deeds in clay by underworld scribes. The Greeks, however, shaped their vision by elevating human figures, kings renowned for their justice, to eternal office. This illustrated the intertwined nature of human law and divine order. A just earthly judge might be appointed to judge eternally below. It was a potent reminder that human morality mattered, that fairness persisted even in the darkness. The presence of these judges lent the underworld a certain dignity. It was not a place of blind fate where all were treated identically, but a structured, deliberate, and equitable realm. For most, life had been neither heroic nor ignominious, and the meadows awaited. Yet, the very existence of judgment implied the significance of one's actions. The Greeks were not preoccupied with sin in a later religious sense, but recognized the weight of deeds. Honor, truth, hospitality, and loyalty were appraised, and those who violated them without remorse risked eternal repercussions. Alongside these figures were other guardians, such as the Erinyes, or Furies, said to dwell at the underworld's fringes, avenging crimes against kin. they pursued murderers who had escaped earthly punishment, ensuring that blood guilt was never forgotten. In literature, they appear as terrifying women with serpents in their hair, their cries unbearable, their whips poised to strike. They acted not so much under Hades' command as in alliance with the order he represented. Where human courts faltered, the Furies intervened, demonstrating that justice, however delayed, was inevitable. A gentler figure was Thanatos, the personification of peaceful death. Sometimes imagined as a winged spirit, he was gentle and quiet, guiding the dying without pain. Unlike Hades, Thanatos appeared in myth as a character who could be tricked or delayed, but never permanently vanquished. In this capacity, he served as the initial step into Hades' domain, a reminder that death could manifest in various forms, sudden, violent, or calm, but all led to the same threshold. All these guardians and judges served to emphasize that the underworld was not chaos, but an ordered, structured, and governed realm. For the Greeks, this was paramount. Death was terrifying, but not devoid of meaning. There were rules, roles, and a process. The ferryman rowed, the hound guarded, the judges decided, the Furies avenged. Even the unseen god had his functionaries. To die was to enter a system as ancient as the cosmos, and within that system lay a peculiar reassurance. Historically, these beliefs profoundly influenced Greek life. Burial practices were not optional. Failing to bury a corpse meant condemning a soul to perpetual wandering without passage. The necessity of proper rites is dramatically illustrated in numerous plays, from Homer's epics to Sophocles' tragedies. Performing burial was an act of justice, ensuring the soul could face the judges, cross the rivers, and find rest. Denying burial was a crime against both the dead and the gods, one of the gravest insults, as it severed the connection between mortal and divine. The underworld judges also mirrored Greece's human courts. Cities prided themselves on their legal systems, assemblies, and councils of elders. By envisioning Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iacchos as eternal judges, they extended the concept of law beyond mortal limits. Justice did not cease with life, but stretched into death, rendering morality a matter of eternal placement as well as earthly reputation. The Greeks, ever practical, imagined a system resembling their own but perfected, stripped of corruption and error. Even Kerberos and Charon reflected everyday truths. Boundaries must be guarded, and services must be paid for. The ferryman's toll reminded Greeks of the importance of preparation. Families saved coins for burials, ensuring their loved ones would not be left stranded. Kerberos served as a reminder that once crossed, boundaries are immutable, death was final, and the Hound of Hades stood watch to ensure it. These figures, though mythological, carried moral weight, imparting lessons of duty, justice, and inevitability. Picture the scene. The soul arrives at the riverbank, the air thick with mist, the water dark and sluggish. Charon extends his hand, the coin glinting faintly. The oar dips into silence, and the ferry glides, carrying the soul across. At the gate, Kerberos awaits, his three heads lifting, eyes burning in the gloom. The gate creaks open, the hound steps aside, and the soul passes before the judges. The soul stands, trembling, its deeds laid bare. Minos deliberates, Rhadamanthus measures, Iacchos decides. Then the path is shown, to the meadows to Elysium or to Tartarus. Order is maintained, justice preserved, the kingdom secured. This was the Greek underworld, not chaos or cruelty, but a realm where guardians stood firm and judges rendered their verdicts. To the living, these figures served as reminders of the laws governing existence above and below. To the dead, they were guides and obstacles, ensuring each soul found its rightful place. And overall, silent and unyielding, presided Hades, the king who ruled without fanfare. Ultimately, these guardians and judges bestowed dignity upon the underworld. Without them, it might have been a mere shadowed void. With them, it became a kingdom, ordered and inevitable, as constant as the earth itself. The Greeks, valuing balance and fearing disorder, could more readily accept death when it was conceived as such a realm. For if even in death there were ferrymen, hounds, judges, and avengers, then death was not nothingness but another form of existence, bound by rules, protected by guardians, and guided by justice. Within this vision lay comfort, even amidst fear. The underworld was not intended for the living, yet Greek mythology abounds with tales of mortals and heroes who dared to venture there. These narratives of katabasis, the downward journeys, evoked both fascination and dread. To step into Hades' realm while still alive was to test the boundary between worlds, to confront shadow and silence directly. Few succeeded, most suffered, and all revealed something essential about the Greek perception of mortality. The descent was never undertaken lightly, for entering Hades' halls risked never returning. One of the earliest and most poignant of these accounts is that of Orpheus. Not a warrior, but a musician whose lyre could charm men, beasts, and even stones, he was inconsolable when his wife Eurydice died from a serpent's bite. His grief compelled him to follow her into the underworld. Guided by his music, he descended, his lyre's notes softening Charon's heart, lulling Kerberos into calm, and even moving Hades and Persephone on their thrones. For once, the stern king relented. Touched by love and melody, Hades agreed that Eurydice might return, but with a single condition. Orpheus must not look back at her until they had both reached the upper world. It was a simple condition, yet an impossible one. As they ascended toward the sunlight, Orpheus's heart throbbed with doubt. Was she truly behind him? Had Hades kept his word? Just before they emerged, he turned. For a fleeting moment he saw her, pale and silent, reaching towards him. Then she vanished, drawn back into shadow, lost forever. Orpheus cried out, but there was no second chance. The law of Hades was absolute. He returned alone, his music now imbued with sorrow, his tale a solemn warning that even love and song could not overcome the certainty of death. The story of Orpheus was retold repeatedly, resonating with every listener who had longed to see the face of a lost loved one, who had known doubt and hesitation and craved certainty. The Greeks understood that Hades' rule was unyielding. One glance, one misstep, and all was lost. The tale captured the poignant struggle of love against mortality, the tragedy of desire confronting inevitability, and in its telling, it gave voice to the ache carried within every human heart. Another famous descent was that of Heracles. Unlike Orpheus, he was no gentle musician but the mightiest of heroes. His labors had already taken him across the earth, and for his 12th and final task, he was commanded to retrieve Kerberos from the underworld. Armed not with weapons but with courage, he descended. Hades did not forbid him but stipulated that he bring the hound back without arms or force. Heracles wrestled Kerberos with his bare hands, grappling with the thrashing heads, enduring the serpent's tail, and subduing the beast through sheer strength. Dragging the hound to the surface, he completed his labor, proving that even Hades' guardians could be overcome. However, once the task was done, Kerberos was returned, for no creature of that realm could remain above. Heracles' descent showcased another facet of the mythic imagination, where Orpheus revealed love's fragility, Heracles embodied strength's triumph. Yet even he did not conquer death. He borrowed Kerberos but did not keep him. The underworld remained intact, and Heracles, for all his might, could not subvert its power. His story reminded listeners that even the strongest cannot defy Hades' order. They may visit, They may struggle, but they must return to the world of the living unchanged. Pirithous, too, ventured below, though his purpose was less noble. Alongside his companion Theseus, he conceived a daring and foolish plan to abduct Persephone herself as a bride. Such hubris was destined to fail. Upon entering Hades' halls, the two heroes found themselves ensnared. Hades seated them in the chair of forgetfulness, where they remained bound by invisible chains, their minds clouded, their bodies immobilized. For years they sat until Heracles, during his own descent, managed to free Theseus. Even so, he could not break Pirithous' bonds. The tale served as a caution against arrogance. To challenge Hades and seek his queen was folly, as no mortal ambition could overturn the underworld's laws. The Greeks also recounted other tales of descent. Odysseus, in Homer's Odyssey, journeyed to the land of the dead, guided by the sorceress Circe. He dug a pit, poured libations of honey, wine, and blood, and summoned the shades. There he met the spirit of the prophet Tiresias, who foretold his fate. He saw Achilles, who confessed he would rather be a servant among the living than a king among the dead, and Agamemnon, bitter and mournful, along with countless others, all pale shadows of their former selves. The journey filled Odysseus with dread, and the audience with it as well. It was a vision not of torment, but of emptiness, a reminder that even the greatest heroes fade into dim memory in the halls of the dead. Later, Aeneas in Roman mythology would echo this descent, guided by the Sibyl, into a vision of judgment and destiny. But the Greek imagination had already mapped the course, tracing the path of the living into the land of the dead. For them, catabasis was more than a story. It was a ritual act, a means of contemplating mortality, a reminder of boundaries. To go down alive was to confront the truth that no one could remain. What unites these narratives is not triumph, but failure. Orpheus fails by looking back, Pirithous by arrogance. Even Heracles achieves only partial success, returning with proof of strength but not mastery over death. The message is unequivocal. The living may glimpse the underworld, but they cannot overthrow it. The rules are unbreakable, and the king waits. At best, one might visit and return. At worst, one remains bound forever. Yet, these tales also offered solace. By imagining heroes descending, listeners could picture the journey for themselves, mentally preparing for what they would one day face in reality. They could rehearse the crossing, the gates, the judges, the meadows. In hearing how Orpheus charmed even Hades, they could hope that love mattered. In hearing how Heracles wrestled Kerberos, they could believe that courage prevailed. In hearing how Pirithous was punished, they could learn that arrogance was indeed folly. Myth taught not only wonder, but wisdom, shaping how mortals lived in the face of death. The concept of descent also influenced rituals. In the Eleusinian mysteries, initiates symbolically reenacted the journey of Persephone, perhaps glimpsing in vision the path below. In drama, audiences watched heroes tread paths where they themselves would one day go. The underworld transitioned from a distant concept to a present reality, from unknown to mapped. It was terrifying, undoubtedly, but also knowable, and in knowing, the Greeks found a measure of peace. Imagine the hush of a theater as actors enacted their descent. Torches flickered, music resonated, and the audience felt the weight of shadow enveloping them. They recognized it as performance, but also as truth, for every man and woman would one day follow that path. The heroes had walked it first, and in their footsteps, mortals traced their own destiny. Ultimately, the stories of descent remind us not of victory but of humility. The underworld is not conquered, nor is it escaped, it is accepted. The heroes who ventured below did not return unchanged, and their tales did not erase death. Instead, they gave it form, meaning, and voice, allowing the Greeks to live more calmly with its shadow. So, let us leave them there. Orpheus with his lyre, Heracles with his strength, Pirate House bound in silence, Odysseus gazing at shades. Each touched the realm of Hades. Each returned with wisdom. Each revealed a truth. The living may descend, but they cannot remain. The laws of the underworld are eternal, and its king waits with patience. Heroes may test those laws, but in the end they too must yield. When we contemplate the Olympian gods, we envision marble temples, processions of worshippers, hymns, sacrifices, and joyful festivals. Zeus thundered from high peaks, Athena guided cities, and Dionysus was celebrated in ecstatic rites. Yet, for Hades, the picture was different. He was not a god of crowded altars or cheerful songs. His name was often avoided, his presence whispered rather than invoked. He was not loved, but he was honored in silence through meticulous ritual and fearful reverence. The worship of Hades diverged from that of any other deity. The Greeks navigated a profound duality, a deep respect intertwined with a chilling apprehension. Temples dedicated to Hades were remarkably scarce, and his public worship was notably subdued compared to his Olympian brethren. This reticence stemmed not from a lack of significance, but rather from an overwhelming one. He was too vital, too formidable, too intimately connected to human existence. Mortals approached with trepidation, reluctant to construct edifices that might attract his attention, for invoking his name was akin to beckoning mortality, a prospect most mortals sought to defer. Offerings, when made, were often conducted in clandestine nocturnal rituals, sometimes even buried beneath the earth. Sacrificial rites were performed with heads turned away, as if the very act of giving required concealment from his penetrating gaze. Nevertheless, places of veneration did exist, such as the sacred precincts at Eleusis. Here, Demeter and Persephone were honored, and Hades, under the more benevolent moniker of Pluton, played a crucial role within the mysteries. In this context, he was not perceived as a harbinger of destruction, but rather as an integral participant in the vital cycle of fertility and renewal. Furthermore, at Ilus in the Peloponnese, a sanctuary was dedicated to him, opened only once annually for sacrifices performed with hushed solemnity. In the sun-drenched landscapes of southern Italy and Sicily, regions intrinsically linked to the abundance of grain, Hades and Persephone were invoked in tandem, their intertwined dominion over both the cessation of life and its burgeoning resurgence acknowledged. His veneration frequently bore the imprint of euphemism. To circumvent uttering his true name, the Greeks would refer to him as the Unseen One, the host of many, or Pluton, the bestower of riches. This linguistic softening served as a human defense mechanism, a means of confronting dreaded realities without direct naming. Just as contemporary society might speak of passing away rather than directly confronting dying, the Greeks adopted Pluton as a substitute for Hades. This very act of avoidance functioned as a distinct form of worship, a silent acknowledgement that deference can be as potent as overt praise. The nature of the offerings made to him also underscored this unique relationship. Whereas most deities received libations poured skyward, Hades was presented with libations channeled downwards into the earth. Honey, milk, and blood were seeped into the soil as tributes to the chthonic deity. Black animals were sacrificed in his honor, their blood carefully spilled into pits. These rites were not intended for celebratory purposes but for appeasement, to ensure his continued distance, the tranquility of the departed, and the preservation of the established cosmic order. This mode of devotion illuminates the Greek perspective on mortality. They neither denied nor embraced it with outright joy, but rather treated it with a solemn reverence, tempered by profound caution. Hades was not a deity to be disregarded, yet he was certainly not one to be actively sought out. He represented the unavoidable, and consequently his cult was characterized by quietude, measured observance, and a palpable restraint. To worship him was to concede the certainty of one's own finitude, to recognize that beneath the vibrant tapestry of life, a perpetual shadow inevitably resided. The Eleusinian mysteries bestowed upon Hades a position of particular eminence. Although Demeter and Persephone were the central figures, Hades served as the unseen consort. His pivotal role in Persephone's descent into the underworld and her subsequent return rendered him indispensable to the ritualistic narrative. Those initiated into these rites were promised a more favorable existence in the afterlife, a gentler passage through his dominion. The precise nature of this promise remains an enigma, shrouded in the secrecy of oral tradition. However, one can surmise that by honoring Hades as Pluton, by acknowledging his integral participation in the perpetual cycle, devotees believed they had secured not only the fertility of their lands, but also a measure of solace for their souls. Archaeological findings corroborate this notion of careful veneration. Within ancient Greek and Italian burial sites, small inscribed tablets have been unearthed, bearing prayers addressed to Persephone and Pluton. Some of these artifacts offer guidance for the deceased soul, directing it towards the appropriate springs and pathways, thereby ensuring a safe journey. These Orphic tablets frequently implored the soul to assert its lineage from both terrestrial and celestial origins, destined for a fate exceeding the pale meadows of Asphodel. Carrying such a tablet signified an acknowledgement of Hades' authority and a preparation for his ultimate judgment, a form of worship extending beyond corporeal existence, a passport into the shadowed kingdom. Fear, however, remained an ever-present companion to reverence. Hades was depicted as stern and unyielding, his presence considered unwelcome at festivals of merriment. To offer a toast to him during a feast would have been an act of profound imprudence. Instead, he was honored during funerals, at gravesides, and within rituals of mourning. His worship was intrinsically interwoven with sorrow. Yet, even sorrow was imbued with respect, for the Greeks perceived mourning as a recognition of the natural order. They wept, but they also offered, they grieved, but they also appeased. In their tears, Hades found his presence. There are also indications of personal devotion. Certain individuals may have implored him for retribution, for justice in the face of wrongs that mortal legal systems could not rectify. For Hades was not solely the lord of the departed, but also the guarantor of justice in the afterlife. In such supplications he was invoked not as Pluton, the bestower of wealth, but as the austere sovereign who maintained the equilibrium of souls. To seek his aid was perilous, but at times necessity demanded confrontation with danger. In comedic contexts, Hades could be subjected to mild ridicule, as exemplified in Aristophanes' Frogs, where his realm becomes a stage for playful mockery. Yet, even in these instances, the laughter was tinged with an undercurrent of apprehension. To jest with the god of death was to implicitly acknowledge one's own fear. The audience would laugh, but with a palpable sense of unease, acutely aware that the shadow they so casually joked about would, in time, envelop them as well. Comedy provided a means of obliquely confronting dread, of softening its harsh edges without denying its existence. In this fashion, even derision served as a form of acknowledgement, another mask of devotion. When juxtaposed with the worship of other deities, the distinctiveness of Hades' cult becomes strikingly apparent. Zeus demanded sacrifices for protection, Poseidon for safe passage, Athena for wisdom, Aphrodite for love. Hades, however, sought no specific favors, yet ultimately received everything. He was not a deity one courted for personal gain. Rather, he was a deity for whom one prepared, whom one appeased quietly, and whom one accepted as an inevitable reality. His worship was less about petitioning and more about acknowledging. It was, in essence, worship born of resignation. The Romans inherited this paradigm, further gentling his image under the appellation Pluto. During the Roman era, his association shifted more towards material riches than towards profound dread. Temples to Pluto began to appear in regions rich in mineral resources, where wealth was extracted from the earth. Nevertheless, even then, the specter of mortality lingered. To invoke him was to contemplate death, to remember one's own impermanence and to recognize the inherent limitations of human ambition. Prosperity and demise remained inextricably linked. Within the Greek conception, worship and apprehension were inseparable. To honor Hades was to fear him, and to fear him was to honor him. He embodied the boundaries, the endings, and the irreversible threshold that no mortal could traverse twice. To pour libations into the earth was to concede that the ground beneath not only sustained life, but also ultimately reclaimed it. To offer black animals was to acknowledge that darkness possesses a sanctity equal to that of light. To whisper his name as Pluton was to temper dread with a semblance of gentleness. Visualize, then, the nocturnal rituals illuminated by torchlight. Mourners gather at a gravesite. Libations are poured, and the soil absorbs them. A prayer is uttered softly, perhaps not directly invoking Hades by name, but with the certainty that he hears. The family departs in hushed silence, leaving behind offerings for the unseen deity. No celebratory feast, no song, only a profound and quiet respect. Alternatively, imagine the hallowed halls of Eleusis, where initiates proceed in solemn procession, the air thick with an atmosphere of secrecy. They meticulously reenact the descent of Persephone, paying homage to the cyclical pattern of loss and return. And in the shadows, Pluton is present, not as an antagonist, but as an essential partner in the eternal rhythm of existence. Such veneration might appear peculiar to contemporary observers, so restrained, so marked by deliberate avoidance. Yet, it reveals a fundamental aspect of the human condition. To exist is to be cognizant of the ultimate arrival of death. To worship Hades was not an act of affection, but a solemn admission of this irrefutable truth. The Greeks confronted their mortality not with denial, but with ritualistic practice. They gave it form, they bestowed upon it honor, they enveloped it in silence, and in doing so, they discovered a path toward living more fully, acutely aware that every harvest, every coin, every breath represented borrowed time. Thus, the worship of Hades stood apart from that of all other deities. It was characterized by caution, by trepidation, by whispered reverence, and by a pervasive restraint. Yet, it was undeniably real and endured, profoundly shaping the Greeks' funeral customs, their agricultural practices, and their contemplation of destiny. He was the god of silence, and in silence they honored him. He was the god of inevitability, and with acceptance they honored him. Worship and fear coalesced, bound together as inextricably as life and death. The Greeks perceived their gods not as abstract concepts, but as distinct personalities, each possessing unique powers and temperaments that provided explanations for the world around them. Hades, though often reticent, was as integral to their worldview as Zeus or Poseidon. However, when positioned alongside the rulers of the afterlife from other cultures, or even contrasted with his Roman counterpart Pluto, the singular nature of his character becomes more clearly discernible. The Greeks envisioned the underworld not as a realm of unending torment, nor as a paradise exclusively for the chosen, but as a domain of inevitability, balance, and inherent order. To fully grasp the essence of Hades, it is beneficial to examine him in contrast to others. Consider, for instance, the Egyptians, whose presiding figure over death was Osiris. His narrative recounted betrayal and subsequent resurrection, a god slain by his brother Set and restored through the unwavering devotion of Isis. Osiris evolved into the judge of the deceased, enthroned and depicted with the verdant skin as a symbol of rebirth. The Egyptians imagined the afterlife as a reflection of earthly existence, abundant and fertile, provided the soul proved its worthiness to reach Osiris. The deceased heart was meticulously weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the embodiment of truth. A heart lighter than the feather granted entry into verdant fields of plenty. Conversely, a heart burdened by sin was consumed by a monstrous entity, signifying the eternal termination of its existence. In this context, judgment was absolute, a rigorous assessment of moral character, a trial that dictated eternal destiny. The Greek conception was considerably less stark. Their departed did not face obliteration, nor were they typically granted perpetual bliss, save for exceptionally rare circumstances. Instead, the majority drifted into the meadows of asphodel, existing as pale, indistinct entities, dwelling in shadow rather than in torment or paradise. The underworld judges did indeed weigh mortal deeds, but the scales of judgment leaned less towards morality and more towards destiny, towards determining a soul's rightful place within the established cosmic structure. Hades himself was not the adjudicator, but rather the sovereign who presided over this order. He did not weigh hearts, nor did he consume the guilty. His primary function was to maintain order, and for the Greeks, order held greater significance than extremes of reward or punishment. The Norse conceived of their deceased in yet another fashion. Hel, the goddess who governed the underworld of the same name, was depicted as half alive and half corpse, her being divided between allure and decay. While grim, she was not entirely malevolent. Her hall served as the destination for those who did not perish in combat. Warriors felled by weaponry were destined for Odin's Valhalla, while the remainder, the vast majority of souls, found their way to Hel's domain. The Norse, much like the Greeks, recognized that most lives are lived in ordinary fashion, and not everyone meets their end in glorious battle. Consequently, Hel's realm was envisioned as a place of rest, not of torment, although later Christian influences contributed to a more sinister portrayal of her image. Hades shares a parallel with Hel in this balanced representation. Not a demonic figure, but a ruler presiding over the natural destination of most souls. Both deities embody inevitability rather than definitive judgment. When the Greeks spoke of Hades, they did not envision fiery infernos or brimstone. Such concepts were later imports from different traditions. Their underworld was dim, cool, and replete with shadows, but it was not characterized by unending torment. Punishments within Tartarus were reserved for cosmic transgressors, titans, giants, and those who directly challenged the gods. For mortals, the afterlife was a more subdued affair. A virtuous life might lead to Elysium, while a wicked existence could result in consignment to Tartarus. But for the majority, the afterlife offered neither extreme. It was simply a continuation in a state of shadow. In this regard, Hades stands distinctly apart from Osiris, who presided over moral judgment, and from later depictions of Hel, which focused primarily on retribution. The Greek underworld was less concerned with sin and more with the pervasive reality of inevitability. The Romans adopted Hades into their pantheon, but they subsequently reshaped his persona. They referred to him as Pluto, derived from Pluton, the wealth giver. Over time, his image underwent further softening. The Romans associated him not only with death, but also with material riches, particularly those extracted from the earth. Mines, agriculture, and fertility all fell under his purview. As Roman religious practices evolved, Pluto transitioned into a figure less to be feared and more to be honored. He was invoked in rituals of abundance, and gratitude was expressed for grain and accumulated treasure. His role as the grim monarch gradually receded into the background, overshadowed by his identity as a provider of prosperity. Even the name Pluto transcended its ancient origins, eventually becoming associated with the distant planet, a celestial body characterized by its coldness and shadows, yet possessing a glimmering presence. In this manner, the Roman Pluto exemplifies how cultural interpretations can shift emphasis, transforming apprehension into reverence and darkness into perceived beneficence. Hades also presents a stark contrast to his brothers, Zeus and Poseidon. His siblings were characterized by their boisterousness, their dramatic interventions, and their incessant entanglement with mortal affairs. Zeus hurled thunderbolts, engaged in numerous affairs, and ruthlessly punished his rivals. Poseidon conjured storms, caused the earth to tremble, and frequently clashed with heroes. In contrast, Hades remained steadfastly within his own domain. He rarely pursued mortals, with the notable exception of his abduction of Persephone, and he did not exhibit rage across the mortal world. He ruled with quiet dignity. Within this fundamental difference lay his formidable power. He possessed no need to assert his dominance, for all souls eventually found their way to him. His patience was a force more potent than any overt display of strength. While his brothers might garner worship through spectacular displays, Hades commanded it through his sheer inevitability. Even within the framework of Greek religion itself, Hades occupied a distinct position. Most deities solicited sacrifices in exchange for favors. Hades, however, demanded nothing, yet ultimately received everything. All mortals, whether willingly or unwillingly, would eventually arrive in his halls. His cult remained diminutive, not due to any lack of power, but because of his overwhelming greatness, his perpetual proximity, and his undeniable inevitability. To directly venerate him was to implicitly acknowledge one's own mortality. Consequently, he was honored indirectly through euphemisms, through the rites of burial, and through the agricultural cycles that mirrored his dominion. In contrast to other gods who were actively sought for their blessings, Hades was acknowledged for his fundamental presence. He was not petitioned for favors. He was accepted as an undeniable fact. These contrasts are clearly articulated in literary works. When Odysseus descends to the underworld in Homer's epic, he encounters not torment, but faintly whispering shades. Later, when Aeneas ventures into the underworld in Virgil's epic, the Roman perspective expands to encompass detailed depictions of punishments and rewards, reflecting Rome's more structured moral framework. Subsequently, when philosophers contemplated the nature of the soul, they drew upon Hades as a symbol of continuity, while Egyptian thought offered symbols of ultimate judgment. Each culture reflected its unique priorities. For the Greeks, balance and inevitability held paramount importance. For the Egyptians, justice and rebirth. For the Romans, wealth and prosperity. And for the Norse, valor and honor. The distinctiveness of Hades lies in his quietude. He does not bellow. He does not rage. He does not deliver moral pronouncements. He simply presides, he waits, he governs. Within him, the Greeks perceived not a judge of morality, nor a punisher of transgressions, nor a bestower of eternal rewards, but the very embodiment of necessity. He was the deity who served as a constant reminder that life is fleeting, that death is a universal certainty, and that the earth beneath us simultaneously nourishes and consumes. In this profound sense, Hades is less dramatic but more deeply meaningful than many other gods. He represents not solely hope or fear, but the inescapable rhythm that underpins all existence. Consider for a moment how this fundamental difference shaped the fabric of daily life. An Egyptian might live with the constant awareness that their heart would be weighed against the feather of truth. A Norseman might live with the aspiration of dying in battle to achieve Valhalla. A Roman might honor Pluto for the blessings of fertility and accumulated treasure. A Greek, contemplating Hades, lived with the sobering realization that all paths ultimately converged at the same gateway. This profound awareness fostered a certain sobriety. Yet, paradoxically, it also engendered a sense of freedom. Given that all would ultimately transition into shadow, the true significance lay in how one conducted themselves prior to that inevitable transition. Fame, honor, the bonds of friendship, these elements imbued life with meaning, as death was both certain and impartial. In contrast to later Christian interpretations of hell, Hades posed no existential moral threat looming over every decision. He was not eternal fire, but eternal shadow. He did not demand righteousness, but he served as a potent reminder of mortality. Within this reminder resided a profound wisdom. The Greeks reveled in laughter, experienced love, engaged in conflict, and celebrated with feasts, all the while knowing that Hades patiently awaited. Their rituals, their myths, and their dramatic performances all bore testament to his presence. While not a central figure in their festive gatherings, he was undeniably integral to their overarching understanding of existence. By contrasting him with other deities associated with death, his distinctive character emerges with greater clarity: quiet, inevitable, impartial, and patient. Picture him once more, seated within his somber hall, Persephone beside him, judges positioned before him, and the indistinct shades drifting in the background. Surrounding him lie the treasures of the earth, seeds swelling in darkness, veins of silver gleaming, and precious gems embedded within rock. He remains motionless. He does not raise his voice. He does not issue condemnations. He simply reigns, the unseen one, the wealth bringer, the silent king. When contrasted with Osiris, with Hell, with Pluto, his uniqueness is undeniable. Less theatrical perhaps, but more certain, less fiery, yet more enduring. And so, the Greeks coexisted with Hades, not as an object of terror, but as a fundamental truth. They undoubtedly feared him, yet they also revered him, softened his name, and integrated him into the cyclical rhythms of their agricultural practices and daily lives. In stark contrast to other cultures, their vision was not defined by final judgment, nor by unending torment, nor by glorious combat, but by a profound sense of balance, of inevitability, and of a shadow that lent meaning to the light. And within that vision, they discovered a way to live life to its fullest, perpetually aware of the silent king. When the Greeks spoke of Hades, they were not merely whispering about a deity who governed the subterranean realms, but also acknowledging the equilibrium that quietly shaped their existence. Hades was not a god of retribution, nor a harbinger of chaos, nor the devil figure of later traditions. He represented something more profound, more inevitable, and perhaps more significant. He was the silent arbiter of existence itself, a constant reminder that everything possesses a beginning and an end, and that both aspects of this pattern hold equal weight. His very name carried a weighty significance, and his presence evoked a primal fear. Yet, within his patience and impartiality resided a truth that the Greeks accepted as an intrinsic component of the natural order of life. He never possessed the dramatic flair of his brothers. Zeus, with his thunder, filled the sky with spectacle. Poseidon, with his tempests, made the seas churn and the earth tremble. Hades, however, remained resolute in his domain, steady and constant, silent yet perpetually present. While his brothers engaged in conflict, disputes, and intricate schemes, Hades presided over a kingdom that steadily expanded. With each passing day, his realm grew larger, as mortals transitioned from the world above into his stewardship. He did not pursue them, he did not entice them. He simply waited, and in time, he received them all. To the Greeks, this unwavering patience was not a sign of weakness, but a testament to his ultimate power. For who could truly resist him? One might outrun a storm, defy a king, or even vanquish an enemy in battle. However, no man, no woman, no hero could escape the final journey into his dominion. Even the most legendary figures, Heracles, Achilles, Odysseus, all encountered him, whether in narrative or in their ultimate destiny. He is patient, and the Greeks understood that patience surpasses brute force. In Hades, they perceived inevitability adorned with the dignity of silence. Moreover, they also recognized the inherent balance he represented. He was not merely Hades, the stern ruler of the departed. He was also Pluton, the bringer of wealth. The Greeks tempered his name not out of deceit, but out of a profound understanding. Beneath the earth lay not only the realm of the dead, but also a trove of riches. Seeds concealed within the soil would eventually sprout into abundant harvests. Veins of silver shimmered within the subterranean depths, and precious gems sparkled in places untouched by sunlight. The ground served as both a grave and a source of life, a tomb and a womb. To invoke him as Pluton was to honor the inherent richness of the earth, to understand that beneath the cessation of life lies the promise of its renewal. The myth of Persephone perfectly encapsulated this essential rhythm. Each year, she descended into shadow, causing the earth above to wither. Each year she reappeared, and the fields once again flourished with verdant life. Without her absence, there could be no return. Without Hades's claim, there could be no eventual release. The Greeks grasped this cyclical pattern not merely as a metaphorical narrative, but as a daily reality. Their crops, their seasons, and their festivals all mirrored the cycle of descent and return. Death and life were not adversaries, but rather partners, bound together in an eternal equilibrium. The rituals observed in his worship further reflected this truth. Hades commanded few temples, yet he commanded profound reverence. His sacrifices were conducted under the cloak of night, in absolute silence, with observers averting their gaze. The ground absorbed these offerings, serving as a conduit to the unseen deity. The family departed in quiet solemnity, leaving behind offerings for the deity of the unseen. There was no feasting, no singing, only a deep and abiding respect. Or, imagine the sacred halls of Eleusis, where initiates proceeded in hushed reverence, the atmosphere thick with a sense of mystery. They meticulously recreated the journey of Persephone, honoring the cycle of loss and subsequent rejuvenation. And in the shadowed recesses, Pluton remained present, not as a malevolent figure, but as an integral participant in the unending cosmic ballet. Such forms of worship may seem peculiar to our modern sensibilities, so restrained, so marked by a deliberate avoidance of direct engagement. Yet they reveal a fundamental aspect of the human experience. To live is to acknowledge the inevitable approach of death. To worship Hades was not an act of affection, but a stark admission of this irrefutable truth. The Greeks confronted their mortality not through denial, but through established ritualistic practices. They gave it tangible form, they imbued it with honor, they cloaked it in silence, and in so doing they discovered a path toward living with greater fullness, acutely aware that every harvest, every coin acquired, every breath taken represented borrowed time. Thus, the worship of Hades stood in stark contrast to that of any other deity. It was characterized by caution, by apprehension, by whispered reverence, and by a palpable restraint. Nevertheless, it was undeniably real and enduring, profoundly influencing the Greeks' customs surrounding the deceased, their agricultural practices, and their contemplation of their ultimate fate. He was the deity of silence, and in silence they rendered him homage. He was the deity of inevitability, and with acceptance they rendered him homage. The Greeks' understanding of their gods was not abstract. They viewed them as distinct personalities, each possessing unique attributes and temperaments that provided frameworks for understanding the surrounding world. Hades, though often reserved, was as vital to their cosmic perspective as Zeus or Poseidon. Yet, when placed in comparison with the rulers of the underworld in other cultures, or even with his Roman counterpart Pluto, the unique nature of his character becomes more evident. The Greeks envisioned the underworld not as a realm of unending torment, nor as a paradise reserved for a select few, but as a domain characterized by inevitability, balance, and inherent order. To truly comprehend Hades, it is beneficial to consider him in opposition to others. For instance, among the Egyptians, the deity presiding over death was Osiris. His myth recounted betrayal and subsequent resurrection, a god slain by his brother Set and restored through the devotion of Isis. Osiris became the arbiter of the dead, seated upon his throne, his skin depicted as green to symbolize rebirth. The Egyptians imagined the afterlife as a mirror of earthly life, fertile and abundant, provided the soul had proven worthy to approach Osiris. The heart of the deceased was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the principle of truth. A heart lighter than the feather granted admission into fields of plenty. Conversely, a heart heavy with sin was consumed by a monstrous entity, signifying the eternal cessation of its existence. Here, judgment was absolute, a weighing of moral worth, a trial that determined eternal destiny. The Greek vision was far less severe. Their departed did not face annihilation, nor were they granted perpetual bliss, except in exceedingly rare instances. Instead, most drifted into the meadows of Asphodel, existing as pale and indistinct entities, dwelling in shadow rather than in torment or paradise. The judges of the underworld did indeed weigh deeds, but the scale of judgment leaned less toward morality and more toward destiny, towards determining a soul's rightful place within the grand cosmic structure. Hades himself was not the judge, but the sovereign who presided. He did not weigh hearts, nor did he consume the guilty. His primary role was to maintain order, and for the Greeks, order superseded extremes of reward or punishment. The Norse peoples envisioned their deceased in yet another manner. Hel, the goddess who ruled the underworld of the same name, was depicted as half alive and half corpse, her form divided between beauty and decay. While grim, she was not inherently malevolent. Her hall received those who did not perish in combat. Warriors slain by weapons were destined for Odin's Valhalla, while the rest, the vast majority, proceeded to Hel's realm. The Norse, much like the Greeks, acknowledged that most lives are lived in an ordinary fashion, and not everyone meets their end in glorious battle. Consequently, Hel's domain was considered a place of rest, not torment, although later Christian influences contributed to a darker portrayal of her image. Hades shares a resemblance with Hel in this balanced representation. Not a devilish figure, but a ruler who governs the natural destination of the majority of souls. Both deities embody inevitability rather than judgment. When the Greeks spoke of Hades, they did not envision fire or brimstone. Such concepts were later introduced from different cultural traditions. Their underworld was dimly lit, cool, and filled with shadows, but it was not characterized by endless torment. Punishments within Tartarus were reserved for cosmic offenders, titans, giants, and those who directly challenged the gods. For mortals, the afterlife was a more subdued experience. A life lived virtuously might lead to Elysium, while a wicked existence could result in consignment to Tartarus. But for most, the afterlife was neither. It was simply a continuation within a state of shadow. In this regard, Hades stands apart from Osiris, who presided over moral judgment, and from later conceptions of hell, which focused on punishment. The Greek underworld was less about sin and more about the inescapable reality of inevitability. The Romans inherited Hades, but they subsequently reshaped his persona. They referred to him as Pluto, a name derived from Pluton, the wealth giver. Over time, his image underwent further softening. The Romans associated him not only with death, but also with material riches, particularly those drawn from the earth. Mines, agriculture, and fertility all fell under his sphere of influence. As Roman religious beliefs evolved, Pluto transitioned into a figure less to be feared and more to be revered. He was invoked in rituals of abundance, and gratitude was expressed for grain and accumulated treasure. His role as the grim monarch gradually receded into the background, overshadowed by his identity as a provider of prosperity. The name Pluto even persisted into modern times, eventually being assigned to the distant planet, a celestial body characterized by its coldness and shadows, yet possessing a faint glimmer. In this manner, the Roman Pluto illustrates how cultural perspectives can shift their emphasis, transforming apprehension into reverence and darkness into perceived beneficence. Hades also presents a striking contrast to his brothers, Zeus and Poseidon. His siblings were known for their boisterous nature, their dramatic interventions, and their constant involvement in mortal affairs. Zeus hurled thunderbolts, engaged in numerous romantic liaisons, and ruthlessly punished his rivals. Poseidon conjured storms, caused the earth to tremble, and frequently quarreled with heroes. In contrast, Hades remained resolutely within his own domain. He seldom pursued mortals, with the notable exception of his abduction of Persephone, and he did not exhibit wrathful behavior across the mortal world. He ruled with quiet dignity. Within this fundamental divergence lay his significant power. He had no need to actively assert his authority, for all souls would eventually gravitate towards him. His patience was a quality more potent than any overt display of force. While his brothers might secure worship through spectacular demonstrations, Hades commanded it through his sheer inevitability. Even within the framework of Greek religious beliefs, Hades occupied a distinct position. Most deities required sacrifices in exchange for specific favors. Hades, however, demanded nothing, yet ultimately received everything. All mortals, whether willingly or unwillingly, would ultimately arrive in his halls. His cult remained modest, not due to any deficiency in power, but rather because of his overwhelming greatness, his constant proximity, and his undeniable inevitability. To directly honor him was to implicitly acknowledge one's own mortality. Consequently, he was honored indirectly through euphemisms, through the rites associated with burial, and through the agricultural cycles that mirrored his dominion. In contrast to other gods who were actively sought for their blessings, Hades was acknowledged for his intrinsic presence. He was not petitioned for favors. He was accepted as an unalterable fact. These distinctions are clearly evident in literary narratives. When Odysseus embarks on his descent into the underworld in Homer's epic, he encounters not torment, but faintly whispering shades. Later, when Aeneas undertakes his journey into the underworld in Virgil's epic, the Roman perspective evolves to include detailed descriptions of punishments and rewards, reflecting Rome's more structured moral outlook. Subsequently, when philosophers engaged in discussions about the soul, they utilized Hades as a symbol of continuity, while Egyptian thought offered symbols of ultimate judgment. Each culture mirrored its own distinct priorities. For the Greeks, balance and inevitability held paramount importance. For the Egyptians, justice and renewal. For the Romans, wealth and prosperity. And for the Norse, battle and honor. The uniqueness of Hades lies in his quiet demeanor. He does not raise his voice, he does not exhibit anger, he does not engage in moralistic pronouncements. He simply presides, he waits, he governs. Within him, the Greeks perceived not a judge of morality, nor a dispenser of punishment, nor a bestower of unending reward, but the very essence of necessity. He was the deity who served as a constant reminder that life is transient, that death is a universal certainty, and that the earth beneath us simultaneously sustains life and ultimately reclaims it. In this profound sense, Hades possesses a significance that transcends mere drama, offering a deeper meaning than many other gods. He represents not solely hope or fear, but the inescapable rhythm that underpins all of existence. Consider for a moment how this fundamental difference influenced the daily lives of the people. An Egyptian might live with the constant awareness that their heart would be weighed against the feather of truth. A Norseman might live with the hope of dying in battle to achieve entry into Valhalla. A Roman might honor Pluto for the blessings of fertility and accumulated treasure. A Greek, reflecting on Hades, lived with the sobering understanding that all paths inevitably led to the same gateway. This profound awareness fostered a certain sobriety, yet it also paradoxically bestowed a sense of freedom. Given that all would ultimately transition into shadow, the true significance resided in how one conducted themselves prior to that inevitable transition. Fame, honor, hospitality, the bonds of friendship, these elements provided life with meaning, as death was both certain and impartial. In contrast to later Christian interpretations of hell, Hades did not represent a moral threat that loomed over every choice. He was not eternal fire, but eternal shadow. He did not demand righteousness, but he served as a potent reminder of mortality. Within this reminder lay a profound wisdom. The Greeks experienced laughter, love, conflict, and celebration, all while possessing the knowledge that Hades patiently awaited. Their rituals, their myths, and their theatrical performances all acknowledged his presence. While not a central figure in their festivities, he was undeniably integral to their overarching comprehension of existence. By contrasting him with other deities associated with death, his distinctive character emerges with greater clarity. Quiet, inevitable, impartial, and patient. Envision him once more, seated within his somber hall, Persephone at his side, judges positioned before him, and the indistinct shades drifting in the periphery. Around him lie the treasures of the earth, seeds swelling in darkness, veins of silver gleaming, and precious gems embedded within rock. He remains motionless. He does not raise his voice. He does not issue condemnations. He simply reigns, the unseen one, the wealth bringer, the silent king. When compared to Osiris, to Hel, and to Pluto, his uniqueness is undeniable. Less theatrical, perhaps, but more certain, less fiery, yet more enduring. And so, the Greeks coexisted with Hades, not as an object of terror, but as a fundamental truth. They undoubtedly feared him, yet they also revered him, softened his name, and integrated him into the cyclical rhythms of their agricultural practices and daily lives. In stark contrast to other cultures, their vision was not characterized by final judgment, nor by unending torment, nor by glorious combat, but by a profound sense of balance, of inevitability, and of a shadow that lent meaning to the light. And within that vision they discovered a path toward living life to its fullest. perpetually aware of the silent king. When the Greeks referred to Hades, they were not merely whispering about a deity who presided over the underworld, but also acknowledging the equilibrium that quietly governed their lives. Hades was not a god of punishment, nor a bringer of chaos, nor the devil figure of later traditions. He represented something more intricate, more inevitable, and perhaps more profound. He was the silent measure of existence itself, a constant reminder that everything possesses a beginning and an end, and that both aspects of this pattern hold equal significance. His name carried substantial weight, and his presence evoked a primal fear. However, within his patience and impartiality resided a truth that the Greeks accepted as an integral part of the natural order of life. He never possessed the dramatic flair of his brothers. Zeus, with his thunderous pronouncements, filled the sky with spectacle. Poseidon, with his tempestuous nature, caused the seas to churn and the earth to tremble. Hades, conversely, remained steadfast in his domain, exhibiting constancy and a silent yet ever-present nature. While his brothers engaged in conflicts, quarrels, and intricate machinations, Hades governed a kingdom that steadily expanded. With each passing day, his realm grew larger as mortals transitioned from the world above into his care. He did not pursue them. He did not entice them. He simply awaited their arrival, and in time he received them all. To the Greeks, this unwavering patience was not indicative of weakness, but rather a testament to his ultimate power. For who could truly resist him? One might evade a storm, defy a monarch, or even vanquish an adversary in combat. Yet, no mortal, be it man, woman, or hero, could escape the final journey into his halls. Even the most legendary figures, such as Heracles, Achilles, and Odysseus, all confronted him, either in story or in their ultimate destiny. He is patient, and the Greeks understood that patience is a quality superior to brute force. In Hades, they perceived inevitability, adorned with the dignity of silence. Furthermore, they also recognized the inherent balance he represented. He was not merely Hades, the stern sovereign of the departed. He was also Pluton, the bringer of wealth. The Greeks softened his appellation not out of dishonesty, but out of a profound recognition. Beneath the earth lay not only the realm of the deceased, but also a repository of riches. Seeds concealed within the soil would eventually mature into abundant harvests. Veins of silver shimmered within the subterranean strata, and precious gems sparkled in places untouched by sunlight. The ground served simultaneously as a grave and a source of life, a tomb and a womb. To refer to him as Pluton was to honor the inherent richness of the earth, to comprehend that beneath the cessation of life lies the promise of its renewal. The myth of Persephone perfectly encapsulated this fundamental rhythm. Each year, she descended into the shadowy depths, causing the earth above to wither and become barren. Each year, she reappeared, and the fields once again flourished with verdant life. Without her absence, the possibility of her return would cease to exist. Without Hades's claim, the eventual release would be unattainable. The Greeks grasped the cyclical pattern, not merely as a metaphorical narrative, but as a daily reality. Their agricultural cycles, their seasonal changes, and their festivals all mirrored the pattern of descent and return. Death and life were not viewed as adversaries, but as partners, intrinsically bound together in an eternal equilibrium. The rituals observed in his veneration further reflected this truth. Hades commanded few temples, yet he inspired deep reverence. His sacrifices were conducted under the cover of night, in absolute silence, with observers deliberately averting their gaze. The soil absorbed these offerings, acting as a conduit to the unseen deity. The family would depart in quiet solemnity, leaving behind offerings for the deity of the unseen. There was no revelry, no singing, only a profound and pervasive sense of respect. Alternatively, envision the sacred precincts of Eleusis, where initiates proceeded in hushed procession, the atmosphere thick with an aura of mystery. They meticulously reenacted the descent of Persephone, paying homage to the cycle of loss and subsequent rejuvenation. And within the shadowed recesses, Pluton remained present, not as a malevolent figure but as an essential participant in the eternal cosmic ballet. Such forms of worship may appear peculiar to our modern sensibilities, characterized as they are by such restraint and a deliberate avoidance of direct engagement. Nevertheless, they illuminate a fundamental aspect of the human experience. To exist is to acknowledge the inevitable approach of death. To worship Hades was not an act of affection, but a stark admission of this irrefutable truth. The Greeks confronted their mortality not through denial, but through established ritualistic practices. They gave it tangible form. They imbued it with honor. They cloaked it in silence, and in doing so, they discovered a path toward living with greater fullness, acutely aware that every harvest, every acquired coin, every breath taken represented borrowed time. Thus, the worship of Hades stood in stark contrast to that of any other deity. It was characterized by caution, by apprehension, by whispered reverence, and by a pervasive restraint. Nevertheless, it was undeniably real and enduring, profoundly influencing the Greeks' customs surrounding the deceased, their agricultural practices, and their contemplation of their ultimate fate. He was the deity of silence, and in silence they rendered him homage. He was the deity of inevitability, and with acceptance they rendered him homage. Worship and fear were unified, bound together as inextricably as life and death. The Greeks perceived their gods not as abstract concepts, but as distinct personalities, each possessing unique attributes and temperaments that provided frameworks for understanding the surrounding world. Hades, though often reserved, was as vital to their cosmic perspective as Zeus or Poseidon. However, when placed in comparison with the rulers of the underworld in other cultures, or even with his Roman counterpart Pluto, the unique nature of his character becomes more evident. The Greeks envisioned the underworld not as a realm of unending torment, nor as a paradise reserved for a select few, but as a domain characterized by inevitability, balance, and inherent order. To truly comprehend Hades, it is beneficial to consider him in opposition to others. For instance, among the Egyptians, the deity presiding over death was Osiris. His myth recounted betrayal and subsequent resurrection, a god slain by his brother Set and restored through the devotion of Isis. Osiris became the arbiter of the dead, seated upon his throne, his skin depicted as green to symbolize rebirth. The Egyptians imagined the afterlife as a mirror of earthly life, fertile and abundant, provided the soul had proven worthy to approach Osiris. The heart of the deceased was weighed against the feather of Mahat, the principle of truth. A heart lighter than the feather granted admission into fields of plenty. Conversely, a heart heavy with sin was consumed by a monstrous entity, signifying the eternal cessation of its existence. Here, judgment was absolute, a weighing of moral worth, a trial that determined eternal destiny. The Greek vision was far less severe. Their departed did not face annihilation, nor were they granted perpetual bliss, except in exceedingly rare instances. Instead, most drifted into the meadows of asphodel, existing as pale and indistinct entities, dwelling in shadow rather than in torment or paradise. The judges of the underworld did indeed weigh deeds, but the scale of judgment leaned less toward morality and more toward destiny, towards determining a soul's rightful place within the grand cosmic structure. Hades himself was not the judge, but the sovereign who presided. He did not weigh hearts, nor did he consume the guilty. His primary role was to maintain order, and, for the Greeks, order superseded extremes of reward or punishment. The Norse peoples envisioned their deceased in yet another manner. Hel, the goddess who ruled the underworld of the same name, was depicted as half alive and half corpse, her form divided between beauty and decay. While grim, she was not inherently malevolent. Her hall received those who did not perish in combat. Warriors slain by weapons were destined for Odin's Valhalla, while the rest, the vast majority, proceeded to Hel's realm. The Norse, much like the Greeks, acknowledged that most lives are lived in an ordinary fashion, and not everyone meets their end in glorious battle. Consequently, Hel's domain was considered a place of rest, not torment, although later Christian influences contributed to a darker portrayal of her image. Hades shares a resemblance with Hel in this balanced representation. Not a devilish figure, but a ruler who governs the natural destination of the majority of souls. Both deities embody inevitability rather than judgment. When the Greeks spoke of Hades, they did not envision fire or brimstone. Such concepts were later introduced from different cultural traditions. Their underworld was dimly lit, cool, and filled with shadows, but it was not characterized by endless torment. Punishments within Tartarus were reserved for cosmic offenders, titans, giants, and those who directly challenged the gods. For mortals, the afterlife was a more subdued experience. A life lived virtuously might lead to Elysium, while a wicked existence could result in consignment to Tartarus. But for most, the afterlife was neither. It was simply a continuation within a state of shadow. In this regard, Hades stands apart from Osiris, who presided over moral judgment, and from later conceptions of Hel, which focused on punishment. The Greek underworld was less about sin and more about the inescapable reality of inevitability. The Romans inherited Hades, but they subsequently reshaped his persona. They referred to him as Pluto, a name derived from Pluton, the wealth giver. Over time, his image underwent further softening. The Romans associated him not only with death, but also with material riches, particularly those drawn from the earth. Mines, agriculture, and fertility all fell under his sphere of influence. As Roman religious beliefs evolved, Pluto transitioned into a figure less to be feared and more to be revered. He was invoked in rituals of abundance, and gratitude was expressed for grain and accumulated treasure. His role as the grim monarch gradually receded into the background, overshadowed by his identity as a provider of prosperity. The name Pluto even persisted into modern times, eventually being assigned to the distant planet, a celestial body characterized by its coldness and shadows, yet possessing a faint glimmer. In this manner, the Roman Pluto illustrates how cultural perspectives can shift their emphasis, transforming apprehension into reverence and darkness into perceived beneficence. Hades also presents a striking contrast to his brothers, Zeus and Poseidon. His siblings were known for their boisterous nature, their dramatic interventions, and their constant involvement in mortal affairs. Zeus hurled thunderbolts, engaged in numerous romantic liaisons, and ruthlessly punished his rivals. Poseidon conjured storms, caused the earth to tremble, and frequently quarreled with heroes. In contrast, Hades remained resolutely within his own domain. He seldom pursued mortals, with the notable exception of his abduction of Persephone, and he did not exhibit wrathful behavior across the mortal world. He ruled with quiet dignity. Within this fundamental divergence lay his significant power. He had no need to actively assert his authority, for all souls would eventually gravitate towards him. His patience was a quality more potent than any overt display of force. While his brothers might secure worship through spectacular demonstrations, Hades commanded it through his sheer inevitability. Even within the framework of Greek religious beliefs, Hades occupied a distinct position. Most deities required sacrifices in exchange for specific favors. Hades, however, demanded nothing, yet ultimately received everything. All mortals, whether willingly or unwillingly, would ultimately arrive in his halls. His cult remained modest, not due to any deficiency in power, but rather because of his overwhelming greatness, his constant proximity, and his undeniable inevitability. To directly honor him was to implicitly acknowledge one's own mortality. Consequently, he was honored indirectly through euphemisms, through the rites associated with burial, and through the agricultural cycles that mirrored his dominion. In contrast to other gods who were actively sought for their blessings, Hades was acknowledged for his intrinsic presence. He was not petitioned for favors. He was accepted as an unalterable fact. These distinctions are clearly evident in literary narratives. When Odysseus embarks on his descent into the underworld in Homer's epic, he encounters not torment but faintly whispering shades. Later, when Aeneas undertakes his journey into the underworld in Virgil's epic, the Roman perspective evolves to include detailed descriptions of punishments and rewards, reflecting Rome's more structured moral outlook. Subsequently, when philosophers engaged in discussions about the soul, they utilized Hades as a symbol of continuity, while Egyptian thought offered symbols of ultimate judgment. Each culture mirrored its own distinct priorities. For the Greeks, balance and inevitability held paramount importance. For the Egyptians, justice and renewal. For the Romans, wealth and prosperity. And for the Norse, battle and honor. The uniqueness of Hades lies in his quiet demeanor. He does not raise his voice. He does not exhibit anger. He does not engage in moralistic pronouncements. He simply presides, he waits, he governs. Within him, the Greeks perceived not a judge of morality, nor a dispenser of punishment, nor a bestower of unending reward, but the very essence of necessity. He was the deity who served as a constant reminder that life is transient, that death is a universal certainty, and that the earth beneath us simultaneously sustains life and ultimately reclaims it. In this profound sense, Hades possesses a significance that transcends mere drama, offering a deeper meaning than many other gods. He represents not solely hope or fear, but the inescapable rhythm that underpins all of existence. Consider for a moment how this fundamental difference influenced the daily lives of the people. An Egyptian might live with the constant awareness that their heart would be weighed against the feather of truth. A Norseman might live with the hope of dying in battle to achieve entry into Valhalla. A Roman might honor Pluto for the blessings of fertility and accumulated treasure. A Greek, reflecting on Hades, lived with the sobering understanding that all paths inevitably led to the same gateway. This profound awareness fostered a certain sobriety, yet it also paradoxically bestowed a sense of freedom. Given that all would ultimately transition into shadow, the true significance resided in how one conducted themselves prior to that inevitable transition. Fame, honor, hospitality, the bonds of friendship. These elements provided life with meaning, as death was both certain and impartial. In contrast to later Christian interpretations of hell, Hades did not represent a moral threat that loomed over every choice. He was not eternal fire, but eternal shadow. He did not demand righteousness, but he served as a potent reminder of mortality. Within this reminder lay a profound wisdom. The Greeks experienced laughter, love, conflict, and celebration, all while possessing the knowledge that Hades patiently awaited. Their rituals, their myths, and their theatrical performances all acknowledged his presence. While not a central figure in their festivities, he was undeniably integral to their overarching comprehension of existence. By contrasting him with other deities associated with death, his distinctive character emerges with greater clarity. Quiet, inevitable, impartial, and patient. Envision him once more, seated within his somber hall, Persephone at his side, judges positioned before him, and the indistinct shades drifting in the periphery. Around him lie the treasures of the earth, seeds swelling in darkness, veins of silver gleaming, and precious gems embedded within rock. He remains motionless. He does not raise his voice. He does not issue condemnations. He simply reigns, the unseen one, the wealth bringer, the silent king. When compared to Osiris, to Hel, and to Pluto, his uniqueness is undeniable. Less theatrical, perhaps, but more certain. Less fiery, yet more enduring. And so, the Greeks coexisted with Hades, not as an object of terror, but as a fundamental truth. They undoubtedly feared him, yet they also revered him, softened his name, and integrated him into the cyclical rhythms of their agricultural practices and daily lives. In stark contrast to other cultures, their vision was not characterized by final judgment, nor by unending torment, nor by glorious combat, but by a profound sense of balance, of inevitability, and of a shadow that lent meaning to the light. And within that vision, they discovered a path toward living life to its fullest, perpetually aware of the silent king. For him, dark-hued creatures were selected. Their lifeblood flowed into excavated depressions, seeping into the very earth. Sweet nectar, rich vintages, and nourishing milk were poured onto the soil, presented as tributes to the divine entity unseen. Unlike the elevated sanctuaries erected for other deities of Olympus, his sacred rites involved offerings that descended into the dominion he governed. To honor him was not to beckon him forth, but rather to acknowledge his subterranean domain. This was a distinct form of devotion, characterized by apprehension, measured action, and profound reverence. Nevertheless, he was not perceived as malevolent. The Hellenes did not envision him as an instrument of torment. The recompense for transgressors was administered in Tartarus, under the supervision of different figures. Meanwhile, the majority of departed spirits meandered through the ethereal fields, wan but unmolted. Hades did not inflict suffering upon them. He simply welcomed them, retained them, and presided over them. His purpose was not to devise agony but to uphold order. In this capacity, he functioned almost as a celestial administrator, a cosmic functionary overseeing life's most immutable constant. His impartiality rendered him stern, yet it also ensured his fairness. This equitable nature provided the Hellenes with a peculiar sense of solace. In their earthly existence, affluence and authority skewed the balance. Monarchs and commanders enjoyed advantages, while common folk endured hardships. However, within the halls of Hades, all were rendered equal. Mortality claimed everyone, and death treated all impartially. The fare for Charon's ferry cost no more for a sovereign than for a pauper. Cerberus stood sentinel at the portals, indifferent to status. The appointed judges rendered verdicts on lives, but the king himself presided with impartial gravitas. To grasp this was to understand that the universe possessed a measure of justice, even if it manifested in silence and shadow. The Hellenes conveyed this understanding through their narratives. In Homer's epic, when Odysseus made his descent, he encountered Achilles amongst the shades. Achilles confessed that he would prefer to labor as the most humble servant among the living than to reign as king among the departed. Yet he remained there nonetheless, an integral part of an unalterable order. Heracles managed to haul Cerberus to the surface, but only with Hades' consent, and promptly returned him. Orpheus implored on behalf of Eurydice, and for a fleeting moment Hades yielded. However, once the stipulation was breached, he resolutely upheld the law. These accounts illustrated that even divine beings could bend, but Hades remained unwavering. His edicts were immutable, and this constancy was his strength. No myth chronicles Hades being deposed. The Titans were bound, the giants vanquished, and the Olympians engaged in internal disputes, yet none dared to challenge the sovereign of the departed. Such an endeavor would have been futile. Conflict cannot conquer mortality, it must be embraced. This absence of narrative conflict is telling. The Hellenes did not conceive of triumphing over their finite existence. They envisioned finding dignity in its presence. Hades embodied that dignity. Even their comedic works, when lampooning him, did so with a certain lightness. In the plays of Aristophanes, the netherworld transformed into a stage for satire, with Hades depicted as a rigid, melancholic figure, easily ridiculed. However, the mirth was tinged with apprehension, the humor underscored by underlying fear. To jest about him was to acknowledge him, to mitigate dread with a jest. Much like we employ dark humor today to confront the inevitable, so too did the Hellenes. And perhaps Hades himself, in his silent dominion, permitted it. For each jest served as a reminder of his perpetual vigil. Roman tradition further refined his persona. They referred to him as Pluto, emphasizing his role as the dispenser of earthly riches. Temples were erected in his honor, particularly in regions abundant with mineral wealth or fertile lands. Yet, even then, his somber influence persisted. Prosperity and demise were inextricably linked. The same earth that yielded abundance also claimed the mortal coil. To invoke Pluto was to petition for wealth, but also to contemplate one's eventual end. The Romans oriented him toward material gain, but the Hellenes never relinquished their awareness of his profound silence. Envision him now within his stone edifice. Persephone graces his side, her diadem emitting a subtle luminescence, her gaze serene. Surrounding them flow the spectral rivers, each possessing its distinct resonance. Lethe with its sigh of oblivion, Phlegethon with its fiery roar, Acheron with its lament of sorrow. Judges convene with patient demeanor. Cerberus stands guard at the entrance, his 3 heads lifting from the gloom. Charon traverses the endless expanse, his oar disturbing the placid water. Spirits wander the meadows. Heroes repose in Elysium. The culpable endure the torments of Tartarus. The kingdom is vast, yet it is meticulously ordered. And at its nexus resides Hades, immobile, unchanging, eternal. This was the perspective that shaped the lives of the Hellenes. They did not hold him in affection, but they accorded him respect. They seldom invoked his name, yet they acknowledged him through ritual, through interment, through silent contemplation. He was the unseen constant, the shadow that defined the light. Without him, life would lack its inherent urgency. Without his realm, there would be no resting place for the departed. Without his equilibrium, the very fabric of the cosmos would unravel. He was the silent fulcrum around which existence revolved. And thus, as we conclude his narrative, it is not with finality, but with a sense of rhythm. For Hades is not the ultimate conclusion. He is the standard by which every ending attains significance. The Hellenes did not depict him in a state of fury, nor of amusement, nor of scheming. They envisioned him seated, awaiting, as patient as stone, as steadfast as soil. His silence was not in void, but a palpable presence. His immobility was not weakness, but profound strength. This represents the eternal equilibrium. Existence and cessation, proliferation and decay, quietude and sound. The Hellenes accepted this truth, they feared it, and they venerated it in equal measure. Hades was not worshipped, but he was indispensable. He was not celebrated, but he was inevitable, and within inevitability lies verity. The shadowed deity endures, awaiting as he always has, reminding us that silence holds meaning, that endings bring order, and that in mortality lies the balance that imbues life with its preciousness. There exists a peculiar tranquility in the ancient Greek approach to mortality. It was not marked by boisterous lamentations, though such outbursts did occur, at times quite dramatically, but rather by a profound sense that death was both an ordinary and an unavoidable occurrence, akin to the patter of rain upon a clay roof. It inevitably befell everyone, even the demigods, the rulers, the valiant warriors whose deeds were immortalized in song. One moment you might be engaged in discourse on philosophy within the agora, and the next you would be a faint spectral trace of your former self, awaiting passage on a ferry. The ancient Greeks did not possess a singular unified perspective on death. Their beliefs underwent evolution over time, shifting from the epic verses of Homer, where the afterlife was largely conceived as a shadowy waiting chamber, to the sophisticated philosophies of Plato and Pythagoras, who espoused the concepts of reincarnation and soul purification. However, even as their spiritual doctrines transformed, a consistent undercurrent of ritual, veneration, and a subtle undertone of apprehension remained. As death's arrival drew near, the household would mobilize. Family members would congregate around the dying individual's bedside. If one possessed wealth or held a position of local standing, the occasion might be marked with a certain grandeur. Conversely, for a humble tiller of the soil, it might merely involve his wife, his daughter, and a neighbor who was indebted to him for 2 goats and a promise. Nevertheless, someone was invariably present. The Greeks held the belief that departing this life in solitude was an unnatural event, a disruption of balance. As the final moments approached, Thanatos himself was thought to manifest. Unlike contemporary personifications of death, Thanatos was not depicted as particularly fearsome. He was not cloaked or skeletal. Instead, he was imagined as a tranquil, winged youth, serene and efficient in his role. He was frequently portrayed alongside his brother, Hypnos, the deity of sleep. Death and slumber were indeed close kin, and in many respects sleep served as a prelude to death, albeit with a more comfortable repose. Upon his arrival, he did not bear a reaping tool. Rather, he carried a small ceremonial blade, with which he would sever a lock of the dying person's hair. This symbolic act facilitated the release of the soul, the psyche, from its earthly vessel. The psyche was not conceived as a dramatic spirit or phantom. It was often represented as a delicate butterfly or a mere breath, something ethereal, something ephemeral. It would silently depart from the lips and dissipate into the atmosphere. Once the spirit had departed, the duties of the living commenced. The body was promptly cleansed, typically by female relatives, and then anointed with oil. This was a moment of tender care and also of solemn obligation. The deceased deserved respect, and the deities of the netherworld, Hades among them, paid heed to such matters. The body was then attired, frequently in the individual's finest garments. Occasionally, a wreath would be placed upon the head, or the body positioned with arms crossed and eyes closed. The deceased were not presented as if merely sleeping. Their appearance was intended to convey dignity. This phase, known as the laying out, was termed the prothesis. It took place within the home and often extended for a day or 2. Visitors would arrive to pay their respects, and it was during this time that the lamentations would begin. To properly grieve a loss in ancient Greece was not a subdued affair. Women would keen, rend their attire, and lacerate their cheeks. Some families retained the services of professional mourners, capable of elevating the expression of sorrow to operatic levels. The more vociferous and impassioned the mourning, the greater the honor bestowed upon the departed. although, naturally, if one had not been particularly well regarded in life, the atmosphere within the room might be somewhat less fervent. Later, reformers such as Solon considered this pervasive wailing to be excessive. Laws were enacted in Athens to regulate the volume and duration of such displays. The intent was to ensure that grief was expressed with orderliness rather than for the sake of ostentation. However, one suspects that in many households, tradition continued to supersede legislative dictates. Following this came the ekphora, the funeral procession. It typically occurred just before dawn, when the world was still veiled in dimness and softness. The body was conveyed from the residence on a wooden bier, often borne by male relatives. A small contingent would follow: family members, companions, perhaps a flutist. Music was present, yes, but it was slow and mournful, akin to a procession through dense fog. The Greeks interred their deceased just beyond the city ramparts. Cemeteries lined the thoroughfares in orderly rows, the tombstones bearing inscriptions and simple carvings. A woman might be depicted seated, a spindle resting in her lap. A man could be shown standing beside a column, extending a hand in farewell. These were not scenes of dramatic action. They were moments of quietude captured in stone. Interment was significant, indeed essential. Without burial, the soul could not transition to the afterlife. It would instead remain lingering on the riverbanks, nameless, forgotten, unable to find repose. This is why the Greeks regarded the denial of burial as a form of cruelty. The myth of Antigone illustrates this point vividly. Her brother Polynices, denied the rites of proper burial, became a moral crucible for the living. Did one obey the dictates of the state or the more profound laws of the gods? In Homer's era, cremation was more prevalent, particularly among warriors. Their ashes were placed within ornate vessels and interred alongside offerings. Later, burial became the prevailing custom. Yet, in both instances, the fundamental rituals remained consistent. One detail persisted throughout the ages: the coin. Prior to interment, a coin, typically an obol, was placed either within the mouth of the deceased or over their eyes. This served as payment for Charon, the ferryman who conveyed souls across the river Styx. Without this coin, Charon would not transport you. You would be left behind to wander the shores for 100 years, no fare, no passage. It was a grim prospect. Consequently, the coin was never neglected. Alongside the coin, offerings were sometimes placed within the grave. Sustenance, beverages, small implements, or tokens of affection. For children, a beloved plaything. For warriors, perhaps a fractured spear. These were not intended for practical use, precisely. They were more symbolic, a gesture conveying, "We remember you." These were the things that held significance. Death, despite its absolute finality, did not sever the bond between the living and the departed. Graves were frequented. Offerings were presented. On specific days, libations were poured. Milk, honey, wine, a scattering of barley, bread. At times, the living would whisper supplications and tend to the stones. This was done not solely for remembrance, but also for protection. The departed, if neglected, could become restless. Ghosts in Greek thought were not typically malevolent, but they were persistent. A soul denied its due or forgotten could manifest, not as a spectral apparition laden with chains, but as a palpable presence, a chill wind, a disquieting dream, an ailment defying medical diagnosis. To avert such occurrences, the Greeks observed festivals for the departed. The most renowned was the Anthesteria, held in Athens. For a period of several days, it was believed that the deceased roamed freely. Doors were smeared with pitch, prayers were offered, and once the festival concluded, the dead were politely bid to return to their abodes. The pronouncement, "Out, you Charis, the festival is over," was uttered firmly to ensure their compliance. Among the philosophical circles, death served as a subject of perpetual fascination. Socrates, upon his condemnation, drank his hemlock with composure, discussing the nature of the soul until his final exhalation. In Plato's dialogues, he characterizes death as a liberation, an opportunity for the soul to pursue truth unhindered by the limitations of the physical body. For Pythagoras and his adherents, the soul was immortal, transmigrating from one existence to another in a grand cycle, each death merely a transient pause along the journey. Even Epicurus, who wholly denied the existence of an afterlife, offered counsel. "Why," he inquired, "should one fear death? When it arrives, you are no longer present." This was not offered as a sarcastic retort, but as a pragmatic observation. Thus, the Greeks coexisted with death, not in a state of dread, but of acknowledgement. They prepared for it through rituals. They discussed it in their myths. They envisioned it not as a punishment, but as a continuation. The departed proceeded to a destination. It was not always a pleasant realm, nor always a just one, but a destination nonetheless. Some traversed the asphodel meadows, aimless and devoid of memory. Others, deemed worthy, were admitted to Elysium. Still others, the unfortunate or the wicked, descended into Tartarus. And a select few chose to return, to endeavor once more with improved choices. But all of that, the rivers, the judges, the boundless twilight meadows that followed, for now, the soul continued its drift. The family had departed from the gravesite. The coin lay cold beneath the earth. The river awaited, and in the distance, a small vessel began to glide. The journey into the Greek afterlife officially commenced not at the moment of death, but upon arrival at a riverbank, a somber, tranquil location that resonated with timelessness. No birds sang, no breezes stirred, only the gentle murmur of water and the distant creak of Charon's oar. It was here that the deceased waited, coin clutched in hand, or perhaps, if someone had overlooked this crucial detail, with empty palms and growing apprehension. This riverbank was not a mere metaphor, at least not in the perception of the Greeks. It was a tangible place to which the soul journeyed after departure from the mortal realm. The most frequently named river was the Styx, whose name rather dramatically translates to the hateful one. However, other waterways also existed. The Acheron, the river of woe, was another commonly cited channel, and then there was the Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. All things considered, the Greek conception of the afterlife boasted more waterways than Venice, albeit with significantly less wine and considerably more apprehension. Yet the most critical element, the feature that transformed this locale from a gloomy marshland into the initial bureaucratic checkpoint of eternity, was the ferryman Charon. He is arguably one of the most recognizable figures in all of Greek mythology, even if one has never been entirely certain of his name's proper pronunciation. It is, for the record, Charon, though he does not strike one as the sort who would offer corrections. Charon's task was straightforward, to ferry the souls of the departed across the river into the domain of Hades. However, like any reputable transportation service, Charon levied a fare. And unlike your local bus operator, he accepted no excuses. No coin, no crossing. The customary tribute was an obol, a small silver coin of minimal worth. Frequently, it was placed beneath the tongue or over the eyes of the deceased prior to interment, a practice known as the danak. This was not a matter of financial value, but of adherence to protocol. Charon did not engage in negotiation. One coin guaranteed one passage. The absence of a coin meant an interminable wait. For the ancient Greeks, this was not merely a quaint mythological detail. It was a tangible concern. Families ensured with absolute certainty that the deceased possessed their payment. To be buried without a coin was to risk a century of spectral limbo, wandering the shores of the Styx, whispering into the darkness, and hoping that someday someone would recall you sufficiently to toss a coin your way. In essence, it was akin to being stranded in the queue at the world's most desolate border control without the requisite documentation. And Karen, he offered no assistance. In early representations, he is not precisely terrifying, but certainly unfriendly, depicted as elderly, bearded and grim, with eyes that perceived nothing, yet overlooked nothing. He stood in his ferry, often a simple, flat-bottomed skiff, pole in hand, waiting silently as the deceased approached. There were no instructions provided. One was expected to comprehend the procedure. Step forward, present your fare, board the vessel, and then sit in silence as the river flowed beneath. This voyage was neither brief nor scenic. The Styx was no leisurely gondola ride, no gentle drift under the moonlit sky. It was dark, in places utterly still, in others turbulent. No one spoke. Even the ferryman seldom uttered a word. He propelled the boat. The dead stared ahead. Occasionally, something stirred in the water, but it was best not to inquire. It is worth noting that Karen did not operate in isolation. The Greek underworld was replete with intricate systems, some overlapping, some contradictory, much like an ancient rendition of tax legislation. However, Karen remained one of the few constants. He appeared in Homer, in Virgil's Aeneid, in countless vase paintings and funerary art. His role invariably remained the same: passage from one shore to the other. His name, intriguingly, may be derived from the term kairos, signifying a fierce or keen gaze. Although, to be fair, if one's occupation involved ferrying souls across a cursed river for eternity, one would likely develop a certain sharpness in their eyes as well. Certain sources suggest Karen was the offspring of Erebus, the embodiment of darkness, and Nyx, the goddess of night, which aptly summarizes his character. Not inherently evil nor cruel, merely the natural consequence of his origins. He harbored no animosity towards the deceased. He simply possessed little regard for them either. His function was practical: to convey them across, deposit them, and return for the subsequent group. There are a few exceptions recorded in the myths. Heroes who managed to engage Charon in conversation or even bribe him. But these instances are rare. Karen is not easily swayed. One does not spend millennia ferrying shades back and forth without acquiring the ability to resist a persuasive sales pitch. Orpheus, for example, succeeded in charming him with his music, but he was an exceptional case. Few mortals possess a lyre capable of evoking tears even from trees. Furthermore, Karen permitted his passage only because it aligned with Hades' will. Theseus in Pirate House famously attempted to infiltrate the underworld with the intention of abducting Persephone. Yes, abduction, but they were apprehended and subjected to punishment. One suspects they were not particularly adept at persuasion. Even Heracles, with all his formidable strength and bravado, required divine sanction to proceed. He reportedly so terrified Karen that the ferryman subsequently faced punishment for allowing a living individual aboard. One can visualize Karen trembling slightly upon his return, murmuring, "He didn't even pay." The fact that most mortals remained silent during the crossing was not merely a matter of etiquette. Once the soul boarded Charon's vessel, a transformation began. Already, its memories were starting to fade. In Homer's depiction of the afterlife, the deceased were mere shadows, insubstantial, devoid of emotion, barely capable of articulating above a whisper. This process of fading commenced early, often during the crossing itself. Some later philosophers proposed that the river was symbolic, that its waters represented the boundary between knowledge and ignorance, between identity and dissolution. The journey across was not solely physical, it was metaphysical, a cleansing of the ego, a dissolution of the self. This prompts one to ponder the visual experience from Karen's boat. Did the riverbanks recede or blur? Did the sky remain visible? Did the water carry reflections, or was it too dark to discern? Did the deceased occasionally attempt to speak? Did Karen ever lend an ear? We can only speculate. However, the Greeks undoubtedly envisioned the scene with vivid detail. In certain funerary artworks, the river is bordered by reeds. The boat is diminutive, almost comically so. Souls are huddled together, their forms already dissolving into the mist. Karen stands at the stern, unmoved, his pole held steady. The river stretches onward, seemingly without a discernible destination. Eventually, the far bank would materialize, and there, the true journey would commence. The departed disembarked from the vessel and found themselves in a strange, somber expanse. It was sometimes described as a bog, other times as a meadow dotted with asphodel, a pale, spectral bloom associated with oblivion and ordinariness. Regardless of the depiction, it was not paradise. Not yet. The soul first had to undergo judgment. However, the passage itself, that fleeting instant between a final breath and the verdict, constituted its own distinct narrative. It was a quiet, unhurried transit into the unknown, devoid of violence or infernal flames, characterized only by profound stillness, the creak of timber, and the gentle plash of oars dipping into dark waters. For the ancient Greeks, this imagery held far greater resonance than any winged angel or horned demon. The fear stemmed not from what was visible but from what remained unseen. The absence of warmth, the pervasive hush, the unsettling sensation that one's identity, though still present, was gradually fading. And so, Karen, steadfast in his purpose, continued to row. What fate befell a soul attempting passage without the required toll? This question deeply permeated Greek culture. The prospect of departing unprepared, not merely in spirit but also in worldly possessions, was profoundly disquieting. It bore a resemblance to dying intestate, but with significantly more profound metaphysical ramifications. These souls, the unburied or the impecunious, were referred to as apotaphi. They were denied passage. They lingered at the river's edge, disoriented. In their myths, they appear as supplicating figures, perpetually reaching, eternally waiting. Some drifted towards the realm of the living, transforming into phantoms. Others remained moored to the shore, whispering softly in tongues long extinguished. In this, the Greeks articulated a fundamental truth that continues to resonate with our fears. Death is inevitable, but to be forgotten, that is the ultimate penalty. Thus, Karen, despite his grim demeanor, also offered a form of solace, a means of passage, of completion, a pathway forward, even if that path led into the shadows. Over time, Karen's image would undergo evolution. The Romans naturally adopted him, making no alterations to his name for once, and infused his depiction with a more theatrical flair. In medieval Christian iconography, he transformed into a symbol of damnation. In contemporary culture, he frequently manifests as another iteration of death personified, his skeletal hands gripping the oar. Yet, within the Greek imagination, he remained as he always was. An essential figure, neither cruel nor benevolent, simply present, reliably so. One knew he would be there, oar in hand, waiting within the mist, provided one possessed the necessary coin. If not, well, one could only hope that their family had made proper arrangements. And so, the river continues to flow. The vessel recedes into the fog. and the soul, silent and solitary, drifts towards its ultimate destination. But we shall not follow it just yet. It is best to linger here by the riverbank a while longer. The air is tranquil, the water placid, and somewhere in the darkness, the ferryman has begun his journey. Following the ferry crossing over the river, be it the Styx or the Acheron, depending on one's mythological source, the deceased soul found itself on the opposite bank, standing at the threshold of the underworld proper. The boat vanished behind as if it had never existed. No return journeys, no second opportunities, merely the faint echo of Charon's oar fading into the gloom. Ahead lay the portals to the afterlife. They were not gilded, nor did they possess any luminescence. No trumpets announced one's arrival. If anything, the entrance was marked by an unsettling quietude, akin to the moments just before a government office opens, when the clerk behind the counter looks up with weary eyes and utters, "Next." This, in essence, was precisely how this subsequent stage of the afterlife presented itself. A bureaucratic system, not chaotic or malevolent, but merely orderly, impersonal, and eternal. Before any soul could proceed into the fields or abysses beyond, it was required to undergo judgment, to be categorized, as it were, by the celestial administrators. The Greeks, ever inclined toward systematic organization, had appointed 3 judges to oversee this process. Each was immortal, once renowned for their sagacity, and now posthumously elevated to manage the ceaseless procession of shades. Their names were Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, the 3 august arbiters of the departed. They were not deities themselves. That role belonged to Hades and Persephone, who remained largely detached from these proceedings. The judges functioned more as senior administrators in a divine customs office, respected, competent, and mildly formidable in their efficiency. Let us introduce them. Minos, the most celebrated of the trio, had once reigned over Crete. Yes, the very same Minos, infamous for the Minotaur and the Labyrinth, the ruler who demanded tribute from Athens and subsequently caused considerable distress to heroes armed with swords. In life, he was a monarch. In death, a magistrate. Some believed he presided over the final adjudications, deliberating on the most complex cases, as if serving as the chairman of the afterlife's council. Then there was Rhadamanthus, also of Cretan origin and reputedly Minos's brother, known in mythology for his stringent adherence to justice. He was believed to arbitrate the fates of souls originating from Asia. Indeed, the Greeks apportioned judgment on a regional basis, much like the assignment of postal codes. Rhadamanthus possessed a reputation for absolute incorruptibility. No bribes or favors could sway him, only the precise application of the rules. Lastly, there was Aeacus, the stern judge of European souls, and formerly the king of the island of Aegina. His name implies something akin to earth-bearer, and it was thought he once mediated disputes even among the gods. Naturally, an individual with such a distinguished record was selected to assist in managing this crucial function. Together, the 3 judges stood at the gates of Hades, meticulously reviewing the moral record of each arriving soul. They did not engage in disputes, nor did they falter in their duties. They had been performing this solemn task for an immeasurable duration. But what precisely were they evaluating? Unlike certain contemporary conceptions of morality, the Greek perspective was somewhat more fluid. There existed no universal compendium of transgressions, no codified 10 Commandments inscribed in stone. Instead, the judges assessed whether an individual had lived with integrity, honored their vows, shown reverence towards the gods, and fulfilled their societal obligations. Murderers, oath-breakers, and tyrants were generally relegated to Tartarus, the penal colony of the damned. However, the majority of souls were not so dramatically cast. They comprised ordinary individuals, bakers, mariners, poets, people who had endeavored, for the most part, to conduct themselves virtuously and only occasionally expressed displeasure towards their neighbors. These souls were typically dispatched to the asphodel meadows, a tranquil and unremarkable sector of the underworld. Yet, a select few, heroes, philosophers, those exceptionally meritorious, might be granted entry into Elysium, a paradisiacal sanctuary reserved for the spiritually eminent. Certain myths suggest the judgment process involved scales, a visual metaphor subsequently adopted centuries later by Roman and Christian imagery. In alternative accounts, the soul's memories were laid bare, allowing the judges to ascertain the totality of their experiences. One can surmise that opportunities for adroit prevarication were non-existent. Nevertheless, it is not difficult to envision the scene. The soul arrives faint and translucent, barely dried from its riverine passage. Before it stand 3 robed figures, seated behind a lengthy bench sculpted from shadow. No torches blaze, no fires crackle, only an ambient, directionless light that casts no discernible shadows. One of the judges raises his head. "Name?" he inquires. The soul provides it, perhaps with a subtle tremor. "Region?" Iacchus asks, unfurling a parchment that seems to extend infinitely. A pause ensues as memories are revealed, not from the soul's perspective, but from the very fabric of time itself. Life's moments flicker silently across an unseen screen. A childhood deception, an act of kindness towards a stranger, a broken promise, a surge of courage, each deed weighed against the next. Then Minos speaks. Elysium, he states unequivocally, or asphodel, or, on occasion, Tartarus. No recourse, no fanfare. The soul is then escorted away. To the Greeks, this procedure was not intended to be terrifying. It was inevitable, even predictable. The afterlife was not a game of chance, but rather a thorough audit. Of course, not all souls submitted passively. Some myths depict judges who exhibited leniency, while others portray them as stern to the point of severity. Within Orphic traditions, mystical beliefs offering the hope of a more favorable afterlife for the initiated, the judgment could be entirely circumvented through appropriate knowledge and a life of purity. These sects spoke of the soul's liberation from the cycle of reincarnation. However, for the average Greek, judgment was simply an intrinsic component of the process. Even heroes were compelled to face it. When Achilles arrived, still incensed from his demise, the judges listened attentively. When Odysseus ventured into the underworld in Homer's Odyssey, he conversed with shades who had already undergone judgment and were now confined to their designated realms. They offered no complaints, they simply existed. On occasion, the judges themselves featured in other myths. Iacchus, for instance, was said to have aided in the construction of Troy's walls, a detail that interlinked the realm of the dead with the concerns of the living. Minos, too, was sometimes depicted not as wise but as severe, his earthly reputation carrying over into his posthumous role. Whether this portrayal was equitable remains uncertain. What is clear, however, is that the Greeks conceptualized judgment not as a divine inquisition, but as a necessary categorization. The sheer volume of souls and lives necessitated an organized system, and so the 3 judges remained seated, day after day, year after year, century after century, meticulously reviewing cases with quiet authority. There is a peculiar sense of reassurance in this imagery. No chaos, no melodrama, merely efficient administration. Eternal, perhaps a trifle monotonous, and mercifully devoid of casual conversation. One can readily picture a clerk nearby, holding a large bronze bell, calling out names: Telemachus of Sparta, Asphodel; Nicander of Thebes, Elysium; Euphemia, widow of Argos, Tartarus. I'm afraid due to poor record-keeping and a suspicious number of poisoned figs. Naturally, no such bell existed, but the Greeks did perceive their afterlife as orderly and structured. While the gods might have engaged in their squabbles, the underworld operated with unwavering punctuality. It is also worth considering that this system did not promise comfort. It guaranteed placement. There was no assurance of reunion with loved ones, no guarantee of blissful experience, only the certainty that one's actions carried consequences and that someone, somewhere, was maintaining an extensive ledger. Some later thinkers found this notion unsatisfactory. Plato, for example, envisioned a more elaborate judgment in his dialogue Gorgias. In this account, the judges divested each soul of its corporeal form and examined it in its naked state, leaving nothing concealed. They perceived the scars of injustice, the contusions of wrongdoing. No eloquence could sway them, only the unvarnished truth of the soul's inherent nature. It is a potent image, perhaps not the most conducive to sleep, but it underscores the profound conviction the Greeks held regarding ethical accountability. Even if justice was meted out only after death, it was assuredly delivered. Once judgment was rendered, the gates would open. Not the sort of gates one might typically envision. No wrought iron or infernal flames, merely an expanse, a pathway forward. One led to the asphodel fields, silent, shrouded in mist, punctuated by indistinct forms drifting languidly through eternity. Another led to Elysium, serene, luminous, subtly humming with a music perceptible only to the virtuous. A third plunged sharply downwards into Tartarus, where shadows bore teeth and time contorted into cruel spirals. But these are narratives for subsequent discussions. For the present, let us linger at the gates. The judges remain seated, their countenances inscrutable. A new soul steps forward. Another life to consider, another journey to assign. One might contend that it never concludes. But therein lies the essence, does it not? Following judgment came destiny. Some souls, those of poets, warriors, and exceptionally convivial guests, were gently guided towards Elysium. Others, the vast majority, were consigned to drift towards the asphodel meadows, to traverse eternity in quietude amidst shades of gray. Yet, not all were so fortunate. A segment, perhaps more than comfortably acknowledged, faced condemnation to the nethermost and most recondite region of the underworld, Tartarus. To speak of Tartarus is to shift the tenor of the narrative. Gone are the tranquil meadows and placid judges. Tartarus is not gentle, it is not equitable, and it is certainly not monotonous, though it is eternal. And repetition, as the Greeks keenly understood, has a tendency to transform even torment into something grimly tedious. Unlike the remainder of the underworld, Tartarus was not a destination for the ordinary transgressor. One did not end up there for pilfering bread or neglecting sacrifices. This was a dominion reserved for the most egregious offenders. Those who defied the gods, violated sacred oaths, or attempted to usurp Olympus itself. These were not minor infractions, but rather divine felonies. And make no mistake, Tartarus was not merely a section of the underworld. It predated it. In fact, it constituted a primordial entity in its own right. In Hesiod's theology, Tartarus is not a prison but a deity, one of the earliest fundamental elements of existence, alongside chaos, Gaia, the earth, and Eros, love. Naturally, the gods did not construct Tartarus, they discovered it, much like a cavern one prefers not to revisit. Geographically, if such a term holds any relevance within the realm of the departed, Tartarus lay far beneath the earth, beyond even Hades' dominion. As Hesiod articulated, a bronze anvil dropped from the heavens would take 9 days to reach the earth, and an additional 9 to reach Tartarus, a considerable distance even by mythological standards. It was less an underground location than a position beneath, beyond, and below everything. The inaugural inhabitants of Tartarus were the Titans. Following the Olympian gods' victory over the Titans in the monumental conflict known as the Titanomachy, Zeus and his siblings enacted a measure typical of any newly triumphant regime. They incarcerated the former rulers deep within its confines, where their laments or plans for a resurgence could not be heard. Cronus, the progenitor of Zeus, was cast down with his confederates into the abyss, bound and seemingly forgotten, or nearly so. Zeus appointed guardians, for even in mythology, no prison is complete without its wardens. These were the Hecatoncheires, the 100-handed giants. Each possessed 50 heads and 100 arms, which presumably facilitated exceedingly thorough pat-downs. Having themselves endured imprisonment, their allegiance to Olympus was rather unwavering. The Titans were not subjected to torture in the conventional sense, not like the subsequent arrivals, but they were held captive in darkness, secured by chains forged by Hephaestus and reinforced by divine decree. They were not going anywhere. Nevertheless, their solitude was not to be prolonged, for soon enough, Tartarus became the designated locale for a particular category of soul: the irrepressibly ambitious, the arrogantly astute, the unpardonably defiant. Those who overstepped their bounds and paid the price, not through death, for everyone dies eventually, but through punishment. Let us commence with Sisyphus, a king in life and, by all accounts, a remarkably cunning individual. Indeed, too cunning. Sisyphus committed the transgression of evading death, not once but on 2 separate occasions. When Thanatos arrived to claim him the first time, Sisyphus deceitfully captured and bound him in chains. The consequence was that no one on earth could die, resulting in considerable disruption. Battles raged interminably, injuries accumulated, and the entire world began to feel unnaturally overburdened. Eventually, Ares himself was compelled to intervene, liberate Thanatos, and escort Sisyphus back to the underworld. Yet, even then, Sisyphus harbored one final stratagem. He instructed his wife to forego the customary burial rites. Subsequently, within the underworld, he lodged a complaint with Persephone regarding this egregious injustice, persuading her to grant him a brief return to berate his wife. Once back among the living, he remained there, persisting until he was forcibly reclaimed. For this act of defiance, his punishment was elegantly futile: to push a colossal boulder up a hill, only for it to roll back down just before reaching the summit, an exercise repeated ad infinitum. It was not agonizing, merely pointless. The Greeks considered this punishment sufficient. Then there was Tantalus, another royal figure, and yet another cautionary tale about provoking the gods' ire. Tantalus once dined with the Olympians, a rare distinction, but he betrayed their trust. Some claim he absconded with their ambrosia. Others assert he divulged divine secrets. The most severe iteration of the legend alleges he roasted his own son and served him to the gods to test their omniscience. They discerned the truth. Regardless of the factual basis, the retribution was unforgettable. Tantalus was positioned in a pool of water beneath a fruit-laden tree. When he bent to drink, the water receded. When he reached for the fruit, the branches lifted, thirst and hunger, perpetually unappeased. From this myth, we derive the word tantalize, which itself is a form of cruel jest. Ixion followed, a mortal who dared to covet Hera, the queen of the gods. He attempted to seduce her, an endeavor that did not conclude favorably. Zeus, ever inclined towards a trial, fashioned a cloud in Hera's likeness to observe Ixion's actions. He faltered spectacularly. For this transgression, Ixion was bound to a perpetually spinning fiery wheel within Tartarus. not merely turning, but being turned endlessly, motion without respite, punishment through perpetual disorientation. And then, of course, the Danaids. 50 daughters commanded by their father to wed 50 sons of his brother. On their wedding night, all but one murdered their husbands. For this offense, whether through obedience or sheer cruelty, they were condemned to carry water in leaky amphorae, endless labor yielding no results. Their punishment was less personal, more industrialized, a haunting tableau of eternal futility. Women stooped over a basin, water cascading through their fractured vessels, time dripping into meaninglessness. What unites all these punishments is not violence but repetition. The Greeks grasped something rather profound. Suffering does not need to be dramatic to become unbearable. It can be quiet, predictable, infinitely monotonous. And that is precisely what Tartarus evolved into. Not an inferno of fire and brimstone, but a realm where time itself dissolved into cycles of futility, where the gravest offense was hubris, and the most dire consequence was endless, fruitless exertion. Tartarus was not merely a prison, but a warning, a moral compass calibrated by myth. It conveyed to its listeners, know your place. Do not challenge the divine. Do not outwit death. Do not presume yourself wiser than Olympus. In this regard, Tartarus was not malevolent. It was lawful, unyielding. It adhered to principles that mortals had transgressed. It did not revel in punishment, it simply administered it. Some interpretations of the myth suggest that the condemned could eventually be released or, at the very least, forgotten. But most retellings are less sanguine. Tartarus is final. The boulder rolls, the wheel spins, the water leaks. Even the landscape mirrors this despair. Descriptions are scarce, predominantly dark, occasionally illuminated by an odd, cold luminescence. The walls weep with a substance not quite water. There are no stars, no wind, only echoes, the kind that may not even belong to you. In a peculiar fashion, it stands as the antithesis of Elysium, not due to its painful nature, but because of its inherent purposelessness. In Elysium, one's virtue earned them recompense. In Tartarus, one's defiance merited a task that could never be completed, which perhaps is more profound than flames or torment, because at least pain is perceivable. But in Tartarus, nothing is ever resolved. Yet Tartarus captivated the Greeks. They recounted its narratives repeatedly. They depicted its punishments on pottery, etched them into stone. Perhaps because it mirrored something familiar, the mundane routines of mortal existence, the relentless repetition, the yearning for significance. It is conceivable that Tartarus was not some fantastical abyss, but rather an exaggerated reflection of the world above, where monarchs strove to maintain their thrones, where waters spilled, where tasks were repeated daily, and where mortals occasionally gazed skyward and mused, I could do better. The Greeks, ever pragmatic, understood the ultimate outcome of such thoughts. Thus, Tartarus remained beneath the earth, even beneath Hades. It was not a place one stumbled into, nor a fate one could inadvertently fall prey to. One earned Tartarus, step by deliberate step, choice by choice, and once there, one remained. The Titans still murmuring within their bonds, the wheel of Ixion turning, the daughters of Danas stooping and stooping again, the boulder rolling, and Sisyphus sighing, but there was no outcry, no roar, only silence, and time stretched thin, while far above the world continued its oblivious existence. After all the judgment, retribution, and poetic torment we have observed thus far within the underworld, you might be contemplating the fate of everyone else. Surely, not every soul was a trickster, a tyrant, or a demigod burdened with an inflated ego and a bronze sword. Most individuals, after all, were neither saintly nor monstrous. They were farmers, midwives, shepherds, potters, people who lived and died without ever vanquishing a cyclops or seducing a deity, the silent populace. For these individuals, the ancient Greeks conceived of a realm that was neither a place of reward nor one of punishment, but rather one of perpetual neutrality. Welcome to the Asphodel Meadows. The asphodel plant itself is rather ordinary. A pale, slender bloom, it thrives in rocky terrain and bears a waxy, grayish-white flower. To the Greeks, it symbolized the realm of the departed. Perhaps this was due to its hardiness, flourishing in places where little else could grow, or perhaps its muted hue suggested a kind of forgettable endurance. Regardless, the Asphodel Meadows were believed to be the final destination for the majority of souls. Not the wicked, not the valiant, but simply the rest, the overwhelming multitude, a vast collective hum of the ordinary. In Homer's Odyssey, when Odysseus journeys to the underworld and converses with the deceased, he does not encounter them feasting in halls of gold or fleeing monstrous hounds. Instead, he finds them as drifting specters with faint voices, souls who recall little, speaking slowly, as if their words must traverse a great expanse of mist before reaching their lips. It is here that he meets Achilles, once the preeminent warrior of the Hellenes. Odysseus greets him with profound respect, stating, "You are the most fortunate of men, for in life you were venerated, and now in death you hold dominion over the dead." But Achilles responds with a sentiment that still resonates with startling clarity. "Do not endeavor to console me. I would rather serve a humble man on earth than reign supreme over all the departed." And so it is revealed. The asphodel fields were not a place of torment. They were not painful, yet neither were they pleasant. They were simply unremarkable. The souls who entered these meadows were not subjected to torture. They merely existed, meandering among the pale blossoms, devoid of hunger, of rest, of desire. There was no perception of time, no true recollection, only a faint consciousness of having once lived, of having once held significance. Now, one might ponder, is that truly so undesirable? Perhaps not. For the Greeks, the asphodel fields evoked more melancholy than malevolence. Their intention was not to instill fear with this vision. They were merely reflecting their observations of life. The majority of individuals were not extraordinary. Most lives concluded quietly, and the afterlife mirrored that stillness. The asphodel fields were not enclosed or guarded. There were no walls, no gates, merely an boundless expanse of muted flowers beneath a sky devoid of color. No sun, no moon, only a soft, ambient luminescence that cast no shadows. Envision yourself traversing a field at twilight, where the air remains perpetually still, and every direction appears identical. Now, imagine enduring this for eternity. You might encounter other shades, you might even recognize one. However, conversations were rare. Even memories eventually dissipated. In some narratives, souls possessed no memory whatsoever, merely fleeting emotional impressions, like a dream long since vanished. In a select few myths, it was possible to retain one's identity, but only if one imbibed from a specific stream. The river Latha, the river of forgetfulness, flowed nearby. It was said that most souls partook from it, relinquishing the memories of their former lives to exist in peace, not in joy, not in purpose, but simply in peace. Others, notably adherents of the Orphic mysteries, believed it was possible to resist Lethe. By leading a virtuous existence and pursuing esoteric knowledge, a soul could instead drink from the river Mnemosyne, the river of memory, and be reborn, or perhaps ascend to a higher plane. However, this was an infrequent occurrence. Most individuals, quite frankly, were not initiated into mystery cults. They lived their lives, prepared their meals, cultivated their crops, and passed away. And in death, they wandered the asphodel fields. The ancient Greek poets sometimes alluded to these souls, retaining faint impressions of their earthly existence, akin to dreams glimpsed through a veil. One might recall a name, a child, a melody, but only momentarily before it dissolved once more into the pervasive grayness. It is tempting to perceive this as somber, but perhaps that is a modern interpretation. The ancient Greeks, despite their intellectual pursuits, were profoundly pragmatic. They did not consider eternal bliss to be a due for every soul, nor did they believe in perpetual torment for the majority. The afterlife simply continued the pattern established in life. The select few were exceptional, and the rest were not. And so, the field stretched onward. There was no sovereign here. Hades and Persephone maintained their distance. The judges had already fulfilled their duty. The souls were not managed. They simply existed. One might envision a phantom shepherd or two keeping watch over the wanderers, but the ancient texts are largely silent on this matter. What renders the asphodel field so captivating is their sheer ordinariness. There is no magnificent architecture, no crystalline spires or bridges of gold, only tranquility, ample space, a low, colorless resonance where thoughts dissipate before completion. For the Greeks, this concept was deeply embedded in their understanding of the soul. The psyche after death was not a complete entity. It was a shade, a phantom. The animating force that had imbued the body persisted, but only partially. It could be addressed, as Odysseus did, or consulted in certain rituals. Yet, it was not truly alive, nor was it definitively deceased. It occupied a state in between, and this liminality defined the asphodel fields, a condition not of torment, but of absence. Not sorrow, but there is a certain leniency in this. One could argue that after the clamor of life, the striving, the losses, the anxieties, perhaps the endless drift of the asphodels offers a form of repose. The Greeks did not regard this as a punishment. It was simply the natural progression. One lived, one died, and one became an echo of memories. Certain later thinkers, such as Plato, found this concept disquieting. In his writings, he posited a more intricate framework wherein souls received either rewards or punishments based on the inner well-being of their spirit. For Plato, virtue was not merely external conduct, but the harmonious integration of the soul. Those who achieved this inner harmony could be reborn into more favorable existences, or even transcend the cycle entirely. However, the majority of Greeks were not adherents of Platonism. They performed their offerings, uttered their prayers, and interred their deceased with a coin and a glimmer of hope. That hope was not for Elysium. It was simply that the soul would find its designated place without disturbance. And that place, on 9 occasions out of 10, was here, amidst the asphodels. Occasionally, poets would attempt to embellish this notion, envisioning the flowers swaying gently in a breeze, or a solitary beam of light piercing the gloom. Yet, even in these depictions, the atmosphere remained subdued. No one danced in these fields. No one laughed. If any music was present, it was exceedingly distant. A few myths permit the possibility of departing the asphodel fields, not through ascent, but by drinking from the river Lethe and returning to life through reincarnation. The Orphics maintained that souls, if purified, could break free from the cycle altogether. However, this was esoteric knowledge, a clandestine teaching. Most individuals never encountered it, thus they remained. Occasionally, visitors from the mortal realm would traverse these lands. Odysseus, as previously mentioned, or Aeneas in the Roman adaptation. They would converse with shades, hear their subdued regrets, and then continue their journeys. The shades seldom requested to return. They simply acknowledged their condition. "I am what remains," they seemed to convey, and that is sufficient. In contemporary narratives, the afterlife is frequently depicted as a realm of intense drama, with gates, conflicts, and critical decisions. The Greeks did not require such complexities. They understood that eternity, more often than not, was characterized by stillness, which is perhaps why their myths continue to hold such relevance. Because somewhere within each of us there exists a suspicion that the afterlife, if it indeed exists, may not manifest as thunder and fire, but as something far more tranquil, a meadow, a lingering memory, a fading silhouette in the twilight. And so, the souls of the ordinary moved onward, neither ascending nor descending, but drifting gently through the asphodels. They spoke little. They did not weep. They had forgotten the necessity for such displays, and above them the sky remained unchanged, eternally twilight, neither dawn nor dusk, a sepulchre that promised nothing yet demanded nothing. Elysium, the very name itself, possesses a pleasing resonance, light, refined, whispered. If Tartarus represented the dark recesses of the underworld, and the asphodel fields its interminable waiting area, then Elysium, well, it was the agreeable part. But make no mistake, it was exclusive. Elysium was not intended for the common soul. It was not even for those who were moderately virtuous. One could not simply lead a quiet existence, fulfill one's civic duties, and anticipate awakening in Elysium. Entry demanded excellence, valor, divine favor, or at the very least, a connection with the appropriate deities. This was not a democracy of the deceased, it was an aristocracy. To attain Elysium, one had to be judged truly exceptional, a hero, a poet, a philosopher devoted to virtue, or someone held in particular regard by the immortals, the sort of person whose passing would be immediately commemorated in verse. The rest, well, they were quietly escorted to the meadows. Nevertheless, the allure of Elysium was potent, a place not merely devoid of suffering, but brimming with felicity, where the skies were perpetually pleasant, and music drifted softly on warm currents of air, where the shades of the blessed dwelled in harmony, no longer diminished versions of themselves, but something brighter, fully restored. It is challenging to precisely define the appearance of Elysium. The Greeks did not furnish detailed descriptions of its architecture. There were no gates of pearl or streets paved with gold. Instead, they spoke of it as a landscape of meadows, of verdant fields and sweet zephyrs. Some envisioned rivers of pristine water, others gentle sunlight unmarred by the scorching intensity of Helios. Homer offers merely the most fleeting glimpse, referring to it as the blissful plain at the world's edge, where life is most effortless for humankind. In this place, he wrote, there is no snow, nor harsh storms, nor ever rain, but the ocean sends forth gusts of the west wind that are refreshing to mortals. It sounds akin to the idealized climate depicted in travel brochures, perpetual spring, an eternal Mediterranean villa. In Hesiod's Works and Days, Elysium transforms into the Isles of the Blessed, a sort of divine retirement haven situated at the periphery of existence. Those fortunate enough to reach it lived without sorrow, presided over by Cronus, the ancient deity supplanted by Zeus. An intriguing detail suggesting that even divinities who once experienced dethronement find a tranquil sanctuary. In later mythologies, particularly those influenced by Orphic and Pythagorean doctrines, Elysium acquired a more morally defined character. It was no longer solely for the divinely favored, but for the virtuous. Souls could ascend there by leading lives of purity and nobility, Furthermore, if they were reborn and again conducted themselves virtuously for a total of 3 such lifetimes, they could escape the cycle of existence altogether and reside eternally in Elysium. These were lives of purity and freedom, and paradise was within reach. One suspects very few attained this state, but for those who did, their eternity was blissful. They wandered at their leisure, they sang, they danced in slow, unhurried formations. The air was perfumed with the scent of blooming flora. The sustenance was never a necessity, yet it was always readily available. Conversations flowed effortlessly. Recollections were sharp, yet softened. There were no regrets, only contemplation. One might encounter cherished companions here, or find oneself in the company of legendary figures. Achilles, now serene. Orpheus, coaxing gentle melodies from his lyre. Penelope, finally at peace. The Titans, curiously, were absent. And in Elysium there was no striving, no competitions, no ambitions. All desires were fulfilled, and in their satisfaction they quietly dissolved. In many respects, it was the antithesis of earthly life. Now, the question arises, was it monotonous? Possibly. But perhaps that was its very essence. The Greeks did not conceive of paradise as a realm of endless gratification, akin to a divine casino or an amusement park. Elysium was pleasant because it was liberated from struggle, from necessity. One did not accumulate wealth there, nor achieve renown. One simply existed. Some modern thinkers have viewed this concept with a degree of unease. Eternity, even in its most blissful state, represents a considerable duration to endure. However, for the Greeks, who inhabited a world rife with conflict, disease, and capricious deities, the prospect of tranquility, of undisturbed, fragrant meadows, constituted sufficient paradise. It is worth recalling that the ancient world harbored few illusions regarding pleasure. All that was good in life was precarious. Crops could fail, wars could erupt, favor could swiftly transform into wrath. Even the most fortunate individual could, on the following day, become the subject of a tragic, dramatic chorus. Thus, Elysium was not designed to exhilarate, but to assuage. To reside in Elysium was to experience rest not only for the physical form, but for the very soul. Naturally, the pathway to Elysium varied, depending on the source. In Homer's account, access appeared linked to divine favor. Menelaus, for instance, is informed that he will be transported to Elysium not due to his virtue, but because he married Helen, daughter of Zeus. Familial connections, it seems, carried considerable weight. Later, philosophers sought to refine this notion, envisioning a system predicated on purity of thought and nobility of action. Yet, even then, the concept remained selective. Elysium was not for the masses, it was for the select few, a celestial gated community, if you will, and that exclusivity lent it a certain mythic radiance. It was not merely a destination, but an aspiration, a horizon attainable only by transcending the ordinary. However, it was not without its ambiguities. What activities occupied one in paradise? If all needs are met and all pleasures are gentle, how does one fill the centuries? Some envisioned the blessed engaging in philosophical discourse, others in quiet contemplation. Still, others simply ambled through the fields barefoot and unburdened. The notion of activity within Elysium was consistently subdued. No one toiled, no one engaged in conflict. The soul had no duties. It was a place where striving ceased, where nothing needed to be accomplished because everything had already been achieved. In this regard, it was both beautiful and unsettling. The Greek heroes, many of whom dedicated their lives to warfare, occasionally found this vision challenging. Achilles, it will be remembered, was not particularly impressed with the afterlife when Odysseus encountered him. Yet, in later myths, Achilles is sometimes depicted as residing in Elysium after his death. Perhaps even heroes can alter their perspectives on peace given sufficient time, or perhaps the afterlife itself reshaped them. There is scant mention of a hierarchical structure within Elysium. No one appears to rule, apart from occasional references to Cronus or other elder deities. There are no golden thrones, no councils. Everyone, it seems, is equal in paradise, which may have represented a subtly revolutionary concept. In earthly life, Greek society was rigidly stratified: citizens, medics, slaves, women with limited rights. But in Elysium, all were alike, blessed and at peace. No status, no envy, only harmony. It is tempting to romanticize this, but it is also important to consider how alien this must have seemed to most Greeks. Their world was characterized by competition, by drama, by conflict and debate, the agora, the battlefield, the symposium. These were arenas of contention and wit. And then suddenly, Elysium, perpetually serene, eternal. It is no wonder that some mystery cults promised more exhilarating outcomes: ascension, enlightenment, union with the divine. Elysium, while delightful, necessitated that the soul relinquish its desires, cease wanting, a considerable price for some, yet the concept persisted. The Romans embraced it, altering little and renaming less. In Virgil's Aeneid, Aeneas visits Elysium and encounters poets, priests, and warriors. He sees his father, Anchises, and receives a vision of future Rome. The meadows are golden, the sky mild. Everything is bathed in a soft luminescence. Later, Christian theologians would adapt this imagery, transforming Elysium into a precursor to heaven, or drawing upon its attributes when depicting paradise. However, the Greek iteration remained distinct, grounded, earthly, modest in its own divine manner. It did not promise unending joy, merely perpetual ease. And for individuals who lived amidst the constant presence of fate and fortune, that may have represented the ultimate reward conceivable. To enter Elysium was to be informed: you have done enough. You are enough. There is nothing further to prove. You would not be remembered as a mere shade. You would not wander amongst the asphodels, half forgotten. You would not roll stones uphill or reach for fruit perpetually out of grasp. You would simply be truly alive, whole once more, among the select few, among the blessed. And so, the fields of Elysium stretched out towards the edge of the world, not dazzling or grand, but gentle, with soft contours. The music faint, yet ever present. The breeze perpetually warm. And the souls who dwelled there never hurried, never experienced hunger, never harbored hope, for they no longer needed to. They had arrived. There is a saying, echoed by philosophers and poets alike, that even paradise can become a prison if one remains too long. The Greeks intuitively grasped this. They had witnessed the ascendance and decline of empires, observed as golden ages inevitably faded. Even their heroes, those noble souls of lion-hearted spirit, eventually grew restless. And so, beyond the tranquil serenity of Elysium, they conceived of one final destination, a reward that surpassed all other rewards, an end to all endings. They referred to it as the Isles of the Blessed, or at times simply the Isles. It was not an integral part of the Underworld itself. It resided elsewhere, across the sea, at the world's furthest extremity, far removed from the gaze of Hades and his silent domains. A mythical archipelago bathed in perpetual spring, where the most exceptional souls were believed to dwell eternally in peace, far from sorrow, far from shadow. Yet, even in this realm of light and merriment, the Greeks imposed a stipulation. One had to earn it. Not once, not twice, but on 3 separate occasions. To reach the Isles of the Blessed, a soul was required to live 3 lives of virtue, each deemed worthy and pure. Only then, after returning to life twice and succeeding again, could the soul finally break free from the cyclical nature of existence and find eternal rest. It was, in essence, the ultimate level, enlightenment, as conceived by the Greeks. This belief in multiple lifetimes, in rebirth, and in the gradual purification of the soul is most closely associated with the Orphics and, subsequently, the Pythagoreans. They transformed what had long been a static perception of the afterlife into one imbued with dynamism and evolution, an opportunity, at last, for improvement. No longer were souls trapped in the asphodel fields for eternity, wandering in a state of semi-oblivion amongst the pale blooms. No longer were they bound to Tartarus, endlessly pushing, spinning, or spilling. Instead, there existed a path, winding, narrow, and arduous, but a path nonetheless, by which the soul might ascend. It was a concept that was simultaneously humbling and filled with hope. Consider for a moment that your current existence is merely one among several, that prior to this, you were someone entirely different, perhaps a farmer in the Bronze Age, or a poet whose name has long since faded from memory, and before that, a shepherd, a mariner, a soldier who perished in silence. Now, imagine that each of those lives imparted some form of knowledge, that every act of kindness, every instance of restraint, every hard-won lesson followed you, recorded in some secret ledger from one life to the next. That was the promise of reincarnation. Not retribution, not oblivion, but the gradual refinement of the soul, much like a river eroding stone or a potter shaping clay. In time, if you exercised prudence and wisdom, and admittedly a degree of fortune, you might reach the Isles of the Blessed. And then, no further returns, no more births, only peace. True, final peace. The Greeks were not entirely in accord regarding the mechanics of this process. Some believed that the judges of the departed also oversaw reincarnation, assigning souls to new physical forms as they deemed appropriate. Others envisioned the soul itself selecting its subsequent existence, though not always with discerning judgment. In Plato's Republic, for example, he recounts the narrative of a soldier named who dies, visits the afterlife, and returns to life to recount his experience. In his vision, souls convene to select their next lives from a selection of destinies laid out before them. The astute individuals choose judiciously, having learned from past errors. The proud select hastily and face adverse consequences. One soul, tragically, having endured suffering in a previous existence, chooses to become a tyrant, failing to grasp the implications of such a role. Even Orpheus, the celebrated musician, opts to return as a swan, perhaps seeking to escape human anguish altogether. This notion that we choose, and frequently choose unwisely, feels remarkably modern, possessing a curious self-awareness. Nevertheless, the overarching message remains clear. The soul journeys, it learns, it endeavors anew, and if it acquires sufficient wisdom and cultivates virtue, it may ultimately be liberated from the cycle and dispatched to the Isles of the Blessed. So, what did these islands resemble? The poets were sparing with details, as if hesitant to define perfection too precisely. Yet, what little they did articulate was profoundly illuminating. The climate was consistently idyllic, the zephyrs perpetually balmy, and the atmosphere resonated with melodies and amiable chuckles. Beings there experienced neither the burden of aging nor the pang of hunger. Their existence unfolded amidst fields of spun gold and crystalline rivulets. Certain narratives propose that arboreal life yielded produce unceasingly throughout the year. Others posit that the very soil itself radiated an ethereal gleam. But the ultimate endowment was not the panorama. It was the absolute eradication of apprehension. No afflictions, no diminishment with time, no erosion of recollection, no deities to placate, no directives emanating from Olympus, merely an unending expanse of luminous tranquility. Within these tranquil confines, the passage of time was not quantified. There were no timepieces, no distinct periods of the year, only the gradual, golden transition of light, the cadence of the ocean's pulse, the effortless flight of avians that knew no fatigue. Responsibilities were absent, aspirations were non-existent, and the compulsion to validate oneself had evaporated. The spirit had already accomplished this across the span of 3 distinct lifetimes, having undergone evaluation, calibration, and repeated scrutiny. Now it was permitted to simply exist. However, as is characteristic of all paradises, a subtle drawback exists. To attain access to the havens of the beatified, one was required to make discerning choices, to conduct one's life with sagacity, to retain an awareness of one's genuine identity. And for the Hellenes, the act of remembrance was no trivial undertaking. Prior to each subsequent incarnation, the majority of souls partook of the waters from the river Lethe, the stream of oblivion. A draught from this source would effectively obliterate all prior recollections. Perhaps a benevolent act for those returning to lives fraught with hardship. Yet the Orphic doctrines presented a different perspective. They conveyed small inscribed plates into their sepulchres, containing directives for the soul. Upon awakening within the netherworld, the soul was instructed to bypass the waters of Lethe. Instead, it was to seek out the spring of Mnemosyne and imbibe its contents copiously. This preservation of memory would safeguard the self throughout the cycle of rebirth, enabling the soul to navigate existence judiciously, to recall its inherent purpose. These inscribed artifacts have been discovered within sepulchral sites across the ancient Hellenic world, frequently rendered in poetic verse. Brief verses whispered through the epochs. I am a child of earth and starry heavens, yet my lineage belongs to the celestial realms alone. These are quiet injunctions from the living to the deceased, affirmations of identity, for even within the infinite expanse, it appears we require guidance. The concept of transmigration also served a moral imperative. It lent significance to the soul's decisions, not in the form of everlasting condemnation, but within the extended trajectory of metamorphosis. No action was rendered futile, no act of benevolence unacknowledged. You might not reach the realms of the blessed in the current existence, but perhaps in the subsequent one, or the one that followed. One can readily grasp the solace this would provide. Existence was frequently marked by hardship. Adversity could befall the blameless, yet the soul endured, and through its perseverance it matured. Nevertheless, this conception of reincarnation never supplanted the more archaic, straightforward beliefs regarding mortality. The majority of Hellenes continued to adhere to the notion of a solitary demise, a singular judgment, and an undivided eternity. The fields of asphodel continued to be densely populated. However, the idea of rebirth persisted. It offered a distinct alternative, not retribution or recompense, but refinement, a gradual, cosmic tutelage. And for the select few who successfully navigated that trial, the individuals who traversed the arduous path on 3 occasions, the blessed isles awaited. Some traditions suggest that those who achieved access to the isles were elevated to the status of demigods, that they shimmered with an inner radiance, their forms no longer bound by human limitations. Others propose that they simply reposed beside placid waters, conversing softly with cherished companions, serene and wholly complete. It is challenging to ascertain which prospect holds greater allure. One can envision a soul that has lived 3 commendable lives, one that has toiled in the fields, administered healing to the infirm, and serenaded children with song. One that has met its end with valor, offered forgiveness readily, and made virtuous choices. That soul, at long last, sets foot upon the shores of the isles. The illumination is gentle, the heavens are unblemished by clouds. A soft wind rustles the verdant growth. No one solicits their appellation. No one appraises their accomplishments. There is no necessity for such actions. They have rightfully earned their repose. Nearby, music emanates, not overpoweringly but sufficiently, and the soul proceeds onward, not to strive, not to recall, but to simply be. It is a peculiar and beautiful vision, suggesting that even within a world populated by capricious deities and fallible mortals, a sanctuary might exist, tranquil, radiant, immutable, awaiting the discerning few who learn, who endeavor, who return in an improved state. The Hellenes, despite their pervasive misfortunes, held this conviction. They believed the spirit could ascend, not through the acquisition of wings, but through the cultivation of wisdom. And if it ascended sufficiently high, the isles would materialize just beyond the distant horizon. Long before contemporary thinkers began their fervent scribblings on the nature of consciousness and identity, the Hellenes had already articulated the fundamental inquiry: what precisely persists beyond the veil of death? While they lacked sophisticated imaging technology, they possessed a wealth of imagination, an abundance of mythology, and a profound capacity for questioning. From these elements, they furnished us with one of the most poetically rendered, albeit subtly disquieting, responses found within ancient literature. The soul, they posited, metamorphosed into a shade, not a specter, not a phantasm with eyes ablaze or flowing vestments, not a luminous orb of ethereal energy or a wavering essence. Merely a shade, a muted echo, a dim reflection of the individual previously constituted. In the Hellenic tongue, the term was eidolon, signifying a likeness, or occasionally psyche, denoting breath or life. Regardless of the nomenclature employed, the soul post-mortem was conceptualized as something that had shed its sharp edges, much like a blade dulled by the passage of time. The voice became more attenuated, the cognitive processes decelerated, the sense of self diminished, yet its continuity remained. This constituted the foundational tenet of Hellenic belief, that after the cessation of life, a fragment of one's being persevered. However, it was not the individual who delighted in jest or bid farewell to loved ones at night. It was not the individual who tended to their gardens or engaged in political discourse in the agora. What endured was more akin to the elongated shadow one casts as evening descends, recognizable, yet devoid of warmth. Homer's Odyssey offers one of the earliest and most vivid depictions of this phenomenon. Upon Odysseus's descent into the underworld, he encounters the spectral entities of the deceased, not monstrous beings nor celestial judges, but familiar individuals. His mother, Anticlea, his former comrades, warriors who fought at Troy, and even the formidable Achilles himself. Yet, these are not joyous reunions. The shades communicate in a monotonous cadence. They exhibit a decline in self-awareness. They reach out towards vestiges of memory as if slumbering individuals were fumbling in profound darkness. Odysseus is compelled to offer blood, fresh, warm, vital fluid, enabling the shades to articulate themselves with greater clarity, as if his vital essence temporarily rekindled their dormant faculties. And even then, these interactions are fleeting. A sentence or two, a momentary flicker. Subsequently, the pervasive obscurity reasserts its dominion. Achilles, who once traversed the battlefield with the ferocity of a lion, conveys to Odysseus his preference for servitude as a living individual over reigning as sovereign amongst the dead. There is no trace of resentment in his pronouncement, merely a profound sense of acquiescence. This was not a place of torment, but simply an existence in shadow. While this conceptualization might appear somber, it encapsulated a profoundly human sentiment. The recognition that time erodes memories, that our identity gradually fades, and that immortality, if it exists, is not characterized by golden brilliance and sharp definition, but rather by quietude and obscurity. Nevertheless, the Hellenes did not interpret this as a form of punishment. It was simply the soul's inherent condition following death. The corporeal form decomposed, the vital spark of existence extinguished. What persisted was a softened manifestation, the eidolon. Certain shades lingered in proximity to their gravesites, while others meandered through the asphodel meadows. A select few were consigned to Tartarus or elevated to Elysium. Yet, all shared this peculiar, dreamlike quality, a presence that was tenuous at best. The soul no longer required sustenance, repose, or respiration, but neither was it capable of growth. It represented, in essence, a memory frozen in temporal suspension. This belief profoundly influenced Hellenic funerary customs. Families would leave offerings, not with the expectation that the soul would partake of them, but as a gesture of acknowledging its presence, to nourish the memory rather than the physical form. Honey cakes, wine, small monetary tokens, sprigs of rosemary, objects placed with gentle care beside the departed, with the hopeful anticipation that some vestige, some fragment of that shade might still perceive them. And perhaps indeed it did. There exist accounts, hushed and whispered, of shades reappearing, not as vengeful specters but as grieving mourners, visiting individuals in their dreams, standing silently at the foot of a bed, not to instill terror, but to serve as a reminder. I was here, they seem to communicate. I once experienced life, and at times that was sufficient. Nevertheless, the precise nature of the soul after demise remained a subject of ongoing discourse. Plato, ever inclined to introduce complexity, posited that the soul possessed immortality and comprised three distinct constituents: the rationale, the spirited, and the appetitive. Following death, the soul would depart from the physical body but retain its essential characteristics. It retained the capacity for growth, for learning, and ultimately for regeneration. In his dialogue, the Phaedrus, Plato likens the soul to a chariot drawn by two steeds, one noble and the other unruly, guided by reason. Life, therefore, represents the concerted effort to steer the soul with wisdom. Death is not an ultimate conclusion, but rather a transitional point, a brief interlude before another endeavor. For Plato, the soul was not a mere shade, but a far more intricate entity, a living essence intrinsically linked to the divine. Its post-mortem existence was characterized not simply by remembrance, but by ongoing progression. However, this represented a philosophical perspective. The majority of Hellenes, particularly those outside the established intellectual circles, adhered to the more straightforward imagery, the shade, the silently semi-conscious self, traversing eternity much like a figure enveloped in mist. Yet, even that shade could pose a hazard under specific circumstances. Shades of individuals who met a violent end or were denied proper burial were believed to linger in the vicinity of the mortal realm. These entities were not inherently malevolent, or at least not consistently so, but they were restless, disoriented, drawn to warmth, to light, to vestiges of recollection. Some were thought to transform into lamiae, a term of Roman origin, though conceptually similar within Hellenic thought, spirits that haunted domiciles until appropriately expelled. Others were believed to remain near sites of conflict, attracted by the scent of blood and smoke. Observances such as the Anthesteria granted these shades temporary permission to sojourn within the living world for a brief period, typically a day or two, after which they were obligated to retreat. The living would anoint their doorways with pitch, recite specific incantations, and offer a final libation, uttering the words, "Depart now, you who have received your due." These rituals were conducted with utmost reverence. The Hellenes harbored a degree of apprehension towards their shades, but they also experienced a sense of commiseration, because to exist as a shade was to be without context, to recall only fragmented aspects of one's being, to exist and yet not truly exist. It was possible to commune with shades if one possessed the requisite knowledge. Necromancers, solitary and peculiar individuals, claimed the ability to summon them, not for spiritualistic seances or frivolous diversions, but for counsel. The Hellenes termed this practice nekia, a ritual involving the invocation of the deceased, typically performed under the shroud of night, invariably in close proximity to the earth, accompanied by supplications and offerings. The shade, upon its arrival, would not manifest with dazzling brilliance. It would not emit a thunderous pronouncement. It would whisper, perhaps with a voice that no longer felt entirely its own, and once its response had been articulated, it would dissipate once more, much like a dream recalled in the morning, only to be lost by the afternoon. The depiction of the soul as a shade also finds expression in Hellenic visual arts. On funerary urns, diminutive winged figures, neither angelic nor demonic in nature, are depicted fluttering near the deceased. They possess no imposing stature and bear a resemblance to butterflies or moths. Elsewhere, souls are rendered as faint silhouettes, moving in procession, their gazes directed downwards. They bear no halos, no crowns, merely their spectral presence. In dramatic tragedies, the dead occasionally reappear to impart their messages, but they do so with deliberate caution and a palpable gravitas, as if each utterance exacted a significant toll. These narratives were not intended as horror stories, but rather as explorations of memory, of the tenuous boundary separating the living from the dead departed, and the remarkable fragility of that demarcation. Nevertheless, not all shades were perceived as possessing an equal degree of substance. Some retained a greater measure of their former selves. Heroes in particular, figures such as Heracles or Orpheus, were believed to maintain their vitality even in death. However, this was frequently attributed to divine intervention, a form of post-mortem augmentation orchestrated by the gods. Others faded with rapidity. The more ordinary the existence, the swifter the soul's dissolution into silence, not as an act of malevolence but as a consequence of entropy. And then there was the fragile, flickering hope that the shade might eventually be restored to wholeness, that, through the process of reincarnation, purification, or divine intervention, the soul could be revitalized, could fully recollect its past, and could once again experience life. The Orphic adherents taught that shades possessed the potential to transcend their diminished state, that by leading a life of virtue and retaining awareness of their true identity, they could step beyond the cyclical nature of existence. They could relinquish the half-life of spectral existence and merge with the divine. However, for the majority, the transition concluded not with suffering or affliction, but with a gentle fading. One can visualize this faintly. A meadow adorned with pale blossoms, a sky of muted gray, figures moving with unhurried grace. Occasionally, one might pause, as if recalling a fragment of something, perhaps a name or a melody, before continuing their slow progression. They exhibit no sorrow, no anger, merely a profound sense of detachment. While far above, the world carries on its activities. Children mature, fields are cultivated, stories are recounted, and the shades gradually recede into the realm of myth. When one contemplates the sovereigns of the underworld, the mind instinctively conjures certain archetypes: thrones of fire, stern visages, dramatic gestures, perhaps even a bolt of lightning for added flair. However, within the Hellenic worldview, the king and queen of the netherworld bore no resemblance to these depictions. Their presence was more subdued. Hades and Persephone did not preside with fiery intensity or wrathful pronouncements. They governed in a state of quietude. They oversaw, they observed, and most significantly, they endured. Unlike the Olympian deities who interjected themselves into mortal affairs with the subtlety of a tempest, Hades seldom departed from his domain. His presence was not a prerequisite for battles or matrimonial ceremonies. He did not assume guises such as a swan or a cascade of gold. He remained steadfastly within his designated realm, beneath the earth, amidst the departed. His reputation for fear stemmed not from inherent cruelty, but from his inevitability. The Hellenes did not erect temples dedicated to Hades in the manner they did for Zeus or Apollo. Few statues were commissioned in his likeness. His name was seldom uttered aloud. Instead, they resorted to euphemisms: the wealthy one, or Pluton, a designation alluding to the subterranean riches, including precious metals and, invariably, the skeletal remains of the innumerable deceased. It was not that Hades was held in disfavor; rather, he was a deity to be approached with extreme caution. He maintained order within a realm that no one else desired to inhabit. He presided over a kingdom of hushed voices where justice had already been dispensed, and memories gradually faded. His kingdom was characterized by an absence of dissent, no insurrections, no rebellions, only an pervasive stillness, a state he found preferable. Persephone, conversely, presented a different aspect entirely. Her narrative commences amidst the radiance of sunlight. She was the progeny of Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, and spent her formative years amidst floral abundance and verdant fields. Her name, Persephone, has been subjected to various interpretations, including bringer of death, she who destroys, or perhaps more simply, she who illuminates. Similar to many ancient appellations, it appeared to encompass both luminescence and obscurity. One fateful day, while gathering blossoms, the earth inexplicably parted beneath her feet. Hades emerged from the chasm in his chariot, dark and resplendent, drawn by ebony steeds, and conveyed her away. The abduction of Persephone is among the most celebrated myths within Hellenic tradition. Yet, its significance lies less in romantic entanglements or acts of violence, and more in its commentary on compromise, on the cyclical progression of the seasons, and on the indispensable equilibrium between life and death. Upon discovering her daughter's disappearance, Demeter, the grieving mother, was utterly inconsolable. She traversed the earth enveloped in profound sorrow, withholding her blessing from all burgeoning life. The crops withered, the fields turned arid, and famine began its insidious spread across the globe. Ultimately, the divine council intervened. Zeus dispatched Hermes to the Underworld with the mission of negotiating Persephone's return, and Hades, ever composed, assented, albeit with a crucial stipulation. Before her departure, he presented her with a pomegranate. Merely a few of its seeds, not sufficient for a meal, merely a taste, and she partook of it. That singular taste irrevocably bound her to the underworld. Consequently, an accord was reached, a mutual concession. For a portion of the year, Persephone would ascend to the surface, reuniting with her mother. The flowers would blossom, the fields would flourish, and Demeter would manifest her contentment. However, for the remainder of the year, Persephone would return to her consort, to her sovereign seat beneath the earth, to the realm of shadows. Thus were the seasons engendered, and thus did the queen of the underworld assume her place beside her king. This narrative, it must be understood, was not a fairy tale. Hades and Persephone were not a couple in the conventional romantic sense. There were no clandestine nocturnal strolls or sonnets exchanged beneath the moon. Yet, neither was Persephone entirely his captive. With the passage of time, she evolved beyond a mere abducted maiden. She ascended to the status of a ruler in her own right. The Hellenes envisioned her as possessing a dual nature, embodying both gentleness and sternness. A goddess of the flora, undoubtedly, but also an embodiment of finality. She presided over the departed with the same quiet dignity as her husband. She rendered judgment. She made determinations. In certain accounts, she alone held the authority to decide who, if anyone, might be granted a return to life. Her composite character, simultaneously the daughter of spring and the sovereign of shadows, rendered her one of the most intricate figures within the Hellenic pantheon. Adherents approached her with a measure of caution, not with imperious demands, but with offerings, such as pomegranate seeds, dark-hued fabrics, and hushed chants intoned in the darkness. In many respects, she represented the most relatable of the deities. She understood the pangs of loss. She comprehended the experience of return. In unison, Hades and Persephone governed, not through ostentatious displays, but through an unwavering permanence. Their reign was devoid of gilded throne rooms or lavish banquets, characterized solely by an orderly progression, the gentle turning of souls through their existence. And while Zeus would thunder, Poseidon would rage, and Athena would orchestrate her intricate schemes, the king and queen of the underworld remained resolutely present. They possessed no need for vocal pronouncements. They signified the conclusion of every narrative. Now, Hades himself has consistently been a subject of considerable misinterpretation. He was not a malevolent entity, akin to a devil. He did not administer punishment to souls. That responsibility was assigned to the Furies, the judges, or to Tartarus itself. Hades functioned more like a proprietor, steadfast, vigilant, and perpetually present. His demeanor was stern, yet not malicious. He was equitable, though not exceptionally lenient. He upheld the established boundaries. No soul was permitted to depart without authorization, and no mortal could enter without incurring a cost. When heroic figures ventured into his dominion, such as Orpheus, Heracles, or Odysseus, they did so with trepidation, not out of fear that he would smite them, but out of apprehension that he might not permit their egress. For Hades was not inclined to relinquish that which came into his possession. His realm was fortified with numerous gateways and guarded by sentinels, including the rivers Styx and Acheron, and the formidable three-headed canine, Cerberus, whose silence was broken only by the presence of resin. At the entrance, judges deliberated, rendering their verdicts. However, Hades observed from the deeper recesses of his kingdom, silent and inscrutable. His dominion operated not on caprice, but on codified law. Nevertheless, he was not entirely devoid of sentiment. In one particular myth, the mortal Sisyphus, through cunning, managed to ensnare Hades, chaining him in such a manner that the cessation of death was temporarily halted. For a period, the world descended into a state of considerable disarray. Yet, upon his liberation, Hades did not resort to an eruption of vengeful retribution. He simply and efficiently rectified the disrupted equilibrium. Such was his inherent disposition. It appeared that even the deceased required a measure of administrative oversight. Persephone, too, possessed her own complexities. She was not merely a daughter who had partaken of the forbidden fruit. She evolved into a guiding figure for those who had lost their way. Some believed that she personally escorted souls to their eternal resting place. Others posited that she offered moments of profound solace, a rekindled memory, a mitigated sorrow. Within the Orphic traditions, she was revered as an emblem of transformation. an entity who had traversed boundaries and subsequently returned, serving as a paradigm for the soul's own existential journey, progressing from innocence through periods of darkness and ultimately towards wisdom. She was not an object of fear, but she was certainly not to be disregarded. Collectively, Hades and Persephone provided an element of stability, a rare commodity within the Hellenic cosmos. While the world above experienced constant flux, conflict, and celebration, the underworld remained unchanged, as it always had been, and within that immutability resided a peculiar form of tranquility. They had no need for ornate temples or elaborate ceremonies. Their names were spoken in hushed tones, reminiscent of twilight. Offerings were interred, not prominently displayed. Their veneration took place in secluded grottos, in profound silence, amidst the gentle rustling of leaves. And for the departed, for the innumerable souls who navigated the river, passed the judgment of the arbiters, and entered the dominion of shadows, their presence was an immutable constant. Not warm, not malevolent, simply ever-present. It is quite easy in contemporary times to underestimate Hades and Persephone, to reduce them to mere symbolic representations. He becomes the personification of death, the grim reaper. She becomes a simple flower. However, the Hellens possessed a far deeper understanding. They recognized the inherent necessity of endings, of stillness, of cyclical patterns. Persephone embodied both the nascent spring and the dormancy of winter, the act of remembering and the process of forgetting. She held within her essence both the promise of new beginnings and the veil of obscurity. Hades represented the gateway, the silent sentinel, the unavoidable conclusion, and their governance was characterized not by extravagant displays, but by inherent restraint. No warlike steeds, no bolts of lightning, merely a throne meticulously carved from stone, a torch held at a low angle, and a diadem fashioned from iron and delicate petals. And as each soul arrived, some weary, some bewildered, others unyielding, they were received, not with spoken words but with a profound silence, because by the time one encounters Hades and Persephone, there is nothing left to articulate. You have fulfilled your role, navigated the course of your life, recounted your narratives, and now you belong to the quietude. Not in a state of apprehension, not in a mood of sorrow, but with an absolute certainty. Because irrespective of your former station, be it king or commoner, hero or coward, Hades and Persephone awaited, not to inflict punishment, nor to bestow praise, but to receive you into their eternal embrace. And somewhere far removed from the shade of the olive groves and the grandeur of the marble columns, beneath the bustling market stalls and the imposing pillars of Delphi, beneath the vibrant cities and their distracting allurements, there they remain seated, perpetually, a king, a queen, a realm of shadows, and a silence that knows no end. Despite the ancient Greeks' elaborate imaginings of the afterlife, complete with its gates, rivers, adjudicators, punishments, and desolate plains, they never truly severed their connection to those who had passed. Not completely. Even after a soul had navigated the river Styx, faced judgment, and was guided towards Elysium or the plains of Asphodel, a fragment of it invariably remained in the world above. This wasn't a spectral haunting or a mournful phantom draped in ethereal sheets, but rather the lingering echo of memory, a hushed whisper on the wind, a name softly uttered, or the gentle chime of a goblet raised in tribute to someone no longer able to partake. In the Hellenic world, death did not signify the conclusion of a bond. It represented a transformation of its nature. The presence of the departed persisted not solely within narratives, but permeated daily existence, woven into rituals, obligations, and affections. To neglect the memory of the deceased was considered a profound desecration, a second demise that in certain aspects was more grievous than the initial one. Consequently, the Greeks maintained their remembrance with diligence, regularity, and a notable degree of cautious superstition. The process of commemoration commenced immediately upon a person's passing. The body underwent washing and anointing by the women of the family, sisters, daughters, wives. This was not merely a sanitary procedure but an act of profound respect and care. The deceased were then laid out with solemnity. Coins were placed upon their eyelids or within their mouths, serving as payment for Charon, the silent ferryman of the dead, who strictly adhered to a no-credit policy. This preliminary ritual, known as the prothesis or lying in state, took place within the home, where friends and relatives convened. Tears were shed, openly and demonstratively. Women would beat their chests and rend their hair in grief. Such displays were not deemed excessive. Rather, to grieve in a subdued manner risked being perceived as uncaring or unappreciative. When the funeral procession, the ekphora, commenced its winding journey through the city streets, it did so at dawn. This timing was not for dramatic effect, but held symbolic significance. The departure of a soul necessitated the city's acknowledgement before the full ascent of the sun. The interment itself occurred beyond the city's perimeter. This was not due to any notion of impurity associated with the dead, but because they were now considered to inhabit a separate realm. The tombs were positioned to face the roadways, allowing passers-by to peruse the inscribed names, observe the sculpted effigies, and, if moved by compassion, pause for a moment of reflection. Many gravestones bore inscriptions, not lengthy orations, but concise and evocative phrases. "I was once like you, soon you will be like me," or, "Stranger, do not hasten past my resting place." Some inscriptions were more poetic in nature, others employed humor, and some simply stated the name of the departed and their age, leaving the remainder to the viewer's contemplation. However, the act of interring someone marked merely the commencement of their remembrance. The Greeks harbored no illusions about the subsequent journey. They believed the soul entered the underworld, yet the connection between that soul and the living persisted. The deceased continued to hold significance. They still possessed needs, and in turn, the living still required their presence and influence. Each year, on the anniversary of a death, the family would return to the tomb. Libations were poured, water, oil, honey, and wine. Offerings of barley cakes or fruit were placed upon the stone. These were not intended for literal consumption by the deceased, but rather as a gesture of courtesy, for politeness, even in the context of death, was deemed crucial. One would not wish for the shade of their grandfather to believe their birthday had been overlooked. Formal observances dedicated to the dead were also observed. The most prominent among these was the Amphidromia, a 3-day festival observed in Athens. Initially conceived as a celebration of the new wine harvest, it evolved, much like many aspects of Greek religious practice, to encompass broader meanings. On the final day, termed the Chose, or the Day of Pots, it was believed that the deceased communed with the living, not as an intrusive spectral presence, but as if in a temporary truce. The established boundaries softened, allowing spectral forms to drift through the city. Doors were coated with pitch as a protective measure against unwelcome visitors. Offerings were placed outdoors, consisting of boiled grains and vegetables, but strictly no meat. As the day concluded, a specific phrase was uttered aloud. "Out with you, Chthonians. The festival is over." The Chthonians, while understood as infernal spirits, in this context simply conveyed the sentiment, "You are welcome to visit, but it is now time for you to depart." All these actions were conducted with a sense of measured calm, devoid of panic. The departed were not regarded as malevolent entities, yet they were also not to be treated with casual disregard. In addition to public observances, families conducted private rites. These were typically intimate gatherings held at home or at the tomb, involving the utterance of a few words, the burning of a small amount of incense, and the gentle recollection of a name. This act of remembering a name was paramount in the process of mourning in ancient Greece. To be named was to be anchored. To be forgotten was to drift into oblivion. In Homer's Iliad, when Achilles mourns Patroclus, his grief extends beyond mere weeping. He orchestrates games in his honor and repeatedly speaks his name, ensuring the world's remembrance. This was because the prospect of dying anonymously was considered utterly unthinkable, especially in the context of warfare. This apprehension was amplified by the reality that soldiers could be so grievously wounded as to be beyond recognition, necessitating hurried burials. Thus, poets assumed the role of remembrance, reciting names in extended rhythmic sequences, each utterance akin to the beat of a drum. In Athens, fallen soldiers had their names permanently inscribed on stone stelae, safeguarding them from being lost to time. For the Greeks, memory was not solely an emotional sentiment. It possessed spiritual potency. It held the soul in its rightful place, which is why they approached improper burials with such profound wariness. A soul denied due rites might become unsettled, lingering excessively in the mortal realm. Such unsettled spirits could bring about illness, misfortune, or a pervasive sense of unease. These were not phantoms in the conventional horror genre. They did not shriek or levitate furniture. Instead, they whispered, hovered, and visited in dreams. Occasionally, an individual might awaken with an unshakable certainty of having been touched by someone no longer living. In such instances, a ritualistic cleansing might be performed, or an additional offering made as a precautionary measure. You see, the Greeks did not primarily fear death itself, but rather the act of forgetting and of being forgotten. These two concepts were intrinsically linked. Even philosophers, with their profound theoretical explorations of the immortal soul and the nature of existence, understood the deep emotional resonance of remembrance. Socrates, in the moments preceding his death, implored his friends to offer a rooster to Asclepius, the god of healing. This seemingly peculiar request was deeply rooted in ritual, duty, and the enduring power of memory. Even in his final moments, he remembered his obligations. In Orphic traditions, remembrance assumed an even more critical role. It was believed that the soul could only escape the cycle of reincarnation by recalling its true identity. Consequently, the deceased were interred with small, thin gold tablets inscribed with specific instructions. Do not drink from the river Lethe. Instead, drink from the river Mnemosyne, the river of memory. These messages, conveyed across the Mediterranean, represented quiet communications from the living to the departed, offering guidance for their journey. The reason for this meticulous preparation was the understanding that even after death, one could lose oneself. And if one forgot who they truly were, how could they possibly transform into something greater? Memory, therefore, transcended mere nostalgia. It was a fundamental element of survival. This belief significantly shaped Greek architectural practices as well. Tombs were not simply excavations in the earth, but were meticulously constructed. Many featured small altars, designed to facilitate the proper placement of offerings. Others included carved benches, providing a space for family members to sit, converse, and linger. One did not merely visit the departed, one spent time in their presence. A father might bring his child to sit beside the tomb of a grandparent, perhaps remarking, "This is your great-uncle." He was a mariner. He once journeyed all the way to Egypt. In this manner, the deceased were momentarily resurrected, if only for a fleeting instant. Even in the fabric of everyday life, the dead hovered at the periphery. Household altars frequently incorporated representations of ancestors, not as elaborate portraits, but as symbolic tokens. A small terracotta figurine, a stone etched with a name. The departed were not relegated to distant cemeteries. They were integral to the home. They were acknowledged upon waking, included in prayers, and recognized with a nod when passing their stone markers. By so doing, individuals were reminded of their own position within the grand continuum, for one day they too would join the ranks of the departed, and they would hope that someone, anyone, would recall their name, speak it softly, pour a measure of wine, and lay a garland upon their grave. This was not for personal gain or out of fear, but because it represented a fundamental debt owed by the living to the dead, a debt reciprocated in a quiet manner by the departed. It fostered a sense of belonging, a reassurance that one did not simply vanish, but rather lingered, if not in the form of a shadow, then within thought, within a name inscribed on stone, within a story passed down, within a whispered memory. Imagine, if you will, that death in ancient Greece was less about celestial choirs and luminous halos, and more akin to navigating a vast bureaucracy and embarking on an extended journey. Welcome to the Underworld. It was neither hell nor heaven, and certainly not a place one could stumble into without invitation. This was no nebulous afterlife, but a fully realized domain, complete with its own rivers, gateways, judges, and an atmosphere that would give even the most persistent travel agent pause. The Greeks did not envision the afterlife as an ethereal, celestial realm. The concept of ascending to the heavens was a later development. Instead, for the ancient Greek, death represented a descent. The underworld, known as Hades, was believed to be situated beneath the earth, a sprawling, echoing expanse where the deceased, irrespective of their moral standing, ultimately resided. There were, of course, exceptions. Those who merited elevation or a more severe demotion would be addressed later. However, the standard trajectory was straightforward. Upon demise, one proceeded downwards. This notion of downward movement merits particular attention. In the Greek cosmological framework, the universe was structured in layers. Olympus, the abode of the gods, occupied the highest stratum atop Mount Olympus. The mortal world occupied the middle sphere, and beneath it all lay the underworld, awaiting like a pervasive shadow. It was not, by and large, a place of torment, but it was hardly anyone's ideal retirement destination. The term Hades denoted both the realm itself and its sovereign. This dual usage could occasionally be confusing, akin to naming one's residence Philip and then inviting Philip over for tea. Nevertheless, the realm of Hades was vast and intricate. To map its contours is to gain insight into the deepest fears, beliefs, and, at times, the rather dark sense of humor of the Greeks. The passage to Hades commenced with death itself. Naturally, Hermes, the ever-versatile god, fulfilled the role of psychopomp, a term that sounds like a Victorian insult, but actually signifies a guide of souls. It was Hermes who gently escorted the newly deceased from the world of the living to the threshold of the underworld. And here, at the entrance, stood the 5 rivers, representing the initial, and perhaps most poetically defined, boundaries of the land of the dead. Each river within the underworld possessed its own distinct purpose and character, and none were particularly welcoming. The Acheron and the River of Woe served as the primary entry point, a mournful torrent that the souls of the departed were compelled to cross. It was hardly an inviting prospect, evoking more of an eternal sigh than a cheerful babble. The Styx, the most renowned of the 5, was the river of hatred. It meandered through the underworld, forming a spectral moat around the very palace of Hades. Notably, the gods themselves swore their most solemn oaths by the Styx. Should an oath be violated, the transgressor was condemned to lie breathless for an entire year. The Greeks held both their promises and their rivers in profound regard. The Phlegethon, the river of fire, flowed like molten lava through Tartarus, the bleakest depths of the realm. It was not a river one would choose for a picnic, unless one preferred their olives flambéed. The Cocytus, the river of lamentation, echoed with the cries of the condemned. It possessed remarkable acoustic properties which presumably exacerbated their suffering. And then there was the Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, offering oblivion so complete that even sorrow vanished. A mere sip would erase one's life, identity, and past. Later, mystery cults, such as those of the Orphics, advocated for drinking from the river Mnemosyne, the river of memory, assuming one could locate it. Of course, these rivers were not intended for literal traversal, but served as metaphysical barriers, symbolizing the emotions and transitions of the soul. They formed a sort of topographical poetry, guiding the soul through grief, hatred, fiery trials, and ultimately forgetfulness on its journey to its final repose. To cross the Acheron, one required the services of Charon, an aged ferryman who piloted the vessel of the dead. Charon did not offer his services gratuitously. He demanded payment in the form of an obol, a small coin traditionally placed beneath the tongue or upon the eyes of the deceased during burial rites. Those who could not afford the fare were left stranded, compelled to wander the riverbanks eternally, much like unfortunate travelers who neglected to secure their accommodations. This practice gave rise to one of the most enduring funeral customs in ancient Greece. The coins placed in the mouth were not merely symbolic, they were a practical necessity. No one wished to risk being marooned beside Charon, with nothing but regret and a parched throat for company. Upon successfully crossing the river, souls would encounter Cerberus, the formidable three-headed hound that guarded the gates. Unlike contemporary canine companions, Cerberus harbored no interest in affectionate petting. His duty was to prevent souls from exiting, not entering. He served, in essence, as the Underworld's security checkpoint, albeit far less likely to misplace one's belongings. Cerberus rarely posed a problem, save for when Heracles dragged him from his post during one of his legendary labors, and when Orpheus managed to lull him into slumber with his music. Such disruptions were precisely the sort of workplace chaos that even Hades found undesirable, akin to having a dragon as a receptionist who then started strumming a lyre. Once past the gate, souls were categorized not by a divine attendant with a clipboard, but by three judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. These were former mortal kings who had been elevated to the positions of arbiters of eternal destinies. From there, souls were directed to one of three distinct destinations. The Asphodel Meadows served as the most common destination. Here, souls meandered through a dim, twilight existence, stripped of their memories and individuality. It was not a form of punishment, but rather an eternity of tedium, the Greek equivalent of perpetual mediocrity. Elysium, or the Elysian Fields, was a paradise reserved for heroes and the exceptionally virtuous. This was the ultimate reward in the Greek pantheon for a life well lived, characterized by verdant landscapes, music, and an absence of bureaucratic complexities. Some traditions even suggested that Elysium encompassed its own unique cycle of reincarnation, the Isles of the Blessed, for individuals who had lived 3 consecutive lives of exemplary virtue. And finally, there was Tartarus, a penal realm designated for the wicked and the rebellious. Notably, it also housed divine adversaries such as the Titans, along with notorious figures from mythology who had committed transgressions. More will be said about them later. They constitute quite a rogues gallery. Later, philosophical schools, particularly the Orphics and Pythagoreans, would introduce further complexity to this cosmic map, incorporating concepts of reincarnation, transmigration of souls, and the soul's progression through numerous lifetimes. However, the fundamental depiction of this journey, a descent, a fairy passage, a judgment, and an eternal dwelling, remained indelibly etched in the Greek imagination. With their characteristic ingenuity, the Greeks identified several terrestrial points of entry into the underworld. Among the most prominent was Cape Tainaron in the Peloponnese, a coastal cave believed to be a literal portal to Hades. Another significant site was Lake Avernus in Italy, a location adopted by the Romans but originally derived from Greek tradition. Both poets and pilgrims regarded these locations with a mixture of reverence and caution. Venturing into a cave situated near a gateway to the afterlife was not undertaken lightly, certainly not without having Hermes on speed dial. The Greeks believed that the soul, or psyche, departed the physical body at the moment of death. It was often envisioned as a small, winged entity, not angelic, mind you, but rather a spectral form with certain embellishments. This psyche then embarked on its downward journey through all the aforementioned stages. Intriguingly, the soul within the Greek framework was not inherently immortal in a celebratory sense. It persisted, it remembered at times, but it was diminished. But this was not a faith centered on resurrection. The afterlife was conceived as a pale reflection of life, rather than a glorious continuation of it. To comprehend the underworld is to grasp the essence of Greek morality. Life was lived under the constant awareness of mortality, and the afterlife served not so much as a system of reward or punishment, but as a dimly reflecting mirror of one's deeds. Only those of true greatness, possessing exceptional virtue or heroic stature, attained Elysium. The majority wandered the asphodel meadows. The most wicked were consigned to Tartarus, and the remainder of souls, well, their fate depended on the ferryman's discretion. So, here we stand, poised on the banks of the Acheron, coin in hand, a multi-headed canine observing our nervous shuffle toward the ferry. The underworld is a peculiar place. Grim, undoubtedly, but also orderly, logical, and even a realm where death signifies not an end, but the commencement of a bureaucratic process. And for the ancient Greeks it was precisely this structured, meticulously mapped, and river-crossed domain that imbued the unknown with meaning. The underworld was not a realm of chaos, but one of navigation. And within that map they found solace. Next, we shall encounter its rulers, the reclusive king, Hades, and his unwilling queen. But for now, keep your wits about you and refrain from petting the dog. When one conjures images of royalty, certain visuals typically spring to mind. Golden thrones, fawning courtiers, banquet halls alive with laughter. However, the sovereigns of the underworld present a distinctly different tableau. Hades and Persephone do not host lavish banquets, nor do they pose for coinage. They preside quietly, more akin to librarians than monarchs. Yet, make no mistake, theirs is a kingdom of immense power, built not on conquest, but on permanence. Let us first consider Hades himself, the eldest son of Cronus and Rhea. Yes, the eldest, though frequently overshadowed by his more flamboyant siblings. Zeus claimed dominion over the skies, Poseidon over the seas, and Hades, it seemed, received the less desirable, or perhaps the deepest, portion. He was granted sovereignty over the realm of the dead, which, within the framework of ancient Greek cosmology, was less a punishment and more a cosmic imperative. Someone, after all, had to oversee the world's great repository of departed souls. Contrary to common misinterpretations, Hades was not inherently evil. He was stern, certainly, and unforgiving, undoubtedly, but not malevolent. His rule was characterized by order, not cruelty. In fact, the Greeks themselves tended to avoid uttering his name aloud, not out of fear of his wickedness, but out of respect for his solemn detachment. Euphemisms were preferred. Pluton, meaning the wealthy one, was a frequent alternative. This was a clever allusion to the earth's hidden riches, gold, silver, and indeed the dead, all found beneath the soil. His appearances in myths are infrequent. When he does emerge, he is not seen hurling thunderbolts or transforming into various creatures. He manifests when duty calls, when boundaries are breached, or when a bride must be claimed. Ah, yes, Persephone. Her narrative, like so many within Greek mythology, possesses multiple layers. On the surface, it recounts a tale of abduction. Hades, smitten by love, or something closely resembling it, erupts from the earth, seizes Persephone as she gathers wildflowers, and vanishes with her into the shadowy depths. One moment, she is plucking narcissus in a sun-drenched meadow. The next, she is hurtling into the abyss. Understandably, her mother, the goddess Demeter, is deeply displeased. When a goddess of agriculture expresses her discontent, she does not resort to written missives. She simply ceases the growth of all things. The crops failed, the earth became barren, and humanity, caught in the midst of this divine marital dispute, began to suffer from famine. Eventually, a compromise was brokered. Persephone would spend a portion of the year with her mother, and the remaining portion with her new husband. This seasonal arrangement became a mythological shorthand for the cyclical changes of the seasons. When Persephone ascends, spring returns. When she descends, the earth enters its dormant phase. However, this seemingly straightforward cycle conceals more unsettling undertones. The pomegranate, the fruit Persephone consumes in the underworld, is more than a mere snack. By partaking of it, she becomes bound to the realm of the dead. Some accounts suggest she was deceived, while others claim she willingly accepted the seeds. In either interpretation, the symbolism is profound. To partake of the underworld's bounty is to belong to it. The fruit serves as both a wedding ring and a manacle. Now, as Queen of the Dead, Persephone embodies a dual nature, existing as both maiden and matron, life and death. She is not merely Hades' consort, she is a sovereign in her own right. Her presence within the underworld imbues it with a distinct character. She introduces an element of grace, a sense of balance. Where Hades governed through strict rules, Persephone governs through meaning. She is the solace for mourners, the recipient of priestly prayers, the nascent spring within the earth. Their relationship, despite its forceful origins, undergoes a transformation. Later, mythological accounts depict a far more intricate, even tender connection. Persephone is no longer a captive, languishing in obscurity. She evolves into a judge of souls, an enforcer of divine curses, the veiled queen before whom even the dead bow their heads in deference. And Hades, he is fiercely devoted. Unlike many of the Olympian gods, he has no paramours, no scandalous entanglements involving swans. His affection, however unconventionally acquired, is singular and unwavering. The narrative of Hades and Persephone formed the spiritual nucleus of the Eleusinian mysteries, among ancient Greece's most revered religious observances. Conducted annually in the town of Eleusis, these rites offered initiates a profound comprehension of mortality and a flicker of hope for existence beyond it. The precise nature of the rituals remains, understandably, obscure. The Greeks possessed an exceptional talent for safeguarding secrets when sufficiently intimidated. However, it is established that the tale of Hades and Persephone was central to these ceremonies, and participants emerged transformed, not immortal, but undeniably comforted. It might be considered the earliest form of afterlife reassurance. A further peculiarity of Hades' domain is its structure. It is not a realm of disarray, but of ordered categorization. No classification carried more gravity than that of burial. To perish without due rites was to be condemned to perpetual wandering, barred from entry, judgment, and even the solace of oblivion. The paramount importance of a proper burial cannot be overstated. Even those who committed transgressions were occasionally granted the rites, if only to prevent their disembodied spirits from causing unrest. A soul left uninterred became agitated, resentful, clinging, so to speak, to its haunting potential. This conviction spurred countless myths. Antigone defying decree to enter her sibling, Odysseus pouring libations to summon the departed, and even Achilles dragging Hector's corpse around Troy, not merely as an act of insult, but to deny him peace. The deceased held rights, and the living bore obligations. It constituted a delicate interdependence. Yet, despite the solemnity, the netherworld was not devoid of its peculiar arrangements. The adjudicators, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, presided over spirits akin to a celestial inquest. They were not Olympian deities, but mortals elevated by posthumous accolades. Minos, in particular, was regarded as the chief arbiter, a former monarch of Crete, now sorting shades as a mythical civil servant. Their verdicts were rendered based on life's actions, though the precise benchmarks remain elusive. Heroism was advantageous, as was devotion. However, excessive arrogance typically led to less desirable accommodations. Nevertheless, the majority of souls did not find themselves in Tartarus. That chasm was reserved for the most egregious transgressors, those who betrayed oaths, spilled kindred blood, or profoundly vexed the gods. The rest, as previously noted, quietly meandered into the asphodel meadows, drifting like fragmented dreams. However, it is within the interplay of Hades and Persephone that we perceive something enduring. Theirs is not a duality of light and shadow, but of stillness and eventual return. Hades represents the ultimate quietude, Persephone, the soft murmur that shatters it. He guards the portals, she navigates the liminal spaces. Their dominion is not founded on tempest or triumph, but on the inescapable. And in the Hellenic worldview, there exists a certain sanctity in the inevitable. The underworld was not feared for its monstrosity, but for its permanence. It was impartial, unyielding. Even the gods deferred to its edicts. When Sarpedon, son of Zeus, fell on the battlefield, not even his divine progenitor could interfere. His form was reclaimed, his spirit dispatched quietly, irrevocably, to Hades. Destiny remained immutable, even for Olympus, and herein lies, perhaps, the true might of the underworld's sovereigns, not in their opulence or their thrones, but in their self-restraint. Hades never rebels, Persephone never abandons her charge. They do not display power, they do not conquer, they persist. Within a pantheon rife with drama, they maintain a silent, eternal presence. It possesses a certain understated elegance. While most deities demand attention, Hades and Persephone merely request remembrance. Thus, the next time you hear the whisper of wind through desiccated foliage or sense the tranquil descent of winter upon the land, you might reflect upon them, the quiet sovereign and the queen of return. Their presence is not to inflict punishment, but to serve as a reminder. All things conclude, and all things revert. And somewhere within the subterranean gloom, they await, not with malevolence, but with absolute certainty. Now, let us depart their shadowed court, for in our subsequent exploration, we shall encounter the very adjudicators of the deceased, and delve into how virtue, recollection, and legend converge in the soul's final arbitration. Merely ensure you present your strongest defense. If you once presumed that death in antiquity signified a simple cessation, reconsider. The Greeks harbored a profound appreciation for protocol, and the afterlife was no exception. Once ferried across the river, offered a respectful nod to the three-headed canine, and stepped within the shadowed halls of the underworld, one final hurdle remained: judgment. Because even in death, there exists administrative procedure. Welcome, then, to the tribunal of the departed, presided over not by gods, but by three rather stern-visaged mortals who, through various life accomplishments, had merited the eternal privilege of sorting souls, much like celestial customs officers, Aeacus. Collectively, they judged every spirit entering the underworld. Individually, each brought their distinct approach to the proceedings. Let us commence with Minos, the former ruler of Crete, architect of labyrinths and tamer of minotaurs. The myths portray him as sagacious, equitable, and at times formidable. In life, he was somewhat mercurial, prone to wrath yet fond of justice. In death, he ascended to the highest tribunal, chief judge, clad in dignity, perpetually stern. He was not alone, naturally. Rhadamanthus, his brother, was celebrated for his unswerving integrity and incorruptible character, traits that, then as now, often render individuals thoroughly tiresome at social gatherings. He was assigned the souls hailing from the East, Greeks from Asia Minor and the islands, and is reputed to have judged with a form of moral rectitude that allowed for no excuses. If you were a trickster or even mildly complacent, Rhadamanthus likely sent you packing. And then there was Aeacus, ruler of the island of Aegina in both life and death, the judge of those from the Western world, particularly mainland Greeks. Aeacus possessed a rather remarkable curriculum vitae, even by mythological standards. He had assisted in the construction of Troy's fortifications alongside Poseidon and Apollo, and was renowned for his piety, not a figure to be crossed lightly. The concept of three judges draws not solely from myth, but from the Greeks' own legal framework. The city-states of Greece frequently employed citizen juries to ascertain guilt, and the notion that the deceased would likewise be evaluated and interrogated was entirely consistent with their societal order. Death, it appears, was merely another court appearance, albeit a final one. Naturally, there was no cross-examination, no witty legal counsel in togas. Your existence served as your testimony, your deeds, your defense. What constituted virtue? The Greeks held specific views: civic duty, valor in combat, reverence for the gods, hospitality, benevolence, and an aversion to hubris, that ever-present sin of exceeding one's mortal bounds. The penalty for hubris, you may recall, was rarely a minor reprimand. It was typically more inventive: perpetual hunger, unreachable water, the endless exertion of rolling a boulder. In numerous instances, the most culpable were relegated to Tartarus, a sort of maximum security containment for moral degenerates. But for most, the process was less dramatic. The average soul upon arrival would be judged and dispatched to one of three destinations: Asphodel for the ambivalent populace, Elysium for the virtuous, and Tartarus for the truly depraved. It was not a precisely defined theology. The Greeks leaned more towards the poetic than the prescriptive. But it functioned. People behaved more virtuously when they believed someone was keeping score, even posthumously. Intriguingly, the process extended beyond mere morality. Recollection played a part. Within Orphic doctrines, those mystery cults that emerged in subsequent centuries, the soul's memory was a crucial element of judgment. The Orphics taught that most individuals partook of Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, and wandered the asphodel meadows in a state of dreamlike amnesia. However, the wise imbibed instead from Mnemosyne, the river of memory. They retained awareness of their identity, their actions, and, crucially, the means of escaping the cycle. For the Orphics espoused reincarnation, not eternal repose, but recurring trials. The soul, if it failed to attain purity, would be reborn repeatedly, a cosmic cycle of mortality until it ultimately earned liberation. The judges in this system were not simply timekeepers, they were custodians of higher truths. Your judgment might determine not where you found rest, but where your subsequent journey commenced. This concept likely bore Eastern influences. India and Persia had long-standing traditions of cyclical rebirth, yet it blended seamlessly with Greek notions of destiny, character, and consequence, elevating the stakes. Death was not an endpoint, but a waypoint. Let us consider a few notable defendants. Firstly, Sisyphus, a king, a trickster, and arguably the most exasperating individual in mythology. He eluded death twice, mocked the gods, and even bound Thanatos, the very personification of death. When he finally perished legitimately, the judges dispensed with subtlety. He was condemned to perpetually push a boulder uphill, a task so famously futile that it has become a metaphor for the tedium of modern email. Then there is Tantalus, who deemed it judicious to serve his own son at a banquet for the gods. Unsurprisingly, this was not well received. His punishment involved standing in a pool of water beneath a fruit-laden tree, both forever just beyond his grasp, enduring endless hunger and thirst despite being surrounded by abundance, a form of divine irony. The judges favored such retributions. Ixion, meanwhile, attempted to seduce Hera, not an astute decision. Zeus affixed him to a flaming, rotating wheel for eternity. Again, the punishment aligned with the transgression. Unfulfilled desire, motion without progress. These narratives were not merely for amusement, they served as moral instruction. The Greeks employed myth to impart cautionary lessons, particularly concerning family, hospitality, or deities with trust issues. One might inquire about the fairness of the judges. Did they err? Did they engage in disputes? The myths are curiously reticent on these matters. Perhaps because the Greeks, despite their inherent skepticism, desired the underworld to possess a sense of consistency. Life was sufficiently erratic. Let death be ordered. It is worth noting that this entire construct, the rivers, the judges, the punishments, was not universally accepted throughout Greece. Local beliefs varied. The Homeric depiction of the afterlife, for instance, was considerably bleaker. In the Odyssey, the deceased are little more than phantoms. Even the mighty Achilles states he would rather be a humble farmer in life than a monarch in death. The later, more structured conception of the underworld, with its judges and options, reflects a cultural shift towards hope, or at the least, towards order. Philosophers contributed to this evolution. Plato, in particular, embraced the notion of posthumous judgment. In his dialogue, Phaedo, Socrates eloquently expounds upon the soul's journey. In the Republic, we encounter the myth of Ear, a soldier who dies, witnesses the mechanics of the afterlife, and returns to recount his experiences. In Ear's vision, souls select their subsequent existences based on their past conduct, a blend of free will and consequence infused with poetic justice. Plato's message is unequivocal. The manner in which you live holds significance, not because a deity observes, but because reality itself meticulously records your actions. This idea, that an order underpins the cosmos and that death is not an conclusion but an accounting, influenced not only subsequent Hellenic thought, but also Roman religion, early Christian eschatology, and even Renaissance concepts of cosmic order. So, what is the overarching meaning? That the Greeks, even in the face of mortality, sought meaning. They did not require infernos and damnation. They possessed form and function. The underworld was not a specter of horror but a reflection. One encountered oneself there, stripped of status, excuses, and adornment. In this perspective, the judges were not tyrants but mirrors, impartial, resolute, and eternal. And perhaps that is why the Greek underworld endures. It was not a realm of terror but of remembrance, of consequence. A testament that every choice, every action, reverberates beyond the grave. Naturally, if all of this seems excessively grave, one could always be interred with a second coin, purely in the event that a verdict required an appeal. Now then, shall we continue our descent? We have met the rulers. We have stood before the adjudicators. In the upcoming chapter we shall venture onto the waters, the 5 rivers of the underworld, each more evocative and disquieting than the last. Bring sturdy footwear and perhaps a towel. The Greeks, true to their nature, never let a compelling narrative overshadow a practical detail, even in matters of death. Consequently, when they envisioned the underworld, they did not conceive of a nebulous, void-like abyss. Instead, they depicted a landscape, a charted territory, a realm populated by rivers. 5 of them, to be precise, each a symbol, each a passage. These were no mere trickling streams, they were the very lifeblood of the afterlife. Let us commence with the most notorious of them all, Styx. The name itself carries a certain gravitas, austere, unforgiving, akin to what one might bestow upon a particularly ill-tempered goat. But in Hellenic mythology, Styx was the river of hatred, the dark current that encircled the underworld a total of 7 times. It was not merely a waterway to be traversed, but one upon which solemn vows were made. Even the gods held it in awe. Zeus himself honored oaths sworn by the Styx. Should a deity utter a falsehood while invoking its name, they were not merely met with disapproval. No, they were subjected to a year-long coma, followed by 9 years of exile from Olympus, nearly a decade of divine silence, which for someone like Hermes must have been agonizing. The goddess Styx, yes, she was a deity as well as a river, was the offspring of Oceanus and Tethys, and the first to align with Zeus during the monumental conflict against the Titans. In gratitude, he bestowed upon her river the highest distinction, the bedrock of veracity. All oaths pledged upon it were inviolable. Mortals had the fates, gods had the Styx. Now, if Styx represents the river of animosity, then Acheron is the river of sorrow. Its name signifies woe or anguish, and it served as the primary crossing point into the underworld. This was the river that the newly deceased first approached. At its banks awaited Charon, the perpetually morose ferryman, demanding his fare, an obol placed beneath the tongue or upon the eyes during burial, a modest sum for passage into eternity. Acheron was a river in both legend and, amusingly, geography. An actual Acheron River exists in northwestern Greece, and ancient peoples believed it to be a literal portal to the underworld. One can visit it today, though venturing to pay the ferryman is not advised. Philosophically, Acheron embodies the profound grief associated with death itself. The crossing is not merely physical, it is emotional. You relinquish the world, your family, your identity. The water is not for purification, but for severance. And then we arrive at Phlegethon, the river of fire. Not figurative fire, mind you, but fiery torrents, blazing, perpetually burning streams that snake through the most desolate sector of the underworld, Tartarus. If you have ever experienced a vacation gone awry involving molten rock, you are already familiar with the general ambiance. Phlegethon was, quite literally, hellfire. It did not merely burn, it scorched the very essence of hope. Virgil, in the Aeneid, described its incandescent flood as hissing and groaning like boiling blood. chilling. In certain mythological renditions, it even merged with the Styx, hatred and fire commingling, which sounds rather like a family reunion in certain households. In later philosophical thought, particularly Roman and Christian interpretations, Phlegethon became associated with retribution, a precursor to the fiery lakes in more familiar constructs of hell. But in the Greek world it pertained less to sin and more to the presence of divine displeasure. One did not descend into Phlegethon due to misbehavior. One fell into it because the gods had exhausted their patience with them. Cocytus, in contrast, was the river of wailing, a slow, mournful current that meandered through the more desolate expanses of the netherworld. It was fed, according to the poets, by the tears of the damned, although one suspects this is more a poetic embellishment than hydrological fact. Nevertheless, it served a distinct purpose. It served to remind the soul of its losses. If Acheron represents the sorrow of departure from life, Cocytus embodies the regret over how one has lived. Some accounts situate Cocytus in the outermost regions of the underworld, where the spirits of those who rejected proper burial or met their end in disgrace drifted in ceaseless lamentation, forgotten, unclaimed. Even the name is unpleasant. Cocytus. It lodges in the throat like a sob, fitting indeed. And now we encounter Lethe, perhaps the most enchanting river of all, the river of forgetfulness. To drink from Lethe was to relinquish everything, your name, your life, your choices, your shame. It was the ultimate eraser, the final mercy, or the ultimate theft, depending on one's perspective. In most traditions, all souls partook of Lethe before entering the asphodel meadows. It dulled the senses, softened the impact, and reduced the sting of death to a hazy, dreamlike state. You wandered as a shadow, unaware you had ever been anything else. However, the Orphics, those enigmatic adherents who viewed existence as a trap and death as a trial, held a divergent perspective. They cautioned against imbibing from Lethe. They instructed their initiates to seek out Mnemosyne, the river of memory. Instead, they interred their deceased with diminutive tablets inscribed with directives. Do not drink from Lethe. Drink from the pool of Mnemosyne. Remember who you are. Escape the cycle. Awaken. This alternative cosmology reveals a striking dichotomy in Hellenic thought. Is forgetting a benevolence or a curse? Is memory the pathway to salvation or a burden from which we are fortunate to be freed? The prevailing myths suggest that tranquility lies in forgetting. The Orphics propose that peace is found in remembering. In either scenario, the soul must choose or be chosen. These 5 rivers were not merely picturesque backdrops. They represented psychological states: sorrow, rage, oblivion, fire, and lament. Collectively, they formed a symbolic odyssey, one that mirrored the phases of mourning, or perhaps the stages of spiritual metamorphosis. You did not simply perish. You traversed rivers. You passed through sorrow. You forgot. You burned. You wept. Only then did you arrive. It is pertinent to recall that the underworld, for all its drama, was less about retribution and more about transition. These rivers were not impediments but catalysts for change. Death was not a doorway, but a river delta. Every course diverged, flowed, and rejoined in mysterious fashion. In artistic representations and literary works, these rivers appear frequently. In the Odyssey, Odysseus must summon the departed near the Acheron. In Plato's Phaedo, the great chasms of the earth into which these rivers descend are described. In Roman epics, the influence persists. Aeneas must navigate these same waters, guided by the Sibyl on his journey through the underworld. Even Dante, in his Inferno, adopted the names, albeit altering their meanings to suit a new theological framework. Phlegethon transforms into a boiling river of blood for murderers. Cocytus becomes a frozen lake of treachery. The subtlety of the Greeks is absent, replaced by moral accounting. Yet the appellations endure, as do the metaphors. We still speak of crossing rivers, of burning bridges, of drinking to forget. These ancient currents flow into our language, our collective imagination, our dreams. The Greeks did not merely chart the afterlife. They mapped the inner landscape with rivers that mirrored the soul's progression more accurately than any chart or compass. Today, one might be inclined to dismiss these as quaint folklore, dusty annotations in a forgotten faith. But consider how we still discuss loss. Grief arrives in waves, memory flows, sorrow pools, fire consumes. The metaphors have never truly departed us. The rivers remain. So, when your own days feel like navigating between banks, when you wade through sadness, forget your purpose, or burn with regret, you are, in a sense, treading ancient paths. You are retracing time-honored watercourses. You are recalling what the Greeks already understood, that death is not a singular moment but a journey, and the soul, like a leaf on the current, drifts slowly towards something profounder. And in the next chapter, we shall encounter the ferryman who initiates it all, Charon, guardian of the crossing. Just remember to bring your coin. He is notoriously fastidious about it. By this juncture, you have departed life, descended, undergone judgment, and traversed, at least metaphorically, a series of troubling rivers. Just before you transition to the domain of the deceased, a solitary figure awaits, barring your path to the next stage of your existence. This guardian offers no pleasantries, no inquiries about your journey. He is not one for conversation. This is Charon, the ferryman of the Underworld, the man with the vessel and the most unyielding policy on payment in existence. Charon, whose name likely signifies something akin to fierce brightness or keen gaze, depending on the nuance of your ancient Greek, stands as one of the underworld's most recognizable entities, and deservedly so. He serves as your initial point of contact, less of a greeter and more of a stern sentinel, utterly averse to casual discourse. His task is straightforward: convey the newly departed across the river Acheron, or in some accounts the Styx, to the shores of Hades' realm. This may sound unremarkable until you consider he has performed this duty without a single respite since the inception of human mortality. His perpetual grumpiness is, therefore, entirely understandable. Before we delve into an assessment of his performance, let's address the practicalities. To secure passage on Charon's boat, one must have received a proper burial. In the context of ancient Greece, this entailed more than simply digging a grave. The deceased required rites, prayers, and, crucially, a coin. This was in a bowl, a small silver or bronze piece, placed beneath the tongue or upon the eyes. This was not a mere symbol, it was the fare. And Charon, despite his taciturn demeanor, operated no charitable enterprise. Without remittance, souls were denied embarkation, with absolutely no exceptions. Such souls would be condemned to an interminable wait on the banks, a spectral backlog of unpaid travelers. In Homer's Odyssey, these forgotten and unclaimed spirits drift, their murmurs like the wind through reeds. They are not precisely punished, merely stranded, which could be considered a far worse fate. This underscores the gravity with which burial customs were observed throughout the Greek world. To perish without a proper interment was akin to spiritual homelessness. Even adversaries were sometimes afforded burial out of a palpable fear of divine retribution. Leaving a corpse unburied was not merely disrespectful. It was a curse, inviting hauntings, plagues, and widespread societal disruption. The deceased were expected to rest peacefully, but only if the living fulfilled their obligations first. Consequently, Charon transcended the role of a mere mythological boatman. He embodied transition and obligation. He represented the principle that death operated under specific terms, and failure to meet these terms resulted in a protracted, bureaucratic limbo for the deceased, not due to malice, but simply due to an unprocessed state. Visually, Charon underwent considerable evolution. Early Greek vase depictions portray him as a disheveled elder, hooded, with a flowing beard and a long pole. He was practical, unsentimental, the sort of individual who seemed to have navigated the same route since the era preceding Prometheus's theft of fire. Later, Roman interpretations rendered him more skeletal and monstrous, gaunt, grim, with vacant eyes and hollowed cheeks, becoming the archetype for our modern depiction of the Grim Reaper. However, the Greeks favored their Charon, weary, not wicked. He was never depicted as malevolent. He inflicted no torture, rendered no judgment. He simply executed his duty with the somber professionalism one might associate with a career tax auditor or an underpaid museum attendant. He appears in vase art, somber and unsmiling, acknowledging Hermes as the latter delivers another consignment of souls. Their exchanges are minimal as work awaits. Even the gods largely left him to his task. Hades maintained a hands-off approach, and Hermes merely deposited the souls at the terminal like a supernatural courier. Charon transported them without fanfare or acclaim. Charon's vessel, it is noteworthy, was never described in extensive detail. The Greeks were not overly concerned with the minutiae of nautical design. There are no poetic embellishments regarding carved woodwork or sails woven by nymphs. The focus remained on the journey itself, that brief, irrevocable passage from the realm of the living to the domain of the dead. The boat was not merely a conveyance, it represented a singular moment, and moments within Greek mythology always held profound significance. In certain narratives, Charon's role extends beyond his customary duties. During Hercules' 12th labor, the retrieval of Cerberus from the underworld, the hero, very much alive, demands passage. Charon, to his credit, initially refuses. However, Hercules, in typical heroic fashion, prevails through physical confrontation. The ferryman is manhandled, the hero crosses, and as a consequence, Charon is confined for a period of 1 year. One can only imagine the outcry from his union representative. Another notable passenger is Orpheus, who wins over Charon not through force, but through his music. His melody, imbued with such profound beauty, melts even the ferryman's hardened heart, granting Orpheus passage in his quest for Eurydice. This represents a rare instance of leniency, or perhaps simply a welcome respite from centuries of silence. Then there is Aeneas, the Roman hero who encounters Charon in Virgil's Aeneid. Upon observing Aeneas, alive and armed with a sword and shield, the ferryman scoffs, declaring that no living mortal crosses here. However, when Aeneas presents the golden bow, a kind of divine permit, Charon grudgingly concedes, muttering and gesturing for him to board. While displeased, he adheres to the established regulations. These accounts illuminate a crucial aspect of Charon's character. He is not inherently cruel, but lawful. He upholds the established order and respects the boundaries between life and death. When these boundaries are transgressed, even by heroes or by fate, he does not celebrate. He winces. This is primarily because such transgressions create additional work for him. Within Greek tragedy and philosophy, Charon holds a significant presence. He is not the embodiment of death itself, a role occupied by Thanatos, but rather its administrator. He does not claim individuals. He waits, perpetually poised, a shadow by the riverbank. his iconic status grew to such an extent that his name and the act of crossing became synonymous with death itself. The phrase, "the ferry to Sharon," became a euphemism for mortality. Poets would describe their characters as boarding his vessel or handing over the obol. This metaphor became so deeply ingrained that its echoes persist even centuries later in Christian and Islamic legal traditions. Archaeological evidence further attests to his importance. Excavations across the Greek world, from Attica to Sicily, have unearthed graves containing coins deliberately placed within the mouths of the deceased. Inscriptions found on Orphic tablets directly address Charon, urging him to permit passage for the deceased, proclaiming them as children of earth and the starry heavens. It seems that even in death, there was a prescribed protocol. In a profound sense, Charon's existence prompts fundamental inquiries. If passage to the afterlife necessitates payment, what does this imply about justice, economic principles, and enduring legacies? The Greeks themselves were uncertain, but they held one conviction firmly. Death possessed a structure. One did not simply vanish, there was a queue, a period of waiting, and upon arrival, a boarding. There is also a subtle humor in his portrayal. Consider a being, if he can be termed as such, who has occupied the same position for all eternity. He encounters millions of souls, remaining taciturn. He moves in silence, always forward, never deviating, never making an error in his course. He has likely, at some point, harbored resentment towards every philosopher, hero, and musician who attempted to circumvent the rules through special provisions. Certain mythological accounts even suggest that Charon once possessed his own sanctuary, perhaps a modest shrine in an obscure village, or maybe just a humble offering left at a dock. A morsel of bread, a coin, a whispered plea. This was not an act of affection, but of respect, stemming from a hope that upon their eventual encounter he might be in a more amiable disposition. Despite his gruff exterior, Charon is indispensable. He signifies the transition, the moment of crossing, the tangible representation of a boundary. The Greeks did not envision death as a fall or a simple doorway, but as a journey, and every journey necessitates a boatman. Thus, if you ever find yourself on a mist-shrouded riverbank, gazing into dark waters, and you discern a hunched figure brandishing a pole, be respectful, be prepared, and above all, ensure you have the exact fare. For regardless of your bravery, wisdom, renown, or preparedness, no one boards without payment. Now that we have traversed into the underworld, encountered its rulers, judges, rivers, and ferrymen, it is time to direct our gaze even deeper. In the subsequent chapter, we will meet the heroes who defied mortality, who ventured into this realm while still breathing, and on occasion managed to return. Their numbers are few, but their narratives continue to resonate in the darkness. For the vast majority of mortals, death represented a one-way passage. One lived, one died, one paid Charon his due and then moved on, with varying degrees of dignity dependent on their earthly conduct. However, a select few achieved notable exceptions. These were mortals who crossed the threshold without awaiting death's summons, who descended into the underworld while alive and miraculously returned. They were not spirits, not shades, but living beings in a place that did not welcome breath. These are termed katabasis stories, derived from the Greek word for descent. In mythology, these accounts are invariably dramatic. In reality, should one subscribe to such notions, they were likely traumatic. Nevertheless, they offer something rare within Greek thought, a connection between realms, a perspective on the domain of the dead as seen through the eyes of the living. Let us commence with one of the most celebrated figures, Orpheus, son of the muse Calliope, and by all accounts the preeminent musician of the ancient world. Orpheus did not wield a weapon, he did not vanquish monsters. His instrument was the lyre, and its melody possessed the power to move even inanimate objects. His music could quell tempests, charm wild beasts, and, as it transpired, temporarily alter the fundamental laws of life and death. Upon the demise of his wife Eurydice, a victim of a serpent's bite, a common fate in mythology, Orpheus was consumed by grief. However, rather than railing against the gods or tearing his garments, he undertook a more profound action. He journeyed into the underworld. Unaccompanied by an army or any form of subterfuge, he entered with only his lyre. He passed through the gates of Hades as if he had a prearranged appointment. Astonishingly, the underworld responded. Cerberus lowered its numerous heads. The Furies, typically impervious to emotion, ceased their gnashing, and even Hades and Persephone, notoriously unmoved by mortal pleas, found themselves fighting back tears. Orpheus sought a single boon, the return of Eurydice to life. He did not beg, he sang. The rulers of the underworld agreed, but with a singular condition. Eurydice would follow him, but he must not look back at her until they reached the world above. A single glance, even a momentary one, would result in her permanent loss, and so he proceeded step by agonizing step through the oppressive darkness, her footsteps behind him faint yet discernible. He reached the surface, glimpsed the emerging sunlight, and turned just before she emerged. A single backward glance, and she was gone, this time irretrievably. The myth, undeniably tragic, conveys a profound understanding. Death is not only absolute, but perilously fragile. Even love and artistic creation cannot fully subvert it. And Orpheus, with all his extraordinary gifts, failed to recognize that the rules governing the underworld are distinct from those of the upper world. If Orpheus's journey was one of poignant artistry, Heracles's was one of brute strength. His descent into the underworld was one of his 12 labors, to enter Hades and retrieve Cerberus, the fearsome three-headed canine, unharmed and alive. The reason for this task? King Eurystheus, who assigned the labors, had seemingly exhausted his ideas. Furthermore, it may have stemmed from a petty king's desire to witness a demigod's struggle. Heracles prepared meticulously, demonstrating his characteristic methodical approach to any endeavor involving violence. He enlisted the aid of Hermes and Athena, underwent purification rites at Eleusis, and then boldly advanced into the realm of the dead. He carried no lyre, shed no tears. His approach relied solely on raw power and a lion-skin cloak. He politely requested Cerberus from Hades, who, perhaps amused, agreed on the condition that Heracles subdue the beast without the use of weapons. Heracles, never one to shy away from a challenge involving a creature with an excess of heads, grappled with Cerberus using only his bare hands, wrestled it into submission, and dragged it, snarling, to the surface. This was not an act born of love, nor was it tragic. It was, however, the kind of heroism the Greeks admired, primal, unapologetic, and pragmatic. Heracles did not conquer death, but he physically overpowered its guardian, which was deemed sufficiently close. Then there is Theseus, who, alongside his less astute companion, Pirate House, also attempted entry into the underworld. Their objective was to abduct Persephone, the queen of the dead, and make her Pirithous' bride. This was hardly a plan conceived with brilliance. Upon encountering the two heroes, Hades offered a smile, a gesture that, in retrospect, should have served as a stark warning. He invited them to take a seat. As they did, they found themselves inexplicably fused to their seats, held fast by magical enchantments, perhaps even by fate itself. They remained in this immobilized state, eternally bound to the so-called chair of forgetfulness, until Heracles, during his own descent, discovered them and managed to free Theseus. Pirithous, however, was left behind. The gods were disinclined to rescue an individual whose primary aspiration was to elope with the consort of death. This tale offers a valuable lesson. Avoid meddling with the queen of the underworld, and never embark on an adventure with a companion whose ambitions exceed his mythological standing. One of the most haunting tales of catabasis is recounted in Homer's Odyssey. In the 11th book, Odysseus is instructed to seek prophecy from the deceased, specifically from the blind seer Tiresias. To achieve this, he sails to the world's edge and performs a ritual. He digs a trench, pours libations of honey, milk, wine, and blood, and summons the spirits of the dead. They emerge in vast numbers, not only Tiresias but also warriors, queens, mothers, and lost shipmates. Even Achilles appears, lamenting that he would rather be a humble laborer alive than a sovereign among the dead. This is a chilling reflection. The preeminent hero, reduced to yearning for the most basic terrestrial pleasures. Odysseus does not physically enter the underworld. He stands at its periphery, but the spectacle leaves him profoundly shaken. The departed do not rest peacefully. They are hungry, they congregate, they crave remembrance. The journey is not a triumph, but a reckoning. These catabasis narratives serve multiple purposes. Foremost, they are inherently dramatic. The living walking among the dead possesses a distinct allure. Yet, they also reinforce foundational tenets of Greek thought. The underworld is not a place for the living. Its laws are absolute, and those who defy them seldom emerge unscathed. Nevertheless, the very existence of these accounts, the fact that mortals did descend and return, suggests a glimmer of hope, a fissure in the seemingly impenetrable barrier, a hint of possibility. Death is final, yes, but not entirely insurmountable. Subsequent traditions expanded upon these themes. In Roman mythology, Aeneas not only visits the deceased, but also encounters his father, receives guidance, and witnesses the souls of future Romans awaiting their birth. For Virgil, the underworld represents not merely memory but also prophecy. Within the Orphic mysteries, the soul undertakes numerous descents throughout its existence, seeking purification. Their catabasis is not a solitary heroic feat, but a spiritual roadmap. The soul descends, forgets, remembers, and re-emerges, continuing this cycle until it achieves liberation. Their heroes are not warriors but initiates. These narratives exerted a profound influence on subsequent cultural developments. Dante's Inferno, with its guided tour through the realms of the damned, is a prolonged catabasis. The Christian tradition of Christ's descent into the underworld mirrors this same structural framework. Even contemporary literature draws upon this trope. The hero, who must venture into darkness, confront mortality, and return transformed. Across all these accounts, the descent is not a punishment but a process of transformation. Perhaps this is the most profound understanding the Greeks possessed, that to confront death, to gaze into its abyss, to walk beside it, and still return, is to gain the ultimate knowledge. The hero does not vanquish death, they endure it. They comprehend its rules and subsequently learn to live with altered perspectives. Therefore, whether one carries a lyre, a club, or a coin, the underlying message remains consistent. Those who venture into the underworld must relinquish something, and can never fully return the same. In the forthcoming chapter, we shall journey to a depth surpassing any hero's daring. Tartarus, the prison located even below the underworld. This is a realm not for mortals, but for monstrous entities, primordial titans, and those who transgressed against the gods in ways that could not be overlooked. Prepare yourself with a light and a sense of perspective. Below the underworld, beneath the rivers, beneath the meadows of asphodel and the Elysian fields, lies something more sinister, more ancient, more terrifying, and more consequential. It is an abyss not etched into the earth, but into the very fabric of myth. Welcome to Tartarus, the prison of the condemned and the divine, the chasm at the universe's furthest edge. In the very beginning there was chaos, and from chaos emerged Gaia, the earth, and from Gaia both Uranus, the sky, and Tartarus, the pit. The ancient poets were unambiguous on this point. Tartarus was not merely a geographical location. It was a primordial entity, a palpable presence, a cosmic void. If Gaia represented the ground beneath your feet, Tartarus was the infinite precipice beyond that ground, the universe's ultimate boundary. Subsequently, the term Tartarus became a concise descriptor for the lowest region of the underworld. However, its original conception was far more dreadful. Hesiod's Theogony posits that an anvil dropped from the heavens would take 9 days to reach the earth, and another 9 to fall from the earth to Tartarus. This illustrates the immense depth we are considering. It is not simply a cavity, but a containment zone, a boundary for elements that even the gods deemed too dangerous to remain unrestrained. Tartarus was utilized to imprison the Titans, colossal elemental beings who held dominion before the rise of the Olympians. During the Titanomachy, the immense conflict between the gods and their predecessors, Zeus and his siblings fought from Mount Olympus, while the Titans hurled mountains from their own domain. When the conflict concluded, the Olympians emerged victorious, aided by the Hecatoncheir, formidable, hundred-handed giants whose assistance proved invaluable in the fray. The Titans were subsequently confined within Tartarus. They were not simply cast in like stones dropped down a well. They were bound with chains forged from adamant, an indestructible divine metal, and sealed away. Cronus, who once reigned as king of the cosmos, now languished in silence. Some accounts suggest he remains in slumber, while others propose he is contemplating vengeance, but none hint at the possibility of escape. This is because Tartarus is not a prison from which one can depart. It is a punishment that one embodies. However, the Titans were not the sole inhabitants. Consider Sisyphus, the most cunning man to have ever lived, and perhaps the most vexatious. As king of Corinth, Sisyphus cultivated a habit of provoking the gods. He once chained Thanatos, the personification of death, thereby preventing mortals from perishing. For a period, this strategy proved remarkably effective, until Ares intervened, incensed that no one was dying in combat. Once apprehended, Sisyphus convinced his wife not to conduct his burial, then complained to Persephone that he had not received proper funeral rites and was thus not yet deceased. She granted him permission to return to the living world to rectify the matter, whereupon he promptly refused to come back. He evaded death on 2 occasions, but the third time proved decisive. He was condemned to Tartarus, where he now perpetually pushes a boulder up a mountainside, only for it to tumble back down just before reaching the summit. Each attempt is followed by hope, then by failure, an endless cycle of near accomplishment. And then there is Tantalus, who arrogantly assumed he could test the gods' omniscience by serving them a stew prepared from his own son. Fortunately, the gods detected the peculiar flavor. Tantalus was punished by being placed in a pool of water beneath a fruit-laden tree. However, whenever he reached to drink or eat, the water would recede, and the fruit would move out of reach. This resulted in perpetual hunger without satiation, a constant desire without fulfillment. From his name, we derive the word tantalize, a linguistic reminder of this eternal torment. We also encounter Ixion, a mortal king, murderer, and general disruptor who attempted to seduce Hera. Zeus, to test him, fashioned a cloud in Hera's likeness. Ixion, ever persuasive, was deceived by this apparition. From this union, the race of centaurs originated. Zeus, displeased, bound Ixion to a perpetually spinning flaming wheel. The Greeks, it is evident, possessed a singular talent for devising punishments that precisely matched the transgressions. And then there are the Danaids, the 50 daughters of Danaus, many of whom murdered their husbands on their wedding nights. Their punishment involves the ceaseless task of filling a leaky vessel with water. Much like Sisyphus and Tantalus, they are condemned not through pain, but through futility. Tartarus is not characterized by fire and brimstone. It is defined by repeated failure. The Greeks did not originate this form of punishment. Mesopotamian and Egyptian myths feature their own variations. However, the Greeks rendered it with elegance, personalization, and moral irony. If one lied, they were denied truth. If one cheated, they were deceived. Should you have attempted to rise above the gods, your own aspirations would have been your undoing. Speaking of ambition, one of the most captivating denizens of Tartarus is a being who never actually walked among humankind. Typhon, begotten by Gaia and Tartarus, was a creature of pure tempest. He possessed 100 draconic heads, each capable of spewing fire, and wings that spanned the very expanse of the heavens. He directly challenged Zeus and came perilously close to victory. For a time, the Olympian deities fled in terror. According to the Homeric hymn to Dionysus, they morphed into various animals and sought refuge in Egypt, a rather amusing instance of mythological cross-pollination. However, Zeus eventually regrouped, struck Typhon with a thunderbolt, and entombed him beneath Mount Etna. Some speculate that his fiery exhalations continued to fuel the volcano. Typhon was not confined to Tartarus merely for containment, but to ensure his permanent inability to rise again. In this context, Tartarus transcends being a mere location. It functions as a seal. The Greek conception of punishment was not rooted solely in vindictiveness. Its purpose was to re-establish equilibrium. Transgressions against the cosmic order necessitated cosmic retribution, not out of vengeance, but to uphold order. The universe possessed an inherent cadence, and those who disturbed it were relegated to the peripheries, to Tartarus. Yet, intriguingly, Tartarus was not exclusively a place of punitive measures. Within certain arcane traditions, particularly those of the Orphics and Pythagoreans, Tartarus also served as a site of purification. It was a fiery crucible for the soul, a place where transgressions were purged, preparing the spirit for its eventual renewal. After all, the concept of reincarnation was a profoundly ingrained belief within certain Hellenic circles. To these thinkers, Tartarus represented more than mere damnation. It embodied transformation. Even Plato, in his discourse titled Gorgias, presents a vision of the afterlife wherein souls are dispatched to Tartarus for a period of remedial atonement. Not all souls remain there indefinitely. Some emerge chastened, imbued with greater insight. This notion of punitive measures as a form of purification signifies a transition from mythology to philosophical inquiry. However, let us temper this perspective with a touch of realism. For the poets, Tartarus remained the nethermost abyss of existence, a domain where cries echoed eternally, and the very air carried the metallic tang of blood. It was a realm not just beyond life, but beyond comprehension. And if you imagine that no one ever dared to venture into its depths, reconsider that assumption. Heracles, as previously mentioned, descended to retrieve Cerberus. Yet, some accounts suggest he also glimpsed Tartarus, peering into its chasm and hearing the lamentations. He offered no account of his observations, merely returning with renewed fortitude. Orpheus, during his own descent, perceived a distant sound. It was neither musical nor conversational, but a grating noise, perhaps the relentless turning of Ixion's wheel, or perhaps something far more ancient. In later Roman poetry, Lucan vividly depicts Tartarus in harrowing detail, populated by specters, gorgons, and the withered remnants of hope. It became the archetypal model for the Christian conception of hell. However, the original Greek formulation always retained a quality that was cooler, more detached. One was not subjected to immolation, one was simply bored. The screams were absent. Instead, there was an arduous struggle. It is also pertinent to note that Tartarus was not designated for mortals, at least not the majority of them. One had to commit an act of truly profound consequence: matricide, defiance of the divine, or meddling with destiny itself. Everyday acts of cowardice or avarice did not warrant consignment to this pit. Such transgressions typically resulted in a sojourn in the asphodel meadows, which, depending on one's disposition towards monotonous vistas, might have been equally, if not more, unpleasant. In this regard, Tartarus maintained a distinct separation. It served as a cautionary tale, a demarcation, and a narrative device, and its influence persists even today. The term Tartarus has endured into contemporary vernacular, appearing in video games, literature, theological discourse, and even culinary contexts. Although the etymological root of tart is mercifully unrelated, it has become our cultural shorthand for the direst of conceivable outcomes. Not physical suffering, nor even dread, but an unending repercussion. Because for the ancient Greeks, that was the ultimate terror. Not the cessation of life itself, but what followed. Not the penalty, but being perpetually defined solely by one's transgression. To persist in myth, not as a lauded figure, but as a stark illustration, a warning. Therefore, the next time you hear of someone evading accountability, recall that in the Greek worldview, no one truly escapes. Not in the long term. Not within the cosmic rhythm of mythology. Justice, though perhaps tardy, is invariably comprehensive. In our subsequent discussion, we shall ascend from the abyss and step into the radiance, not into the realm of mortals, but into Elysium, the sanctuary of heroes, sages, and poets. Yet, do not yet allow yourself to relax. Even paradise harbors its stipulations, and at times the recompense proves more intricate than the penalty. If Tartarus represents the grim sub-basement of the cosmos, replete with chains, futility, and divine displeasure, then Elysium stands as its gilded attic, an expanse of gentle breezes, perpetual spring, and melodious strains played upon lyres that never fall silent. However, do not become too complacent. This is Greek mythology, after all, and even paradise is not without its caveats. Elysium, or the Elysian Fields, was bestowed as a reward upon the exceptionally virtuous, the notably heroic, and, on occasion, those who simply possessed advantageous connections. While the majority of souls meandered through the nondescript anonymity of the asphodel meadows, and the utterly reprobate were cast screaming into Tartarus, a fortunate minority awoke in Elysium to find themselves entirely free from suffering. This, by Hellenic standards, was a remarkable outcome. Yet, let us not equate this with heavenly bliss. Elysium was not conferred through acts of mercy or adherence to creed. It was earned through valor, through moral rectitude, through a certain proximity to the divine. Entrance was not granted through confession, but through demonstrated significance. The earliest allusions to Elysium are found in the works of Homer. In the Odyssey, the hero Menelaus is informed that he shall not meet death, but will instead be transported to the farthest reaches of the earth, to Elysium, a land of effortless existence, perpetually sweet air, and the murmur of the sea breeze. It is a place devoid of frost or tempest, offering only tranquility. One can only imagine that Menelaus, who endured a decade of conflict at Troy, followed by another decade of arduous travel, would have found such an offer highly appealing. In Homer's portrayal, Elysium is not situated underground, but lies far afield, at the earth's extremities, in proximity to the river Okeanos. It is less a dominion of the deceased and more a recompense for a select few mortals. In its nascent form, therefore, early Elysium was not a meritocracy, but an exclusive preserve. Nevertheless, as time progressed, the myth underwent an evolution. By the era of Pindar, in the 5th century before the Common Era, Elysium transitioned from a literal geographical location to a more ethereal concept. Souls deemed righteous were conveyed there, not solely heroes but also bards, philosophers, and even athletes, those who had not only lived adventurously but had done so virtuously. Later still, influenced by Orphic and Pythagorean doctrines, the principle of reincarnation gained prominence. Within this framework, Elysium became an integral component of a cyclical progression. Should a soul have lived a life of virtue, it might be admitted to Elysium. If it maintained this virtuous existence for 3 consecutive lifetimes, it could be liberated from the cycle of rebirth altogether, thereby securing eternal felicity in the Isles of the Blessed. Consider it the ultimate privileged enclave of paradise, the prize for having mastered the human condition. What activities occupied the inhabitants of Elysium? The extant myths are conspicuously reticent on this point, which is rather fitting for a description of paradise, an entity that is perpetually somewhat ill-defined. Certain sources suggest that one could perpetually indulge in athletic contests, musical performances, elaborate feasts, and intellectual discourse. An unending symposium, albeit one without the subsequent discomforts. Other accounts depict Elysium as a haven of serenity, where the soul is no longer agitated nor consumed by longing, but simply exists in a state of contentment. A later tradition portrays it as a realm of eternal springtime, characterized by the absence of extremes and chaos, maintaining a perfect equilibrium, as if even the climate itself were a form of reward. In Elysium, there is no agricultural labor, yet fruits spontaneously ripen on trees. There is no need for fire, as warmth is constant. The necessity for temples or sacrificial rites is non-existent. Here, even the gods appear to be at peace. Or perhaps they are simply absent, having already rendered their ultimate judgment. It was not a resplendent city. There were no streets paved with gold, nor gates adorned with precious gems. Instead, Elysium was envisioned as an verdant expanse, open and bathed in sunlight, bisected by a flowing river. Trees were in bloom, birds sang, and nothing possessed a harsh or acrid quality. Even the shadows were soft. One could traverse its expanse indefinitely without experiencing fatigue, or repose there eternally without succumbing to boredom. Crucially, however, Elysium was not accessible to all. The vast majority of souls did not meet the requisite criteria. The Asphodel Meadows, with its pervasive mist and accompanying forgetfulness, remained the default destination. Elysium maintained stringent standards. The arbiters of the dead, namely Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, served as the gatekeepers, and they were not known for their leniency. Even the gods rarely intervened in this process. Zeus did not arbitrarily bestow Elysian privileges upon favored individuals, nor did Hades grant exceptions. Once initiated, the system operated with remarkable impartiality, unless, of course, one had enjoyed divine favor during their earthly existence, in which case, as is often the case in matters Hellenic, the established rules were occasionally subject to modification. Among the most renowned inhabitants of Elysium was Achilles, though, according to Homer, he did not find his sojourn particularly enjoyable. When Odysseus encounters him in the underworld, Achilles articulates that he would rather exist as a humble tiller of the soil in the mortal realm than reign as a king amongst the departed. This sentiment, though somewhat somber, reflects an earlier perspective that no afterlife, however pleasant, could rival the vibrancy of corporeal existence. However, not all subscribed to this viewpoint. Later poets, most notably Virgil, re-envisioned Elysium as a genuine and desirable reward. In his epic, the Aeneid, Aeneas visits the Elysian fields and discovers not desolation but profound joy. He reunites with his father Anchises among the beatified and observes the warriors, musicians, and statesmen, all residing in a state of tranquility. Furthermore, he gains insight into the transmigration of souls, how they imbibe from the river Lethe to expunge memories of their prior existences before their subsequent rebirth. Within this interpretation, Elysium transforms from merely a reward into a waypoint on a celestial continuum. In certain elaborations, the river Lethe flows along the periphery of Elysium, serving as a symbolic threshold. Partaking from its waters results in the erasure of memory, while abstaining from its flow allows for remembrance. The Orphics, ever eager to circumvent the cycle of reincarnation, instructed their disciples to eschew the Lethe and seek out Mnemosyne, the river of memory. This strategy enabled the soul to remain sentient and aware, thereby continuing its progression toward ultimate liberation. Philosophers held Elysium in high regard. Plato alluded to it within his dialogues, particularly when exploring the concept of the soul's immortality. For the wise, the just, and the courageous, death was not an endpoint but a return, a homecoming. Socrates, facing his execution, spoke of death as a form of release, not a descent into darkness but a step into illumination. One can infer that he harbored hopes of Elysium, though his characteristic humility prevented him from explicitly stating so. There is even evidence suggesting that the concept of Elysium influenced actual human conduct. Inscriptions found with Orphic burials frequently contain pronouncements such as, "I am a child of earth and the celestial vault, yet my lineage belongs solely to the heavens." These individuals believed, or at least fervently hoped, that they had merited their place in Elysium. They were not pleading for entry, they were presenting their qualifications. This perspective of paradise, not as a charitable endowment, but as an earned privilege, is distinctly Hellenic. It mirrors a civilization that placed a premium on action, virtue, and remembrance. The gods, despite their formidable power and capacity for transformation, did not dominate. Mortals did. Their choices carried weight, and their narratives endured. And these narratives elevated Elysium beyond a mere myth. It became a reflection, an aspiration, a subtle exhortation to those still living, urging them to conduct themselves with rectitude. Because respite, when legitimately earned, was indeed tangible. It is noteworthy that Elysium was not universally depicted as an eternal destination. For some, it served as a temporary holding area, a transitional stop between incarnations. Within certain traditions, even those residing in Elysium retained the option to voluntarily return to the mortal plane if they so desired. In Virgil's Aeneid, Aeneas observes the souls of illustrious Romans awaiting their opportune moment in Elysium before their reincarnation into historical prominence. The afterlife, it appears, also featured recruitment initiatives. Some souls opted for a return, while others declined. The notion that paradise encompasses the possibility of its relinquishment is one of the more philosophically compelling aspects of Greek thought. Fulfillment may indeed exist, but so too does personal agency. Even profound joy cannot perpetually bind a restless spirit. And let us not overlook the Isles of the Blessed, which were sometimes regarded as an extension of Elysium, and at other times as a distinct realm altogether. These islands were reserved for individuals who had successfully navigated 3 virtuous lives. The Isles of the Blessed were reputed to be even more exquisite, even more tranquil. Here, perpetual spring prevailed. The breezes carried intoxicating perfumes, and the stars shone with greater proximity. If Elysium was a dream, then the Isles represented the dreamer's ultimate peace. Poets, too, envisioned Elysium as a locus of enduring legacy, a place where bards might commune with their muses, where wisdom flowed as freely as wine, and where the clamor of conflict and political intrigue faded into the realm of memory. The focus shifted from active endeavor to a state of being, of completeness. It is rather curious that the ancients, so often preoccupied with notions of glory and dominion, located their supreme tranquility not in conquest but in relinquishment. That, following a life of arduous pursuit, the ultimate prize was a verdant meadow and silence. Perhaps they possessed a deeper understanding than we often do, recognizing that the most significant reward is not to be remembered by others, but to no longer require such remembrance. And so, Elysium awaits, not with open arms, but with soft grass, genial sunshine, and the gentle quietude of all that has been completed. In our next installment, we shall descend once more, though not into punishment nor paradise. Instead, we shall encounter the entities responsible for the operational framework of the underworld. These are the beings, the spirits, and the divine enforcers who inhabit the liminal space between myth and metaphor. Cerberus, the Furies, the Shades, those who are not subjected to judgment, but who themselves dispense it, those who find no rest, and ensure that others likewise do not. By this juncture, we have been introduced to the sovereigns of the netherworld, traversed its plains, glimpsed its penitentiaries, and crossed its somber waterways. However, there remains another category of denizens yet to be encountered: the enforcers, the ever-vigilant observers, the formidable teeth behind the pronouncements of judgment. These are the creatures and spirits that reside within the shadows, not to be judged themselves, but to ensure that judgment is rigorously upheld. They know no repose, nor are they subject to rebirth. They constitute the operative staff. Let us commence with the most iconic among them: Cerberus, the tri-headed canine that stands sentinel at the gates of Hades. Occasionally referred to as the Hound of Hell, although that designation is a more recent Christian attribution, Cerberus is not inherently malevolent. He functions with singular purpose and thoroughness. His position at the threshold of the underworld serves not to impede ingress, but to ensure the confinement of the deceased. This is a crucial distinction. The ancient Greeks harbored little concern regarding demonic entities forcibly escorting individuals into the afterlife. Their primary apprehension was the potential for the departed to egress from the underworld. Cerberus guaranteed the finality of mortality. Passage beyond him meant perpetual confinement within. The descriptions of Cerberus exhibit variation. In some narratives, he is depicted with 3 heads, each snarling and acting independently, possibly symbolizing past, present, and future. In others, his cranial count escalates to 50 or even 100. He may also possess a mane composed of serpents, a reptilian tail, and eyes capable of perceiving both the darkness of night and the essence of the soul. Notwithstanding this formidable aspect, Cerberus demonstrates a remarkable susceptibility to certain musical genres. Orpheus, during his descent, famously managed to lull the beast into slumber with his lyre. In other accounts, Heracles subdues him through sheer physical prowess, dragging him into the sunlight as part of his 12th Herculean labor. This was an unrewarding undertaking for Cerberus, who merely wished to perform his duties without enduring serenades, strangulation, or abduction. Nevertheless, he is characterized by unwavering loyalty, formidable presence, and indefatigable vigilance. Like the majority of infernal entities, he operates without malice, functioning solely according to his prescribed role. There is an almost melancholic quality to his existence, the canine forever bound to his post, never allowed to roam, never permitted to play, perpetually watchful, eternally awaiting. However, Cerberus is not an solitary figure. Venture further into the gloom, and another sound will emerge. Not a growl, but a hiss, a whisper. This is the domain of the Erinyes, the Furies. Typically numbering 3, they are Alecto, the unceasing, Megara, the grudging, and Tisiphone, the avenger of homicide. They predate the Olympian deities, having sprung, according to some accounts, from the very ichor shed from Uranus's castration by Cronus. Others posit their origin from Night herself. Regardless of their genesis, they embody vengeance in its purest form. Unlike Cerberus, who remains confined to Hades, the Furies possess the liberty to traverse realms. They ascend to the terrestrial plane when circumstances necessitate the punishment of those who have perpetrated heinous transgressions, such as kinslaying, betrayal of blood ties, or the violation of oaths beyond redemption. They are not driven by malice, but by meticulous adherence to their purpose. The Furies do not represent the punishment itself. Rather, they are the relentless pursuit. They harry, they torment, and they drive their quarry to the brink of madness, not through physical infliction, but through the insidious cultivation of guilt. In Aeschylus's Orestia, the Furies relentlessly pursue Orestes, who has slain his mother in retribution for his father's demise. The moral complexities are profound, and the divine counsel is divided. Yet the Furies offer no deliberation. They emit their chilling cries, they inflict torment, and they relentlessly assail the psyche until justice is acknowledged, or a novel form of justice is devised to contain their influence. Ultimately, Athena intervenes to pacify them, offering them a redefined role as the Eumenides, the benevolent ones, a diplomatic rebranding if ever there was one. The intention was to provide them with a sacred precinct, a degree of honor, and a designated function within the city's judicial framework. However, one suspects they never entirely shed their innate Furies nature, merely adopting a more subdued demeanor, awaiting future provocations. And then there are the Shades. The overwhelming majority of souls dwelling in the Underworld are neither heroes nor villains. They are the anonymous departed, the forgotten, the ordinary individuals. These are the Shades, pale, ethereal, devoid of recollection or distinct form. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus is compelled to offer them blood to elicit their speech. Without this sustenance, they drift aimlessly, murmuring incoherently. Within the early Greek conceptualization, the shade, or psyche, represents what remains of a person, not the complete individual, but merely an outline, akin to a fleeting memory of someone once known. They experience neither suffering nor flourishing. They speak only when addressed. They are not inherently cruel, but they may be disoriented. Shades populate the asphodel meadows in immeasurable numbers. Billions, one can surmise, flickering like distant candlelight through a haze. It is a vast expanse of souls devoid of memory, each having lived, loved, and perished, now indistinct. This presents one of the more profoundly unsettling visions of the afterlife. Not torment nor reward, but gradual effacement. Yet, even these shades are subject to observation and management. And it is here that we encounter another category of beings, the infernal functionaries. These are not demons in the Christian sense, but rather lesser spiritual entities. Some serve as guides for souls, others as guardians of rivers, and some drift between roles, shadows in the employ of Hades. Among these are the Charis, spirits associated with violent death, warfare, pestilence, and accidental demise. They do not directly cause death. Rather, they appear when death becomes inevitable. They are likened to vultures, but with an innate sense of timing. Hesiod refers to them as daughters of night, sisters of doom. In the midst of battle, they hover above, awaiting the shedding of blood, drawn to it not to instigate it, but to bear witness to it. There are also spirits known as lampades, torch-bearing nymphs who accompany Hecate, the goddess associated with witchcraft and crossroads. They facilitate the passage of souls through ritualistic processes and flicker in the obscure corners of the world, particularly at the twilight hour or when the moon is in its waning phase. Unlike the Furies or Cerberus, they are not objects of fear, yet they are never truly distant. And we must not neglect Charon, our ferryman from Chapter 5, who continues his ceaseless, silent journeys back and forth. He is not a creature in the bestial sense, but he is an integral part of this ensemble, an underworld operative, a component within the vast machinery, reliable, undercompensated, and immortal. The ancient Greeks envisioned the underworld as being fully staffed and meticulously organized. It had guards, messengers, escorts, enforcers, and even border patrol units. However, there was no royal guard clad in resplendent armor, no heavenly choir, nor gloating demons. The underworld operated with dignity and solemnity, self-policing through ritual, remembrance, and myth. Now, let us pause and consider the symbolic representations of these beings. Cerberus is more than a mere guard dog. He symbolizes the immutable boundary between life and death, a threshold that can be crossed in only one direction, and even then, not without significant difficulty. The Furies are not simply wrathful goddesses. They embody the inescapable nature of consequences, particularly those we endeavor to suppress. They represent the lingering guilt that refuses to dissipate, the persistent memory that gnaws at one's conscience, the inner voice that whispers, "You are aware of what you have done." The shades are not merely souls, they represent the inevitability of being forgotten, a reflection of the Greek apprehension not of death itself, but of utter oblivion. To perish is a natural occurrence, but to be unremembered, that is truly tragic. And the spectral figures, the Charas, the lampades, serve as reminders that not all deaths are foreseen or equitable. Some fatalities occur with sudden, screaming violence, while others slip through unforeseen breaches. The underworld acknowledges all such instances, meticulously tracks them, and processes them accordingly. Even the gods harbor a certain degree of apprehension towards some of these entities. When Hera, the queen of the celestial realm, seeks retribution, she does not always resort to hurling lightning bolts. She confides in the Furies, she incites the spirits, and she manipulates the elements that remain beyond the reach of Olympian decree. Hades and Persephone, too, rely upon this retinue. Their rule is not founded upon intimidation, but upon structure. And structure must be maintained, not by codified laws, but by those who exist within the interstitial spaces between those laws. The creatures of the underworld do not pronounce judgment, they enforce it. We must also acknowledge Hecate, a rather intricate figure, frequently depicted with twin torches in her grasp. While her domain isn't exclusively the realm of the departed, she holds a profound association with it. She navigates the spaces between existence, presiding over magic, crucial junctures, and spectral beings. She was invoked in both intimate domestic rituals and grand ceremonial rites. She governs all forms of passage, not merely physical doorways, but also the transitions into new states of being. She is present when a spirit departs from life into death, and perhaps when one attempts a return. In certain accounts, Hecate is venerated as Persephone's confidant or even her escort. She herself is not among the deceased, yet she moves amongst them, and they defer to her. It is remarkable how many of these entities are female: the Furies, the Charas, the Lampades, and Hecate herself. The ancient Hellenes perceived death as a manifestation of feminine might. It wasn't gentle or maternal, but rather implacable, precise, and watchful, and therein lies perhaps the most striking characteristic of these underworld inhabitants. They are not malevolent. They are inevitable. They do not transgress the established order, they embody it. They are the very mechanism of justice, the hidden fangs behind the myths, a testament to the fact that death, much like life, operates within a structured system that demands adherence. Yet, amidst all this, there is a curious sense of solace. The underworld is not a realm of chaos, it is an ordered domain. It is populated, it is overseen. One does not simply fall into it and cease to be. One is received, processed, and observed. While this might not be a cheerful prospect, it possesses a certain dignity. This might explain why the Greeks harbored fear for the underworld, but not animosity. They held it in respect. It was not untamed, it was civilized in a manner that only eternity can achieve. Next, we embark on our final exploration, not of a physical location, but of a concept. What significance did the underworld hold for the ancient Greeks? What lessons did death impart to them regarding life? In our concluding chapter, we will delve into how philosophers, poets, and ordinary individuals alike envisioned what lay beyond, and why this concept held such profound importance for those still drawing breath. If you have accompanied us this far, past the rivers and the gates, through the judgment and the fields of fire, past the guardians, the singers, the heroes, and the kings, you might be inclined to pose the ultimate question: what was the fundamental purpose of it all? What were the ancient Greeks' beliefs about death? Not merely its operational mechanics or its geographical layout, but its inherent meaning. Why construct an entire mythology, layer by layer, soul by soul, creature by creature, if it didn't offer insights into living? The underworld, despite its pervasive somberness, served as more than just a cosmic repository for souls. It acted as a reflection, a moral compass, a narrative the Greeks told themselves and each other about how to navigate life successfully and depart it with grace. In this final segment, we will examine not only Hades and Persephone, or Tartarus and Elysium, but the Greeks themselves, and how the realm of the departed influenced those who remained alive. To commence, we must acknowledge that the Greeks deeply feared death, but not in the way one might initially assume. Their apprehension wasn't directed towards fiery tortures, or demonic entities, or eternal damnation. Those are later elaborations of anxiety. What they dreaded more than suffering was oblivion. To perish was natural. To be utterly forgotten was an unbearable fate. This explains the pervasive obsession with glory among many Greek heroes. Achilles, for instance, does not fight at Troy for material gain or personal safety. He fights for remembrance, to be sung of, to be known. For the Greeks, fame represented a form of existence after death, not in a celestial paradise, but within the tapestry of stories. It was the sole form of immortality a mortal could truly secure. This dread of being erased shaped every aspect of their culture, from funerary practices to epic poetry. It was imperative that the deceased be buried, mourned, and named, their resting places marked, and their deeds documented. A nameless grave was akin to a second demise. The underworld, consequently, was populated by those who had not been remembered. Shades who had forfeited not only their lives but their very identities. The concept of the psyche or soul evolved over time. In the epics of Homer, the soul is perceived as something akin to breath, Upon death, it departs, possessing no agency or individuality. In later philosophical thought, particularly influenced by Orphic and other schools, the soul became understood as a more substantial moral essence, perhaps a traveler journeying from one vessel to another, capable of growth and even eventual liberation. This perspective led to the notion that death was not an endpoint for an individual, but rather the subsequent stage in a transformative process. For the Pythagoreans, the soul was divine, imprisoned within the physical body as if in a cell. Death provided its release. If one lived a life of virtue, the soul would ascend or escape the continuous cycle of reincarnation. The Orphics went even further, providing intricate guidance for the soul's transit. Small golden tablets discovered in burial sites from southern Italy to Crete bear enigmatic inscriptions. One such inscription reads, "I am a child of earth and sky alone. You yourselves know this. I have drunk from the cold spring of memory." These were not supplications, but rather identification keys. The soul, upon departing life, was expected to recite them to attest to its identity, its purity, and its rightful place. Within these traditions, the underworld transitioned from being a final resting place to something more akin to a transit point, a border crossing. Souls were appraised, tested, moved, possibly subjected to judgment, but certainly observed. However, while mystery cults and philosophers elaborated on these concepts, the majority of Greeks remained grounded in more practical concerns. They mourned their departed with solemn ritual and deep respect, not out of apprehension of divine retribution, but from a dread of absence. To leave the dead unburied was to disrupt the natural order, to incur the wrath of the deities, but more poignantly, to sever the ancestral connection between generations. Funeral customs were meticulously observed. The body was cleansed, anointed, and carefully wrapped. Mourners would wail and sing. Coins were placed for the ferryman as a matter of course. Libations were poured, names were spoken aloud, and offerings were left. A procession would escort the deceased to their tombs, where they were laid to rest with items from their earthly lives, vessels, mirrors, defensive gear, playthings, not because they would utilize them in the afterlife, but because these objects spoke to who they had been. The living would also return to the tombs on anniversaries, during festivals, sharing meals amidst the gravestones. The departed were not cast aside. They were honored guests. This proximity to death profoundly influenced Greek artistic expression, their poetry, and even their political discourse. Pericles, in his renowned funeral oration, did not merely commend the fallen for their courage in dying. He lauded them for imbuing Athens with its collective memory and its very identity. By commemorating its lost citizens, Athens reaffirmed its own existence. Thus, the underworld was not a terrifying unknown. It was an ordered, albeit inscrutable, realm. And that distinction was of paramount importance. In a world where life could be brief, unpredictable, and harsh, it offered a measure of comfort to know that death adhered to its own set of principles. These principles were not always equitable. Heroes often met untimely ends, while wrongdoers might prosper. However, the Greeks believed that death ultimately revealed the unvarnished truth. In Hades, deception and disguise were non-existent. Only memory and established record prevailed. Plato explores this very notion in his narrative of a soldier who dies, visits the realm of the dead, and subsequently returns to recount his experiences. Souls, he posits, select new existences, some choosing unwisely, others with foresight. Adrastus, for example, opts for a life of quietude. Orpheus deliberately shuns musical pursuits. Ajax, still consumed by bitterness, selects a life where he will remain unnoticed, and thus the cycle continues. Plato's underlying message is clear. The manner in which you conduct your life directly influences your passing, and the way you die in turn shapes your subsequent existence. Yet, even this philosophical framework retains a deeply human element. It does not dismiss grief nor attempt to banish sorrow. It merely provides them with structure. Greek visual art frequently depicts serene scenes: a woman gazing into a mirror, a man bidding a fond farewell to his canine companion, a mother and child. These are not scenes of triumph, but rather moments of profound intimacy, of loss, of love. And ultimately, this is what the underworld reflects: not abstract justice, but genuine emotion; not simply fate, but lived feeling. Hades, as a deity, is not portrayed as a monstrous entity. He is an administrator, a keeper, a silent witness to all concluded affairs. Persephone is not merely a victim or even a queen. She embodies a cycle, a symbol of renewal and recollection. She introduces vitality to the departed and mortality to the living. She represents what the Greeks observed in the very fabric of existence: that all things eventually perish, but all things also transform, and transformation is not invariably synonymous with loss. Even the punishments meted out in the underworld, such as those for Sisyphus, Tantalus, and Ixion, are not presented as horrific tales. They serve as allegories, as cautionary signals. They illustrate what transpires when we refuse to acknowledge our limitations, when we defy not only the divine will, but also our own capacity to define meaning. The Greeks did not subscribe to the concept of sin in the modern sense, but they deeply valued harmony. When this harmony was disrupted, the repercussions were far-reaching. Elysium, in its ideal form, represents a metaphor, a promise that tranquility is attainable. This peace arises not from the inherent fairness of the world, but from our own capacity for equanimity. It suggests that the soul, shaped by conscious choice, may one day discover its allotted fields, its tranquil river, its deserved repose. And in the intervening realm, Asphodel, the meadow of most souls, lies waiting. It offers neither reward nor punishment, merely existence. It is the domain of the majority, and perhaps the most authentic portrayal of death. Not dramatic, not divinely orchestrated, but quiet, a return to the earth, a faint echo of what once was. Today, we unknowingly inherit these myths. When we speak of crossing rivers, we echo the Acheron. When we refer to lingering spirits, we recall the unburied shades. When we fear being forgotten or yearn for remembrance, we tread in the footsteps of the Greeks. Even contemporary literature draws inspiration from this fundamental structure. Dante's Inferno, Tolkien's Paths of the Dead, Disney's Hercules, all owe a debt to the meticulously crafted world that the Greeks envisioned beneath our feet. But the most significant lesson of all is this: the Greeks did not conjure the underworld out of fear, they constructed it out of necessity. They required a narrative vast enough to encompass sorrow, a map extensive enough to contain all their ancestors, a place where their heroes could find rest, their adversaries could face consequences, and their enduring questions could resonate eternally. They did not universally agree on the specifics. Some believed in rebirth, others in perpetual rest, and some in utter non-existence. However, all concurred that death possessed meaning, that the way one lived would inevitably cast ripples into the darkness, and that memory endured. Consequently, the underworld was not a source of dread. It was a human construct woven from threads of grief, honor, consequence, and hope. One did not need to comprehend it entirely. One simply needed to proceed forward. One step, one coin, one name spoken over one's resting place. And perhaps this is the ultimate bequest of Greek mythology. Not definitive answers, but a framework. a shape for the uncertainties, a way of confronting the unknown and affirming, yes, there is something there, and it signifies something important. And now, dear listener, our own journey has arrived at its destination. The ferry awaits, the breeze has ceased, the light begins to dim. But the story endures as all stories are destined to do.